Okay, okay, and we are good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Um, sorry for the a slight delay. For the past few minutes. Small technical difficulties over here. Um, so today, um, we are going to be playing a fun, at least fun, for me, mystery game. That I have. It's also a visual novel. Called Root Film. It's actually apparently part of a series, but not a, um, it's not a thing that's like you have like root. It's not a thing where apparently like the characters are the same, at least from my understanding. I have only so for the Root series, this is the only game that I've ever played because this is the first one that I ever found. It was at my library. And I actually really liked it when I got to play it before. And I've talked multiple times before about how playing this game, I almost was able to get it done in, I think, one go. Unfortunately, I had been playing late into the night, and had to go to bed because I was falling asleep. It was like, okay, I might have like, I maybe have like one chapter left of this, but I have to go to sleep. And so it was a bit of that, but let's actually get this on. Um, So the one thing that I haven't tested yet because I had spent a lot of time yesterday um trying to get the stupid. Okay, yeah, and I'm hearing that now. Okay. I had been trying to get leveled up for things so that we could take on Jin number 3 and also being able to backtrack to um to all the trees that I've been to. Um, Still no Munchlax trees, but we do have a Combi and a Vespiquen now. Like I've gotten her to evolve. So we have everything that the original had and more now. So that's fun. But here we are. So I have not actually tested the audio levels for the game on a stream thing yet. So this bit will be uh we're gonna be going out to my personal one because I've already beat the game. Uh, it doesn't really affect anything having beaten the game. Um, like there's no real like, oh hey, like start here. It's just hey, you'll be able to see how many things there are. But Root Film, memories brought back by hidden records, a mystery and suspense story set in the Shimane Prefecture. Um, but this is so fun. I love the characters in this. I love the twists that are in this. Um, and I'm going to stop talking about it and wait for it to actually load up. Yep, loading system data. And how is the audio level going to be? So I've like never heard anything with this. So you guys will actually be like never heard of any of these places until like got to do this. Um, yeah. So okay, I went to see how that's coming across for you guys. So 1 second, just going to adjust my headset so I can actually go and do that. And as I'm talking, like unfortunately, like there's no real way for me to actually test the audio without actually getting into the game. So I'm just going to be talking. Okay, so at least from my phone's audio, it seems like things are okay. Like you guys can still hear the game with all this. You can hear me over it. So that sounds good so far. So let's get in. Uh, so hang on. Where is this going to do with? If I do continue, is this going to? Because I've beaten the thing. Where is this going to drop me? Nope. 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 I was worried that was going to be the case. Really should have tested this out first. Okay. Now I'm curious if I hit start, if that will if that will just start a brand new game. Because I'm able to do a whole bunch of stuff with this. But yeah, so this is a lot of fun. You have a lot of really great characters in it. Um, and I love how everything goes. It is one of the games where there's only Japanese audio, I believe. So for any of you who don't like me talking over the game or dubbing over it myself, sorry. I can't just sit back and let like English voices happen on this one because there are no English voices for me to do. Um, but okay, let's see this one. Oh, flowchart is where I go for that. Right. So I know the proper order for this. Um, so like as you can see, cleared all of these. Um, so I do know the proper order to do this in. So it's not the order. It's not the order that I did this originally. Um, so, but it is the order that we're going to be going in for it now. So here we go. Also, I like the music for some of the stuff in this. Winter has come for me and me alone. My body convulses uncontrollably. Also, my streams. This is one of the reasons why my streams are marked as mature. This is so Root Film is a mature game. For blood, language, violence. Yeah, for blood, language, and violence. There's death in this. This is a murder mystery game. There's death. There's blood. There's violence. If you are under the age of 18 in the States, please don't. If you're under the age for being an adult in your country, please don't. This is not a game for children. It's nowhere near it's nowhere near like Doom levels of violence or GTA stuff, but there's still topics in here that are going to be rough for people. So if you have any squeamish bits, or if you don't like certain topics, like spoiler, suicide is a thing. Suicide is a topic talked about and comes up in this game. If that is a thing that bothers you, um, don't watch this. So that's all I can really say. Is this is a mature game. My streams are for mature are marked for mature audiences. Same with my Twitter. Um, Fortunately, if I mark my YouTube as that, I won't be able to. I will get marked down for some of the stuff that I play. So my thing is meant for my YouTube is still meant for anyone who's not a child, but is still not a mature YouTube. So, but this game and this stream are definitely for mature audiences. So please, please keep that in mind. Um, I cannot be held responsible if you have any issues with this. Um, and like if I cannot be held responsible if you come into this, see this, and are like and have issues with this. This is me making it clear right now. this is for mature audiences. I've said that multiple times now. If you are not of if you're not of age where your country views you as mature and able to watch this stuff, or even to play these games, please click out of this stream. Click off this video. Like, find something else to watch, because this is not going to be for you. I cannot be held responsible for any of that stuff. But here we go. Winter has come for me and me alone. My body convulses uncontrollably. My cells desperately try to start a fire, but to no avail as my temperature drops and drops. The only warmth I can feel is a tepid liquid on the back of my shoulders and head. I want to see a thing here with... I really could just turn this all down and just read it all for you guys, so that you guys don't have to deal with Japanese audio and my audio, but there's some character stuff that I like how they do. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Who the hell said death by falling doesn't hurt, since you'd faint before hitting the ground? It hurts. It hurts so bad. You lied. You liar. Inside my head, I curse someone over and over. Nobody said it would hurt. Nobody said it would hurt this bad. I want to cry out for help, but I can't say a word. I can't even breathe. Tears stream through my eyes. My eyes. Yes, I can still move them. I spot someone out of the corner of one eye. Hurry up. Hurry up and save me. It's cold. So cold. Somebody, please hurry. Oh, for real? There's pink stuff coming out. Gross. What are they saying? People mutter amongst themselves as they timidly approach me. Why won't they help me? As my vision starts to haze, I see them all take out their phones. Without a word, they all turn their phone cameras toward me. I see. They're only approaching to take pictures. They're just here for the spectacle, to take pictures and upload them online. I sink into despair as my vision fades to black. Sis. I'm sorry. And then, I embrace the winter that has come for me, and me alone. Like I said, there's death in this game. So, if you don't like that stuff, click off of here. You have been warned once again. This should just about do it, right? Let's preview the scene. Sure thing, boss. Hey, wait a sec. Did you hear anything? Check that out. What's gotten it? Cut that out. What's gotten into you? Shh, listen. It's like a growl or something. I'm gonna have to wait for the Japanese audio to be done, I think. Huh? Oh my gosh. I actually hear it. Huh? What? It's getting closer, isn't it? Wah! What is that? What the hell is that? The van! Back to the van! No, 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 no! Wait! Wait for me! I love the audio. The engine! Damn it! Why now? Hurry up! Hurry up! It's coming! It's coming! And there. That's what we've got. Maybe make the ghost actress's face more gray? No, if we overdo it, it'll be Wow. I might actually have to turn some of the audio down on this. Wow. Really? I really didn't want to turn this down, but hoping they'll do. No, if we... Okay. You know what? This is the best way. No, if we overdo it, it'll be Uncanny Valley. Maybe we can just turn the saturation down just a bit. Huh. Honestly, will anyone even take this seriously? It's clearly fake. Like, for starters, why would you even keep the camera running? Hey, don't worry about it. I mean, it's just a small project for summer hype. You watching to get hyped for a test for courage. Kids these days eat that stuff up, right? Okay, boomer. I forget when this game came out. When was this game? 2020, copyright 2020, 2021. So, that was still quite a thing. Okay, boomer. In your interview, you said you liked that sort of stuff, didn't you? Well, friends often take me on tests of courage, at least. See what I mean? You get to please your people and put food on your table, too. Win-win. You really set your sights low, huh? Shut up. Anyway, principal photography's done, so handle the subtitling, I'll do the editing. Sure, I'll put the rough edit in the usual folder. Thanks. With that parting word, Yagumo scratches his head and leaves the editing room. I think it's Aine? Either way, Magari simply watches as he leaves, leaning back in her chair and sighing. When I saw him at the Asian Film Convention, he seemed like the next big filmmaker. But now, after just 3 years, he turned into such a gloomy old man. If he axed the Max Yagumo pseudonym and went back to using his real name, Rentaro Yagumo, would he be cool again? Maybe I should check my email now. So, we play as Yagumo throughout most of this. Right, I have to hold that down. I keep forgetting. Back in his room, Yagumo boots up his personal computer. Guess I'll check my email. If only I'd get a more serious job request. He ponders the possibility as he opens his email, finding about 3 new messages. I should move my mouse so I can actually see when there is commas or anything. Subject: I'm heading to Shimane. Or to Shimane. I apologize if I get the Japanese names wrong of places. I'm really sorry. I don't know how to pronounce a lot of Japanese stuff, so I'm really sorry if I do anything wrong. From Sakuya.
No.
When he sees the sender's name, Yagumo freezes. It's from his younger sister. That's weird. Since when does Sakuya email me? He wonders why she didn't just use Line, but realizes they never exchanged Line info. Right, we always said next time, but next time never came. Yagumo smiles wryly as he reads the email. Dear brother, I'm heading to Shimane soon. Shimane. I think it's Shimane. See if the Shimane Prefecture? Shimane Prefecture? Shimane. I think it's Shimane Prefecture. Is that it? I don't get it. Well, I guess she'll just contact me again when she's here. Yagumo sends that email to the archive folder instead of deleting it. Subject: Your password has been frozen. From Amazon Customer Support. Due to password danger exposure, your password has been frozen. To unfreezing your password, please access the next link immediately. Yeah, just your usual grammatically questionable spam. Yagumo deletes the email without even flinching. They're using the real Amazon logo too. That's in bad taste. Subject: You're in grave danger. From Yuganasai Kamashiro. Dear Max Yagumo, I am a big fan of your company's Vengeful Ghost Archipelago series of DVDs. I recently purchased the new Archipelago Quake and saw it was as frightening as previous titles. Most of the spirits were weak animal spirits, but I found many of them to be quite dangerous. Previously, I, Yuganasai, have been protecting you with remote exorcisms, but you're in grave danger. Therefore, I suggest an official exorcism where I take my spiritual power-infused bracelet and... Why do occult DVDs always attract occultists? What the hell's a remote exorcism anyway? After an uncomfortable laugh, he realizes he recognizes the sender's name. Yuganasai Kamashiro? That spirit medium quack? Can you please stop emailing me every DVD release? Yagumo shrugs his shoulders and deletes the email without reading the rest of it. Whew! No new work requests today, huh? Jeez, just how long am I gonna have to make these stupid occult DVDs? Yagumo sighs as he shuts off his computer and leaves his room. Come on, go. This is so, so I'm here. I hit left, I'm up here. I hit left, I go here. If I'm up here and I hit down, I'm in Yagumo. Down, back to here. I have to hit, if I want to go left out of here to the editing room, I have to hit right. Magari is in the editing room, working on edits as always. When Yagumo enters, she casually talks to him without even looking up. Director, are you ever going to drop the stage name and use your real name again? What's this all of a sudden? Huh? Nothing. I was just thinking Rentaro Yagumo has a much better ring to it. I've been Max ever since I was a student. I won't stop. Rentaro sounds weirder to me. Well, fine I guess. Hmm? When he enters the reception room, Yagumo's phone vibrates and rings in his pocket. Recognizing the caller's name, he picks up the phone and puts on his most diplomatic voice.
Hi, Yagumo desu.
Hello, Yagumo speaking. Ah, Maxie! It's Isagami! You got a moment? Oh, Isagami. Long time no see. I'm free at the moment. What's up? Well, there's something I'd like to discuss. Can you come over here, Maxie? Sure, but what would you like to discuss, if I may ask? You know, the thing. It's a little complex, so I'll give you the details when you get here. Later! Wait! The thing? Wait, have discussions moved? In that case, Was that a call about a job request? Magari fills her personal mug with hot water. He hadn't noticed her entering the reception room. Magari, how long have you been there? I just dropped by to get some coffee, but it sounds like you had a good conversation. I'm not so sure. Isagami wants to talk business. He told me to go over there right now. Isagami, The publisher of the Spirit DVDs again?
いや
Nah, planning
島根
manager.
テレビライツ事業局の企画部長さんだ
God damn it.
以前から目をかけてもらってたいや島根テレビライツ
Shimane. Okay, good. Nah, planning manager for Shimane TV licensing. He said he'd like to work with us one day. Shimane TV? So he's a big shot? Director, you're not planning on going like that, are you?
そのつもりだ
I am. What? You gotta at least shave and wear a suit and a tie. Where do you keep yours? Whoa, Makari. Come on, come on. Go to the bathroom and wash up. You can't go to a meeting with an oily face. Hurry, hurry. Come on, come on, come on. Makari, wait. 30 minutes later. After Magari's pestering, Yagumo grooms himself and steps up to the entrance of the office.
なんか
Somehow,
出か
I'm
ける前
exhausted
から
before I've
疲れた
even
な
left. Jeez, how can you not have a proper suit? I can't believe you don't ever go to the cleaners.
いいだろ
Who cares? I'm fine the way I usually dress.
十分だと
Well, it's better than a worn-out suit, I guess. When they reach the Shimane TV lobby, Magare hands Yagumo a paper bag.
なんだこれ
What's this? A present. Bought it while you were getting ready. Thought it'd be better if you gave it to him.
おい
Hey,
おい
we're just talking a little business
仕事の
here.
話を
No
し
need
に
for a
行くのに
present.
いち
That's what I keep talking about, Director. The reason you don't get work is because you don't know the basic business etiquette. If you want work, you gotta follow etiquette. Ugh. Damn it. For a former delinquent, she knows her manners. You were thinking that's rich coming from a former delinquent, weren't you? Okay, just wanted to make sure something was going on. Okay. So close out you. There we go. Okay, looks like that's actually popped up now. Good. So my stream was acting up for me, and I wanted to take a look at a thing on the actual Twitch chat version of it. So there we go. Whatever. Let's go inside already.
はい
Okay. After checking in with guest services, the pair head to the second floor reception room. There, they find Isagami waiting for them. Hey, Maxie! Sorry for calling you all of a sudden. How you been lately? You popping off? Let's pop up together for our next job.
あ
Here's a little something for you. Oh, a present? For me? Ah, you shouldn't have. Oh, and who might this lady be?
この子は
This girl's been working for me since the spring.
働いてもらっ
Non-linear editor and Max Yagumo's assistant, Ain Magari.
ヤグモマックスのアシスタントも兼ねておりますので、ご用があれば気軽にお申し付けください。
Hang on, I want to hear
ノンリニア編集担当のマガリアイネと申します。
Aine.
ヤグ
Yeah,
モ
I
マッ
was
ク
right.
ス
Non-linear editor and Max Yagumo's assistant, Aine Magari. Free to contact me for business. Oh, way to go, Maxie! You got yourself a level-headed new graduate. I'm Hiroyuki Isagami, planning manager of the licensed. Oh my god. I'm Hiroyuki Isagami, planning manager of the licensing department. Nice to meet ya. With an emphasis on planning manager, Isagami hands his business card to Magari, who has suddenly taken on a serious tone. As he watches the two, Yagumo stifles a wry smile and cuts to the chase.
ところで
By the way, about the
今日は
topic of
例の件で
discussion
ご相
today.
談とのこと
Oh, right! Maxie, your proposal to revive that decade-old project seems like it's gonna get greenlit. Really?
本当です
As long as it's part of a package deal, the licensing heads are leaning yes. Online streaming should give it enough exposure. The staff seems pretty receptive, so it looks like it's a shoo-in to be greenlit.
いけちゃいそうな感じおお
Oh, that's great.
よかった
What exactly is the project?
どういう
It's a mystery drama set here in Shimane that originally started production 10 years ago, but was suspended. Its selling point was its omnibus format, with 3 directors competing for the best film! 3 directors. So is Max going to participate in the reboot? He's one of the planned candidates, of course! After all, he's an up-and-coming director who won awards at the 6-Minute Film Festival and the Asian Film Convention. Seriously? Yay! It's your big chance, director! Yeah. Well, it hasn't been officially greenlit, so it might be too early to celebrate. Besides, there's been one small hiccup. A hiccup? Is that what you wanted to discuss today? Yes. See, one staff member is strongly against it. Someone high up in the chain who we need on board. Why are they against it? I'm not sure, but they keep saying to axe it since it's a bad omen. When the project was suspended 10 years ago, some filming had already begun, apparently. And some sort of incident was caught on film, or so they say. Some bad omen got caught on film? Something like that, probably. Personally, I was completely uninvolved in the project at the time. Does nobody in the department know? Well, oddly enough, everyone involved quit. Maybe to take responsibility for the suspension. I see, so basically you're telling me to investigate that cause myself, huh? I suppose so. I'd like you to watch the film and see if you can find out what happened. Sure, I'll give it a shot. Really? Thanks! In that case, you can follow me to the archive center next to the building. The shelled footage is archived there, so I've talked with them to let us see the film. Understood. We'll come with you. Oh boy. My throat's gonna get super dry. I'm so glad that I have water with me. There's a lot of talking at this. I might not be able to do a full 8-hour stream for this one. Okay, thanks. Let's get this thing greenlit and get poppin'! A cheerful Isagami slaps Yagumo on the back as they leave the reception room. My shoulder is bothering me. Isagami leads the way as they head behind the office toward a separate building. Apparently, the archive center is a small, prefabricated warehouse. It looks smaller than the name would suggest. That's the waiting room. It's mainly underground, to control temperature and humidity, see? True to Isagami's words, stairs to the basement appeared as soon as they enter the building. They descend the stairs past several doors, and go down a hall where they find a cluttered room with disorganized stacks of film material. Hello, you there, Sayama? Oh, Isagami. We're here to see the thing. It's ready, but do you seriously want to look into it? Of course I'm serious. I said so on the phone, didn't I? Meet Director Maxi and his assistant Magari. They're the ones who are going to do the investigation into the film. Sayama gives the two a disinterested glance before motioning towards a screen installed on a wall in the corner of the room. They look to see a projector already loaded with the film. That's the 16mm film, huh? Kind of unusual, even for last decade. The director had a thing for it. I guess it definitely has a unique charm to it. Huh. So who exactly was the director? Beats me. Beats you? You don't know? Nope, there's no record of who it was. Hold on. It's not even written on the label of the film can or anything? Nope. In fact, there's not even a record of it at all in all of Shimane television. It's unedited. Shouldn't the director say action and clack the clapboard at the start of each scene? The film is indeed unedited, but for some reason, all of the places you'd expect to hear the director's voice have been erased. Every single one. No way. For what purpose? Magare is taken back by the illogical situation, and suddenly, Yagumo senses something he hasn't sensed in a long time. Is this? For some reason, all the places you'd expect to hear the director's voice have been erased. Every single one. In Yagumo's eyes, Sayama's words appear to float in midair and drift around like jellyfish in the sea. This again, huh? It's a unique sense he's had since childhood. Words his subconscious deems as vital keywords appear to float in midair. Synesthesia. A condition where people can taste sounds or hear colors, among other sensory overlap. That's the that's a diagnosis he received as a child. The doctor said it was nothing to worry about. In any case, I should take a note of what he's saying. Places you'd expect to hear the director's voice have all been cut. Director? Director? Hey, director, please, snap out of it! Hmm? Oh, hey, Magari. Don't hey, Magari, me! Why the sudden sneeze out? Are you feeling okay? Oh, it's nothing. I'm okay. You sure you're okay? This isn't the sort of thing you want to watch on an upset stomach. It's just a mystery drama, right? I'll be fine. Roll the film. Sayama shoots Izagami a look that says, "You sure?" Once Izagami nods, he dims the lights and starts operating the projector. On the screen, they see a lone woman walking. Rain is pouring down. She looks anxious and cowers at the occasional clap of thunder. Who is that? A no-name extra playing the role of the victim who gets run over by the killer's truck. I see. Don't recognize her face, but she can act. She doesn't seem like just an extra. Eventually, the film cuts to a new scene with the woman walking up to a pond. The perspective seems to be someone indoors looking outside, as a window frame can be seen. This is where it starts to get weird. Look closely at the pond behind the actress. The screen fades to white with an especially loud clap of thunder. And the next moment... Both Yagumo and Magari shout out in shock. On top of the pond? That's... As the image sinks in, a truck flies into frame, slamming into the woman. When the truck takes up the entire frame, the screen freezes. Hey. Whoa, what was that? It's supposed to be a mystery drama, not a horror drama! What was that? Who was that woman in the pond? You saw that, didn't you? Didn't you? I saw it. There was a creepy woman floating on the pond. Without a word, Yagumo steps up to the projector, takes the film, and checks it against the light. There's no evidence it's been edited. Duh. Do you think it would have even been shelved if a producer had edited it? Yeah. This is one of my favorite tracks of the game. Don't know how it's coming across to you guys, but... So the reason this mystery drama project was... So the reason the mystery drama project was shelved 10 years ago was... because of this. What you saw was just part of it. The woman appears in many other cuts. This is why reviving the project is a bad omen. Do you understand now? The room falls silent, causing the air conditioning to sound louder than it should. All present stand frozen in place, motionless, with the exception of Magari's slight trembling. So that's our prologue. No. No, no, no. Why do we have to take that cursed film? I don't want to go inside the editing room now. Calm down. We've made tons of scary movies before, right? Yeah, fictional movies. That thing was the real deal. There's things like seriously cursed. It's bad news. Studio Yagumo's editing room now has a digital copy of the film from Shimane Television's archive center. And Aine Magari has been grumbling about it since this morning. Ah, jeez. I don't want to be in the editing room. I don't want to touch no cursed computer. Do you think it's genuine? Huh? Well, that film's been giving me a bad feeling ever since we watched it. That's why it got shelved, right? Not just that footage, but the entire project. They wouldn't have gone that far if it was just fictional. I guess so. Also, I apologize that you're not going to be having a whole lot of me messing around with the voices for this. It's hard to it's hard to try to read it and do voices while also still having the original voices playing in my ears. Like I could just mute my thing and try to do a thing there, but then I'd have to worry about you guys not hearing the voices. So I'm just gonna be doing regular voices. Well, in any case, let's investigate the film. If it's real, how to get on film. Magari, be my operator. Seriously? Can't you just do it yourself, director? You're more familiar with the finer controls, aren't you? Come on, please. Okay, fine. You better treat me to a Korean barbecue or something after this, okay? I keep doing a short press for things. Don't know why it's a long press. Upon entering the editing room, the pair quickly loads the computer with the data they received yesterday. A short time later, everything's ready to go. Magari silently looks up at Yagumo. We play the cut where the ghost shows up. Magari begrudgingly operates the editing computer, not even attempting to hide her disgust. Okay, I'll replay it now. Ah, yeah, it's really freaking clear! Magari looks up to the ceiling as she groans like a barker at a festival. Behind her, Yagumo nods in admiration. It's got quite the vivid visuals, huh? Is this a 4K television transfer? Television stations do some pretty thorough work. No, that's not what I meant, dummy! I want to know where they filmed this. Maybe we can figure out something if we go there. There's a pond on the middle of the screen, but that's not really enough to figure it out. What other clues are there in the background? Magari moves the bar to rewind the video a bit. Bring the video back to the cut of the woman down the road towards the camera. Any scenes before this one? Nope. Due to non-disclosure or something or other, we're only given the bare minimum scene data. I see. The central area has paved asphalt, but they can't see what footpath boundaries or white lines are present. What footpath? It's just your average side road. It's nothing really out of the ordinary. They try looking into the forest, but find nothing particularly identifiable. Places like this are a dime a dozen in Shimane. I don't recognize her face at all, but her acting is so natural. She must be a trained actress, even if she is a no-name. It'd be real great if we could talk to her, but good luck finding her after 10 years. That sign. An orange's image on a black background. I remember seeing it somewhere, but where? Magari, can you make the sign more clear? It looks like some sort of informational sign. Sure, I'll magnify and sharpen it. Enhance. Enhance. Guess it's a lost cause. Yeah, the original footage isn't focused there, and it's so small you could hardly even see it. Do you have an idea of what the sign could be? I feel like I've seen it before. Somewhere that's said to be a ghost sighting spot too. Oh, wait. So you mean it really is legit? Calm down. Ghost sighting spots are pretty much chosen at random. Not like anyone's actually seen a ghost there. Okay, I need to move my mic down a little lower so I'm not on par with the audio. So I'm trying to keep it in line for like when I have to actually be loud. So you say, we've got one caught on film here, don't we? Well, I guess you've got a point. Yeah. I need to try speaking with the diaphragm again. Okay, how about we walk around the city a bit? Huh? Like, as in aimlessly? It's a mystery drama. It's a mystery drama set in the... Blah, 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 blah. Words. It's a mystery drama set in Shimane, but so it must be somewhere in the prefecture, sure. But Shimane is a pretty big place, you know. No, you see, I remember seeing that sign around the place we picked up the film data. Can't remember where exactly, but it can't be far from here. Let's look at landmarks around the city of Matsue. I don't know about this. In that case, you want to stay in the editing room and do an in-depth analysis of the film?
いや
Nope,
それは
anything
いい
but
で
that.
す
I'll go, I'll go. So, now then, let's look for that sign, I guess. So, there's some fun stuff up here. Like this place. Lake Shinji, the 7th largest lake in Japan. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, stream is acting up again for me. 1 second, guys. Okay, what is going on here? So, I'm actually... so, just to shorten my time, I'm going to try to go to, like, only the core places. Like, I'm showing this off, but... I know where to find this stuff. The 7th largest lake in Japan. Lake surface silently shines and stirs in the faint wind.
ここにあのフィルムにあった
Was there a
みたいな
spot somewhere
場
here
所
that resembles
ありました
something in
っ
the
け
film? There was a pond or lake or something, so I thought it might be around here, but...
お島根っこじゃないですか
Isn't that Shimaneko? So, seemingly out of nowhere, Shimaneko appears before Yagumo and Magari. So, it's at this point that I started looking to the game before. It's like, hey, wait, they just introduced a character. Either this is like someone who actually like wanders around like Shimane dressed like this, or this is a character from the game, like from a game series, and this is like a sequel or something. Because it'd be really weird to just randomly introduce a thing like this. It keeps moving its hands, as if attempting to communicate via charades. What's up? No, no. Not here? Shimaneko communicates with surprisingly elegant and sharp gestures.
ここじゃ
I
ない
guess
ら
this
しい
isn't the place, huh? Well, if Shimaneko says so, I suppose it's not. They thank Shimaneko and leave Lake Shinji. Like, I know where to go. Mihonoseki.
あー
Ah,
懐
this
かしい
brings
っ
me
す
back.
ね
I
ここ
saw
は青石畳うちら子
Okay.
供の頃に見に
I
行き
saw
ました
Aoshidatami Street back when I was a kid. Me too. Still feels like I still like the feel of this street. The stone pavements especially beautiful on rainy days. Shigeru Mizuki wrote about how his grandmother would bring him back here as a child on Nanaba. Then on as a child in okay, hang on. In Nonnonba. Would bring me here as a child in Nonnonba. He said the stones looked gigantic.
水木しげる先生
Was
って
Shigeru Mizuki the guy who did Kitaro? Yeah, his childhood home's nearby, though it's technically across the border, in Tottori Prefecture. Also, Mihonoseki yeah, shows up in JJJ. Hang on.
それにゲゲゲの女房でも
ゲゲゲ
日本の関が出てくる
Also, Mihonoseki shows up in Gegege no Nyobo.
それに
Huh? So even Shimane has been the setting for some TV dramas, huh?
おいおい
Yeah, it's not just TV dramas,
ド
but
ラマ
movies
だけ
too.
じゃなくて
There's Castle of the
映画だって
Sand, and
島根を舞台に
railways,
した
and...
の
What's up?
どうかし
I just
思い出
remembered
した
that sign.
映
A
画だ
movie. The sign was meant to mark a location filmed for a movie. A
映
movie.
画
So was the sign like
映
a
画の
movie
看
poster or
板が
something?
立ってるってことっすか
そう
Oops.
その作品で
Did not want
ラ
to
スト
do
に
that.
ヒロインが四物平坂に向かうんだ
Yeah, in the last scene of the movie, the heroine heads to Yomotsu Hirasaka.
そうか四物平坂
Yomotsu
確かに
Hirasaka.
あそこにあの
That's where the
看
sign
板が
was.
立ってた
Damn it, I completely forgot when we went to go
取
get the
材
film.
に行ったの
Sorry, but I've never even heard of that place. You'll know when we get there. Is that too far from here? Let's head there right now. Ah. Just trying to save time. Here we are. Yes, this is the one this is where I want to be. On the ride to Yomotsu Hirasaka. Marguerite mutters as she looks out the window. Say, hmm? So what exactly is this Yomotsu whatchamacallit? Some sort of ghost sighting spot? Yomotsu Hirasaka. It's basically the boundary between our world and Yomi, the underworld. Keh, that sounds like a seriously messed up place. We're like, seriously going there? Calm down, that's just a myth. You know how the country was created by the married gods Izanagi and Izanami? I think I've heard of them, but I'm not sure. When the wife Izanami died, the grieving Izanagi wanted to bring her back to life somehow, and headed deep underground to Yomi. I love how multiple places have this as like a thing in their culture. It's a thing every place has. To revive Izanami, Izanagi would have to talk with the god of Yomi, so he had to wait there. He was told not to look at Izanami, but he did. Oh boy, guess men have always been perverts, huh? It's not a dirty story like what you're thinking. Her body had rotted away with time, so she was kind of like a zombie. Ugh. Embarrassed and enraged at being seen like that, Izanami sent many monsters to chase after Izanagi. After he escaped to the surface, it said that Izanagi sealed the hole with the Chibiki stone. So this Yomotsu Hirasaka place we're heading to, it's the entrance to Yomi, albeit sealed. Oh, hey, so it really is a messed up place. It's probably haunted too. We're gonna end up like that film. I don't want to go to a for real haunted place. It's just a myth. Hey, look over my arm. Watch it. I'm not doing the screams like that. I'm just gonna let those play out. Marguerite screams in vain as they continue their ride to Yomotsu Hirasaka. I really hope I'm pronouncing these right. Not sure what, but there's something about this place's atmosphere. Hey, come on already. This is definitely a place. The sign's right there. Despite her grumbling, Yagumo convinces Marguerite to get out of the passenger seat. The sign stands in front of them. Oh, that's definitely the sign. Exact same color scheme and location as in the film. Exactly. So in other words, the scene where the actress is walking started right here. The nearby pond side is where that thing came out, right? The sign set up where the Chibiki stone sealing the entrance to Yomi. Yomotsu Hirasaka. Let's go. I think there's a pond on the way to the hill. That might be the pond where the ghost stood. What do you do if it actually shows up? You can fight people, but not ghosts. Come on, it's not gonna show up. Now let's go. It's not this pond, is it? It's too small compared to the one on film. On the way up the hill, Yagumo mutters as he looks at the small muddy green pond to the right. Sensing the presence of people, a koi fish has surfaced and started flapping its lips. As Yagumo looks at it, Marguerite suddenly lets out a strange voice behind him. What's wrong? There it is! There it is! There! Over there! Marguerite cries out incoherently as she tugs on the sleeve of Yagumo's jacket. Where? What's where? Whoa! Marguerite points to a lone white figure standing atop Yomotsu Hirasaka's hill among the trees. It's clearly a young woman with long black hair. I mean, if you consider chin length to be long and brown to be black.
No.
Whoa! Oh, Marguerite, go! Hey, what are you pushing me for? Why don't you go instead? Just shut up and go. Get a closer look. Hey, you dunce! Stop pushing! Hey! The white figure starts slowly stirring, perhaps reacting to the sound of Yagumo and Marguerite jostling around with each other. Before their eyes, the figure slowly turns around. Oh, it's just a tourist. Got all worked up for nothing. I'm sorry. Did I startle you? Oh, no, not at all. My assistant here just jumped to conclusions. Good grief, you dumbass. Ow! After lightly smacking Yagami in the forehead, Yagumo puts on the coolest face he can muster and turns back to the woman. By the way, what's a woman like you doing sightseeing in a place like this? Smolder. I suppose it's odd, huh? But this is the boundary between this world and the next, correct? So I was wondering if you could mail a letter here and have it reach the dearly departed. So I came to see this place with my own eyes. Oh, you mean the Letter to Heaven mailbox? The Letter to Heaven mailbox is a collaboration between the... I'm going to fucking butcher this. The Higashizumo Lions Club and the Yomotsu Hirasaka Grounds Preservation Committee. Yomotsu Hirasaka is the boundary between worlds. Many visitors reflect on their dearly departed, and thus this mailbox was established in 2017. When I got here, it was so quiet and mysterious. So much so that I felt like a letter could actually reach heaven from here. If you don't mind me asking, did you write a letter for someone precious? Well, let's see. The person most precious to me. It's perfectly fine. Huh? What? My friends and family are all alive. Even my grandparents are all perfectly healthy. I just heard the story about this mailbox and thought it sounded lovely. Oh, I see. Is that all? I suppose it certainly is romantic, huh? Yeah, I'm quite satisfied from what I've seen here. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, take care. Have a safe trip. With a smile and a light nod, the woman leaves. Yagumo sees her off with a dumb smile and a wave. Magari stares wearily at the sight of him. There's a small pond up ahead in the road. It's not the pond in the film. It should be bigger. The Letter to Heaven mailbox stands silently in the sun, filtering between the trees. It must be full of emotional, heartfelt letters. Okay. And then we have to go to these little places, but we do have to go here first. Huh? The moment they enter Shimane television lobby, Maguri lets out a faint murmur. When Yagumo turns around and gives her a look, Maguri tugs at his sleeve and motions at something with her eyes. Yagumo follows her gaze to find... Isagami's by the security gate, exchanging greetings with a beautiful woman. Yagumo and Maguri can't hear them, but it seems that those two had some business, and Isagami is seeing the woman off. She's so beautiful. Is she an actress? If so, it's odd that she's alone with no manager. If Isagami's all the way here to see her off, then she must be pretty important. Weird. Where have I seen that woman before? Where indeed? As Yagumo rifles through his memories, the woman bows deeply to Isagami and leaves the lobby. Yagumo calls out to Isagami in the lobby. Oi, Isagami! Oh, Maxie! When did you get here? Just now, actually. Who was that woman you saw? She was beautiful enough to be an actress. Oh, her? That was director Izaya Ibuse's manager. She certainly does have the beauty of an actress. Izaya... Blah, 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 blah. Stop talking. Izaya Ibuse? You mean the director Ibuse? Wow, a big shot. I saw his newest work, The Neighbor Laughs at the Waiting Quarter, just last week. Yagumo and Magari can hardly contain themselves at the sound of Ibuse's name, but that's only to be expected. Izaya Ibuse is relatively young, at around 40, but considered to be Japan's top film planner. He's even won several international awards. Oh yeah, Director Ibuse was a judge at the Asian Film Convention too. So that woman was his mentor, huh? That explains why she looked familiar. So, what's a big shot manager like her doing here? You don't mean... It's exactly what you're thinking. Ibuse is one of the 3 director candidates for the TV drama project. Whoa, that's amazing. That means if the project's greenlit, that means if the project is greenlit, that Max could film a TV drama alongside someone like. No, don't count our chickens before they hatch. Remember what Isagami said yesterday? It's not guaranteed that I'll be chosen. Huh? Oh, is that right? Ooh, okay. Maybe I should not have gone with the. Maybe I should not have gone with the PC that I went with. You guys can't see this, but my PC is one of the ones that's got the clear casing, so you can see everything inside, and I've got I put lights. I got one of the ones that has like all the colored lightings with the bright blue LED lights, and that is like hurting the right side. That's like hurting like, the right side of my temple, like it's like right at the bit, like it's like right above like my right eye, and it's like a sharp stabbing pain if I'm looking that direction for too long. Unfortunately, with the way that my thing is facing, in order for me to block that out, I have to be sitting almost parallel with my monitor, in order to not see that. And it's light that really hurts my eyes, almost like migraine style. Obviously, we're pushing Maxi as hard as we can, but before we finalize the candidates, we've got to get the project to go ahead. Oh, right. I see. We really need to find out the director of that film. Let's give it our best, director. We really need to find out the truth of that film. Let's give it our best, director. Oh, God damn it. One moment, guys. Fuck. Massive cramp. Use this project to get your name out there and land. Use your project. Okay, you know what? I am gonna try to cover that because that's really hurting my head. Let's. Okay, but that at least mutes it. I have a slip of paper now covering. It's not gonna be good for it because it's gonna cause the PC to heat up because it's right above where one of the chassis fans is, but it's at least blocking the light a little bit. It's just a small slip of paper. Use this project to get your name out there and land bigger jobs for the studio, so you can give me a raise too. Oh, that's stale water. And my mouth is still has the dry thing from the stuff with last week with the last stream. Oh my god, that really hurts. My mouth is so freaking dry. Okay, let's. Yeah. Extra bits here. Isagami, does Director Ibuse's visit mean that he's already on board with the project? Yeah. Truth is, it's a pretty low-budget project, so I didn't think he'd bite. But he agreed to it almost immediately. He's so eager, he's asking for a ticket to Shimane so we can begin location scouting immediately. Incredible. You'd think a fan-favorite director would make heftier demands than that. Did he find some part of this project attractive? That's what I'm thinking, but he said something a little concerning. You see, it's time to redeem myself a decade later, or something like that. Redeem? Does that mean Director Ibuse was involved in the project before it got suspended? Sounds like it. In fact, he seemed familiar with that film too. In that case, we need to ask him what happened. Isagami, can you contact Director Ibuse for me? Why not ask him directly? His flight should arrive in Shimane tomorrow, early in the afternoon. Tomorrow, huh? Should we come here then? No, he's checking in at the Mihokan in Mihonoseki. So I think he'll be heading there first. I'll call his manager ahead of time. So add him over there tomorrow. Will do. Thank you so much. Now we can leave. Yep, and then over here. Sam is sorting through a pile of videotapes in the archive room. He doesn't hide the annoyance in his face when he sees Yagumo and Magari enter. Busy right now. What do you need? Oh, just found something out about the film, so thought I'd give you a heads up. You found something out? Yes, we've uncovered a possibility that it was filmed by director Ibuse. Ibuse? You mean the Isaiah Ibuse? Can't say I was expecting to hear the name of such a big shot. Does that mean so does that reveal so that blah 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 words? Does that reveal connect to the identity of the woman in the film somehow? No, at least not at this point. Maybe we can figure something out if we ask director Ibuse directly. Well, hopefully he talks. With nothing else in particular to say, Sama turns his back to Yagumo and heads back to work. Alright, give me 1 sec. It's actually pretty cold in my room. I'm gonna go get the thing lined up. Okay, I am back now. Sorry about the delay, guys. Figured I'd also get something for myself to help me warm up too. And we're back and going to Matsue Castle, which is not important here, so I'm actually going to be skipping all the dialogue in this.
え、四松平坂って松江城にあるんすか？
いや、こ
And we go over here. So I believe there's another thing that we have to do around here.
例の看板が立ってたとこって。
That sign set up in Yomotsu Hirasaka, right? We gotta get there before it gets dark.
そうだな。
Nope. Okay. There's a final thing around here that I need to go to. To go, is it back to Yomotsu Hirasaka? This is the bit where it's like, here's the thing. I got here, I got to this, like, super fast, like, I got through this, like, so fast before, just because I was... Right, there we are, okay. Because I was just fucking around with things, and accidentally, like, got my way through things, like, first try before. So it's not even that, like, I will remember, like, where things are. Like, I'll remember where some bits are, but not all of them. Also, I've got a, like, little mini lava cake thing with me right now. So if you hear me sounding like I'm eating, that's because I am eating this. It's a caramel filled lava cake, so that's gonna be interesting. But Yagumo and Magari search the place the ghost... Ah, shit. All over my fingers. Yagumo and Magari search for the place the ghost showed up in the film.
時間経過の表現はなかったからな。おそらくここからそれほど遠い場所じゃないはずだ。
There wasn't an indication that time had passed, so it probably can't be far from here. But...
監督、この近くに。
Director, it says there's a bigger pond nearby called Tosui. Really? Yeah, see? Magari shows Yagumo the map on her phone. Sure enough, there's a pond called Totsui nearby.
確かに近いな。
That is pretty close,
よ
huh?
し、行って
Okay,
みよ
let's go. God dang it. Sorry. Yeah, sorry to keep having to stop this, you guys. I don't know if you guys can pick that up, but that's my dog barking again. I will be right back. Okay, hopefully, I really hope that that is all the interruptions for now. I'm really sorry. I really actually am enjoying this game. That is pretty close, huh? Okay, let's go. Sure. They follow Magari's map to Tosui. There, they find the exact same scenery they saw in the film. This is, without a doubt. Hey, Magari, go stand there by the pond, around where the actress was. What? What if the ghost shows up? Then I'll prove the film was real. If anything happens, I'll save you, so come on. That's rich coming from someone who has just shoved me over a false alarm. With a face full of displeasure, Magari timidly steps up to the side of the pond. Yagumo forms a frame with his fingers and checks her against the background. The frame was composed like this, right? Which means the camera was placed around here. After taking a few steps back, Yagumo determines where the camera might have been and then takes a look around. That's strange. What's wrong? Well, Magari, this cut of the film had a window frame on camera, right? Yeah, the camera was indoors, facing out. But there's no building here. So, did they build a set then? Did they? The director must have had some sort of reason to go out of their way to do an indoor camera. But what? I can't think of anything. After nightfall, done with today's investigation, Magari and Yagumo look through the film again in the editing room. No matter how many times I watch it, the real deal is just too intense. What's the plan? Sure, we pinpointed the filming location, but... Okay, hang on. Okay, yeah, here's where we are. Our top priority is to interview Director Ibuse when he arrives here tomorrow. Oh, and call Kanade, the cameraman, for me. We're filming. Oh, we are? Yeah. It's best if we try filming it for ourselves. Load up the lighting in the spare camcorder into the van, just to be safe. Tell Kanade to meet us on location at 10 a.m. Got it? Roger. As soon as he decides they'll be filming, Yagumo starts excitedly instructing Magari. He seems kind of happy in Magari's eyes. Chapter 2. Director, I'm so freaked out. Hey, Director, this thing is shaking like crazy. Don't worry, just keep going forward. Forward? This is where the ghost is floating. That's even scarier than the shaking. I understand how you feel, but you're the only one who can do this job, so I'm counting on you. What? I mean, yeah, that sounds plausible, but still... Magari is spreading her arms wide for balance as she crosses a long plank laid over Tosui. It seems they're trying to recreate a cut from the film. Is this okay? Perfect. Okay, I'll be a stand-in for the actress. Kanade, you ready? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, start! I almost said start because I'm so used to hearing that. Because I'm watching everything in Japanese now. I'm so used to hearing start! Once they finish shooting, Yagumo yells cut, and they quickly proceed to check the footage. How's it look? At the very least, it doesn't look like we caught a ghost on film. Okay, we've checked what we needed to. Sorry for calling you out here so suddenly. You're a big help. So, did you learn anything from that? I don't know. For now, let's compare it against the original film in the editing room. We didn't get permission to shoot, so let's break it up quickly. Magari, get the data off the SD card. Roger. They quickly pack up the equipment and a plank and load everything into the van. So we want to be at Studio Yagumo first. And the editing room.
よし、マガリ。
Okay, Marguerite, can you set up a side-by-side preview of the original film and the video we shot today?
了解
Roger. Marguerite quickly pulls out the video they shot today on the computer. She then pulls up the original film data and puts them side-by-side on the monitor. Light reflects on the surface of the pond, causing its rippling waves to shimmer. What a peaceful sight. Doesn't seem like anywhere a ghost would show up.
ここ。
This part looks strange. Oops, accidentally chose the right one. Strange. Well, let's see you try standing there without losing your balance.
いや、
No, that's
そうじゃ
not
なくて
what I meant. The ghost seems
フィルム
quite a
に映
bit
った
bigger than
幽霊
you.
と
Now that you mention it, that ghost was a big-ass woman, wasn't it?
いや、
No, it's unclear due to the rain, but the
どう
ghost
で
in the
わかりづらい
film seems to be closer to the
池の
camera.
向こう岸
You mean?
それ
圧
It's
縮
lens
効果
compression.
だな。
Lens compression. An effect that causes objects in the background to seem bigger when using a telephoto lens than when using a normal lens. I really like this thing. I learned a lot about like film stuff. I learned a bit about films, not a lot. But I learned some stuff that that would make this an interesting game to play in film school.
つまり
So basically, you mean the original film? The original film. This cut was the original film. So basically, you mean in the original film, this cut was shot with a telephoto lens? The cut was shot with a telephoto lens.
そういうことに
Exactly.
でも
But the cut's supposed to focus on the actress. It wouldn't make sense to use a telephoto lens.
俺もそう
Yeah, that's why I didn't
少
use
な
it
く
at
とも
today's
俺
shoot.
なら使用しない
Maybe
し
they want to make the pond and background seem more visually impressive.
映像監
Every
督って
detail
のは
has a purpose in
ど
the
のカッ
director's
トで
eye,
も
which
無意
means
味なことは
the
しないも
telephoto
んだ
lens was intentional.
つまりこれは
それは
You mean? Magari, rewind the film once again to just a bit before the cut where the ghost appears. Okay. Magari brings up the film and drags the bar to the scene as instructed. The actress is walking in the downpour with a thunderclap, the screen fades to white. In the next moment, the ghost appears, huh? Magari, how long does the screen stay white? Let's see. Full whiteout lasts 23 frames, or just under a second. What if they use some sort of trick during that window of time to make the ghost appear? In less than a second? How's that even possible? There's not even enough time to drop it down from midair using a wire. I guess you've got a point, but a lens compressed frame, an unnatural whiteout. There's something we're missing here. Oh, right. I've been wondering about the plank. How'd you come up with that? No, it's simple. It's the only thing I could think of that could create the effect of standing on water. Hang on, I'm... Forget... Is this as small as I can... Sorry, I'm dealing with some stuff that I really shouldn't be having to deal with on here. Okay, so I can fix it with that then. Okay, there we are. Sorry, little messing with things on my end. Simple, it's the only thing I can think of that could create the effect of standing on water. After all, the ghost is floating, but it looks like it's got its feet firmly on the pond's surface. Now that you mention it,
今回は
we used
木
a
の
plank
板を
this
使っ
time,
た
but
が
you could use something
あ
clear
とは
like an
アクリル
acrylic
板の
plate
ような
too.
透明豪雨の
But
演
since the
出
film
の
was
おか
shot
げ
during a
で
downpour,
水
you
面
can't
か
see
ら
the
は
surface of the
全く
water
見
at
えなく
all.
なる
So you mean
やっ
the
ぱり
film was a
止め
trick
木用
after all?
トリック
I
断
don't know
定
for
はでき
sure.
ない
That's the assumption
が
I've been working on for the
俺は最
investigation.
初から
でも
But
だ
would
と
it be
したら
weird for a
ミ
mystery
ステリ
drama
ー
to
ドラマ
use
で
a
こん
horror
な
movie
フラ
trick?
じみたとそもそもト
Besides,
リ
if
ッ
it
ク
was
な
just
ら
a trick,
それで
why
も
would it
平
get
気なんだ
shelved?
いや
Well, there has to be another reason
10
why
年
the
前
series was shelved.
呪われて
It
る
can't be as simple as a curse
幽
or a
霊とか
ghost.
そんな単
There's
純な
gotta be a
話じゃ
secret someone once hidden.
絶対
Hmm?
さて
Okay,
こんな
that's
と
it.
こっすかね
Anything else you want to investigate?
まだ調べたいとこあ
そうだな
Let's see. Feels like we're missing something. But I can't remember what. Well, we can just check when I do remember. I want to go to the headquarters. Fortunately, Isagami doesn't seem busy. Yagumo and Magari are quickly taken to the reception room after checking in. So, Maxi! You figure anything out about that film? Nothing I can say for sure, but the investigation's proceeding. I see. Hopefully that film doesn't turn out to actually be cursed, you know?
磯上さんは
Isagami,
やっぱ
do
り
you
あ
think
れ
that's an actual ghost?
まあ
Well, I heard that the project had a shady history to begin with, and besides...
それに
Besides...
や
Well,
っぱね
even us industry vets have heard a lot of things. Even some legit videos just can't be broadcast.
う
Oof,
やっぱり
that
あ
sort
る
of
ん
stuff
です
really does exist, huh?
あるよ
Sure does.
そういう
So that film could be legit too.
フィルムもそういうモノホンの一つなのかもね
うわ
Oh,
うわ
it's scary. Yep, scary indeed. Isagami and Magari keep nodding. Yagumo can only watch them in exasperation. They visit Tosui again. It's quiet and still, save for the rippling of the pond's surface, just like this morning.
ここで調べることまだあるっすかね
Is there anything we still need to
念の
check
ため
here?
カメラを持
I
って
brought the
きて
camera
です
just in
ね
case. Let's see. As Yagumo folds his arms in thought, a casual voice suddenly calls out from behind.
あんたら
Are you the ones who filmed here this morning? Oh, yes, we are. Seems to be a local resident. Perceiving that, Yagumo puts on his best customer service smile.
もしかして
Were we a
うる
nuisance?
さかった
If so, I humbly apologize. No, you were fine. I was just thinking that few people ever film here.
なあ
Oh, they filmed without permission, so Yagumo would like to avoid any trouble with residents. Before Yagumo can come up with excuses, Magari puts on a smile and answers for him. Oh, it wasn't a full-blown filming. We're just location scouting to find the best places to film. Ah, I see. Well, Yomotsu Hirasaka's nearby, so people film there every now and then. I like seeing that, so I come by to watch whenever I hear there's a film happening. Did you happen to see a TV drama shoot that happened here 10 years ago? 10 years ago. 10 years ago, huh? Well, I don't remember anything like that. Ah, that figures. It was 10 years ago after all.
ところでご婦人
By the way,
は
ma'am, how long have you lived around here? Me? I've lived here a long time, ever since I got married 30 years ago. I've pretty much taken root here. Well, you seem like you know the area. So, would you happen to know if there's been any changes in the buildings around here? Yagumo points to the general direction where he believes the camera was placed. The woman smiles and shakes her head in an exaggerated fashion. The people may change, but this place hasn't changed one bit since I moved in. The buildings around Tosui haven't changed.
なるほど
I see. So I guess the window frame seen in that film was a set after all. But what was the intention? Why would that cut need a window frame? And that's really all we need. We got what we needed from her. Now to Mihokan. Although I think we need to go to Miho no Seki first for this quiz thing.
ここ あのフィルムに何か関係あるんすか
Does
ね
this place have anything to do with the film?
Yeah.
Well... Before you can finish that thought, a strange man blocks their path. Excuse me, can we help you? It's time for the first Baki Baki Shimane quiz! What? Have you two been to Matsue Castle? Matsue Castle is... Matsue Castle is the topic of today's quiz! Are you just talking to yourself? The Lord of Matsue Castle appears in which of the following famous Rakugo stories? Correct! The one who eats Sanma in the story is Dewakami Matsudayara of Izumo Matsue. Some variants of the story use other lores, but the majority mention him. Well done, you two. Well, until we meet again. I don't think he's needed, but whatever. What the hell was that guy? An enigma. What is the sign on his t-shirt supposed to be? Also an enigma. So we go here to Mihokan. A historic hotel overlooking hang on. I know how to pronounce some of these bits. So, Aoi Shidatami. A historic hotel overlooking Aoi Shidatami Street, designated as a national treasure. Whoa, this is such a nice place. Ibuse is a famous director. It's only natural that Isogami booked him a fancy place. When they state their business at front, they're immediately greeted by the woman they saw yesterday at the Shimane television lobby. You must be Max Yagumo and Aine Magari. I'm Izuya Ibuse's manager, Monami Haishima. Izugami has informed me of the situation. Ibuse has just arrived, so please, follow me. With refined grace, Haishima leads them upstairs. Waiting in the room is a listless Ibuse sitting in a chair. Not shitting in a chair. That would be weird. You're Max Yagumo, right? I heard from Isugami. Sorry to barge in when you just arrived. I'm Max Yagumo, and she's my assistant. Aine Magari. Nice to meet you. You probably don't remember, but we've met back at the Asian Film Convention. I remember. You won the Excellence Award, right? I voted for you. You remember? It's such an honor. Yeah, your film had a mysterious charm. It was brimming with spirit, yet had a faint scent of death. Scent of death? Instead of clarifying for the confused Yagumo, Ibuse chuckles. Anyway, it's that cursed film you want to ask about, eh? Yes. We saw the film in the archive center. The one with the ghost-like woman floating on the... Yes, that's right. That was indeed on the film. It's been 10 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I can't forget even if I try. Director Ibuse. You mean... Yes, I shot it. I shot that cursed film. The cursed film was shot by director Ibuse. And because of it, the project was suspended. Didn't think I'd hear about it 10 years later. Can you tell us what happened when you filmed it? Why did something like that show up on film? You got some sort of idea, right, director? I'm sorry, but that film's cursed by a ghost, which is why everyone involved swore not to disclose anything about it. So there's nothing I can tell you. Please don't say that. I'm begging you, director. That's all I have to say. Please leave. The Yagumo and Magari are kicked out of the room, gaining next to nothing for their efforts. As they droop their shoulders in dejection, Haishima apologetically bows her head. I apologize on behalf of the director. He doesn't budge when he's made up his mind. No, it's fine. It's enough that he was willing to talk with us. I'm sorry. I'll arrange for another meeting, so for today... Thank you. Now if you'll excuse us. Thank you. They wanted to see if Ibuse could tell them something that would serve as a clue. Instead, they leave Mihokan empty-handed as they silently walk down Aoi Shidatami Street. But then suddenly, Yagumo stops. What's wrong, director?
監督
Well,
そうだ
I just now remembered what it was that I wanted to check.
確認
You wanted to
した
check
ことっ
something.
て
Director Busey is not exactly in a talkative mood.
いや
No, not with him.
例のフィルム
With the film, specifically the truck.
ん
Huh?
ト
The
ラ
truck? Let's check the film one more time,
あの
Magari.
映像か
Huh? Oh, okay. When Yagumo starts dashing into the parking lot, Magari frantically follows behind. So once more, to Studio Yagumo. And to our editing room, which I just need to press left for. After returning to the editing room, Yagumo rushes to turn on the computer.
曲がり
Magari,
トラッ
the
クだ
truck! Bring out the cut where the
トラ
truck
ックが
slams into
突っ
her.
込んでき
Okay, one
ちょ
second.
っと待って
This computer takes an eternity to boot up. One eternity later. The computer finally boots and Magari opens up the video software. One moment, I want to look up a thing. I need to. Okay, good. That is muted. Please. Okay. So I might get hit with a thing for this, but unmute. Actually, hang on. Mute again. Okay, good. That is at max. So I wish I could just put this over from the take out the Elgato thing for this, but let's see if this will play.
One eternity later.
So let's do this again.
One eternity later.
The computer finally boots and Magari opens up the video software. And back to muting that. Sorry, I had to.
ね
Here, this the cut?
この
それだ
That's it. Does the truck have a company name printed on the side?
車名が車体に書い
Can
て
you
あ
make
る
that legible?
結
It's
構
pretty
ブレ
blurry,
てます
but I'll
けど
try. Magari must feel pressured seeing Yagumo that way. She's more serious than usual as she quickly moves the mouse to process the image. Okay, how's this? It's a little blurry, but it's sort of legible, right?
おー
Ugh, Shimane Crane Internal Shipping. That's pretty clear.
やるじゃ
Way
な
to
いか
go, Magari.
まあ
I just thought I'd give it my best shot.
よーし
Alrighty.
こ
Can
れ
you look that up on the
ネッ
net?
トで検索か
Okie dokie.
と
Magari opens a browser and uses a search engine. But
うーん全然
nothing's coming up.
引っかかんないっすね
maybe it's a fictional company made for the film?
かもしれないな
Maybe, but it still bugs me.
どうも気に
I
な
want
る
to do a thorough investigation.
うーん
Huh? But is there a point in investigating it?
井伏監督は
Director Busey said this film is for the decade-old TV drama project, right? I want to confirm that. This is pretty much our only clue as to when the film was shot.
どういうことっすか
What do you mean? Even Isagami said this film was for the decade-old TV drama project. But he didn't know what was actually on the film. So if it's something we can check, I want to check.
はあ
But there weren't any hits on the net. So what now? We can look for the registration at the regional legal affair. We can look for their registration at the Regional Legal Affairs Bureau, if it's a real company anyway. It's getting late. Let's go before it closes, Magari.
は
Magari still doesn't quite understand, but Yagumo's enthusiasm convinces her to set up regardless. So I'm not going to go through like all the bad endings or anything because this is the Switch version. There's no trophies or anything that I need to get, so I don't need to worry about that. They arrive at the Matsue Legal Affairs Bureau just before closing time and finish the procedure to obtain the registration documents. That was cutting it close. They almost closed. Yeah, but the front counter took our application, which means it's an actual company, and not a fake made specifically for the shoot. In no time at all, they're called up to receive the registration documents. Sure enough, there's a registration for a Shimane crane and turtle shipping in Matsue.
どれどれ
Let's see here.
5
They
年
went
前に
dormant 5 years
休眠
ago,
会
huh?
社になってるのか
Explains why there's no
どうり
search
で
results
検索に
online.
引っかか
Director!
ん
Here, look here! Maguri points at the date the company was founded. Sure enough, the date written is April 1st, 2012. So again, this game came out 2020. That's less than 10 years ago in game time. What? That's 8 years ago. That doesn't make sense if the cursed film was shot 10 years ago. The logo of a company established 8 years ago was emblazoned on the side of the truck. What on earth? So, I believe this is where we go. So, I just got things all at I just did things all at random when I first played this. They call up Ibuse at the front, knowing it's a long shot. After a short wait, the elevator opens, revealing only Monami.
あの
Where's
リブ
Director
セ君
Ibuse?
が
Sorry, I tried to convince him, but he really has nothing more to say.
いや
Oh, no, you don't have to apologize,
モナミ
Monami.
さんに謝
It's
さ
my
すが
fault for
に
being
忙し
so
い方
persistent
相手
when
に
he's a busy man.
何度
We'll
も
come
言
back
ってん
some
の
other time.
そう
I see. I'll see you then.
はい
Okay. Monami smiles at Yagumo's response and gracefully turns around. Her fluttering hair tickles Yagumo's nose.
いい匂
She
いするな
smells so nice.
うわ
Ugh,
キ
you
モ
creep. Yagumo's too distracted by watching Monami leave to even register Magari's jab. Okay, so if not here, then I want to go the archive center because we just got the clue that the stuff wasn't waiting up as usual. You're back, huh? Well, come on in. I was starting to get bored out of my mind. So log. Sayama is alone in the archive center room, sipping coffee and watching the monitor as usual. You're back, huh? Well, come on in. I was starting to get bored out of my mind.
すみません
Sorry, there's just one thing I wanted to make sure of, and that is
つまり
that
あの
film
フィル
really
ム
from
が
the
本当
TV
に
drama project that
10
got
年前
suspended
ペ
10
ンディン
years
グに
ago?
なった
Kind of late to ask a question like that.
すみません
Sorry, just
念
making
のた
sure.
めという
Well, to answer your question, there's no doubt about it. Or, at least I think so. Sensing the evasiveness in Sayama's words, Yagumo casually tries pressing him on that point.
あの
Sayama,
佐山さんは
were you here when the
その
project
プ
was
ロジェクトが
suspended? Hmm?
つまり
Basically, I'm asking if you were
実際に
physically
お蔵
here
入
at
り
the
になっ
moment
た
the film was
瞬間に
literally
立ち会わ
shelved.
れたの
Okay, I see what you're getting at. No, I didn't witness that firsthand. I got reassigned here 8 years ago. So I can only assume that the film is the film based on the name and date written on the label. Sayama only checked the film by its label.
待って
Hang
く
on
だ
a
さい
second. I thought the label on the film cam was blank. Not that label. The one on the archive shelf. Clearly said it was the project's pilot film. You seem to have your doubts, but I thought that was enough to identify it. It's not like anyone has anything to gain by a switcheroo.
なるほど
I see. You
そう
might be right about that.
かもし
Okay, now I should be able to do it. After nightfall. Back at Yagumo Studios, Yagumo and Maguri sip coffee as they go over today's results.
結局
So that film turned out to be a
あのフィ
fake,
ルム
huh?
はフェイク
A
二重
double
の
fake
意
at
味でな
that.
10
It's
年
not the
前
real
のプロ
film
ジェ
from
クト
10 years
のフィ
ago,
ルムと
and
い
it's
う
not
の
a
も
real
フェイ
ghost that
ク
was filmed.
でも
How did they pull off that ghost then?
まだ
I don't know. I don't know the full details of the trick, but I think we've got the keys to solve it. Let me watch the film closely, and I'll figure it out. Maguri, you can go home now.
オペレ
I
ータ
can
ー
be
で
your
付き合って
operator,
もいい
you know.
ですけど
I don't need any more image processing, and I can handle previewing the footage by myself. In that case... Marguerite gets up and shoulders her bag as she continues to speak. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? You're getting
オ
old and your face looks tired.
ふざけんな
Knock it off. I'm not even 30.
30
I've got this.
全
I
然
feel you.
いけ
Not. I feel you, Yagumo. I feel you.
ならいいっす
Huh?
ね
Okay then. See you tomorrow.
んじゃあ
Oh,
飲
and
み終わ
put
った
your mug in the
カッ
sink
プ
when
は
you're done.
ちゃんと
I'll wash
流
it
しに置い
tomorrow.
といて
の
Got it.
お疲れさん
Good work today. As Magari leaves the room, Yakumo waves his hand and sits back in the sofa. Whew. Despite what he said to Magari, Yagumo is so exhausted his body feels like lead. Did I overuse my synesthesia? Well, it's not like I can control it. It's been triggered a lot since I got caught up in this mess. I must be concentrating a lot. I need to expose the decade-old truth of this project, by any means necessary. Yagumo scratches his face once, twice, thrice, before finally getting up from the sofa. Oh, look, little Axu in chat. The solution. I hope people are enjoying this.
おはようございます
Morning! The next day, Magari arrives at the office around noon and enters the reception room with her usual greeting.
うん
Usually, Yagumo would be sipping coffee here around this time, but he's not here. It was late yesterday too. Maybe he's still asleep? And I told him to put his mug in the sink, but it's just out there on the table. Jeez.
監督
Director, you here?
こっちっすかあれ
Here? He's not in his room then. Magari timidly opens the door to the editing room. There, she finds... Who? An exhausted Yagumo lying face down on the desk. How long had he been checking the footage? Yagumo's not even twitching. He looks like he's dead. Magari fearfully approaches, but she freezes in place when she spots a scrap of paper on the desk.
なんだこれ
What's this? It appears to be some sort of mystery code written in Yagumo's handwriting. This looks like a load of nonsense. Director, did your brain overheat or something?
行かれてね
Hell
ー
no.
いや
Ah! Director! You're awake?
監督
Yeah. I was checking the film until a minute ago. I finally understand everything. Huh? I figured out the trick they used to get the ghost to appear.
マジっすか
For real? For real. Now let's head out. Gonna go shove it in that trickster's face.
あ
We can't go right now?
ダ
Why not? What do you mean right not? It's dangerous.
危険
Dangerous? How?
それは
とにかく
Anyway, go take a shower and get changed. You reek because you've been up all night. Riding in the van with you when you're this smelly is gonna be dangerous to my nose. Ah,
はい
okay. 1 hour later. One shower and a change of clothes later, Yagumo and Magari board the van.
で
So,
どこに向かうんすか
Where are we headed?
今回の
Someone
件
involved in
関
this
係
case
者
has
は
been feeding
全員
has
俺
been
たち
feeding
に
all
間
of
違った
all of us the
情報を
wrong
伝えて
information.
それが
One
一つ
wrong
なら
one wrong piece of
何らか
info
の
is
事
an
情
accident,
があ
sure,
ったとも思え
but
るが
several pieces?
複数に
That
わた
has
っ
to
て
be
いるなら
intentional.
それは
Intentional? So someone's been deliberately lying to us?
ね
Yeah, the
つま
mastermind
り
behind this
その
whole
人
case.
物がそいつ
The
に今
mastermind's
から
hiding the truth.
真
It's
実
time we
を
make him
受けろ
spit it out.
なる
I see. And now, Mihokan. The two of them stand before Mihokan.
相手は
We're up against a big shot
大物監督
director.
ですけど
You sure we'll be
大丈
okay?
夫っすか
Who cares if he's a big, medium, or small shot? I respect Director Ibuse, but I respect the truth more. It must be known.
ですね
Ain't that the truth? So, if anyone's wondering why it's like, hey, no, this is dangerous, Ibuse is a big shot director, and Yagumo is a small time director. If Ibuse wanted to, he could ruin Yagumo permanently. Yagumo would never be able to get another directing gig ever again. That's the risk that they're talking about. Is a like, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Because if we play this wrong and if he is a horrible person, we're all out of jobs, and especially out of this kind of job forever. They look at each other in the eye and nod as they confidently step into Mihokan. So? What's there to say that wasn't said yesterday? I told you, I've got nothing to say about the film. With Hayashima at his back, Ibuse greets them, seemingly displeased at the sudden appointment. But Yagumo speaks up, unshaken. You see, Director Ibuse, I found something I needed to talk to you about. At all costs. And that is... Basically, the question is... what was the true purpose of that film? So, I love this. We're gonna get a good bit here. It reminds me so much of Ace Attorney 2. Here we are. Max mode. What do you mean? Director, you said the film was cursed by a ghost. But what could a fake ghost shot with a film trick curse exactly? Fake? I don't know what you're talking about. You checked the film, didn't you? There was no evidence it had been edited. True, there was no evidence the film was edited, but an on-set practical effect wouldn't leave any. In fact, for a film director of your caliber, there are many unnatural techniques used. First of all, what was the purpose of that cut of the actress from inside a window frame? That was... right. That was to show the perpetrator peeking out from the house by the pond. The perpetrator hired a hitman to kill the woman. He hid in the nearby house to watch the deed with his own eyes. So, if you just keep doing this, you'll get a, like in the old thing, you'd get a trophy for failing. We're not doing that. The buildings around Tosui haven't changed. There's no such house by the pond. There's no building anywhere near where the camera was set up. I went to the location myself. And I've got testimony from a local that there hasn't been any construction there for decades. If what you're saying is true, Director, does that mean that you deliberately built a set there? Besides, why would someone who hired a hitman deliberately go to the scene of the crime instead of going somewhere else to make an alibi? It doesn't make any sense script-wise. Let's set that aside for now. It's not the only odd directional choice in the film. But when I realized why it was necessary, the whole trick became unraveled. Go ahead and call it a trick, but it frustrates me that you call my directional choices odd. Tell me what you mean specifically. Very well. In that case... I believe it's the cut was shot with a telephoto lens. This cut was shot with a telephoto lens! That's because... what was the intention of the telephoto lens? As far as I can see, it serves no purpose at all. It doesn't make sense to build a set for the shot, and then only ever show the window frame. Combine the window frame and the telephoto lens, and you've got the key to solving the trick. Attach the window frame to the camera like so. And no matter how much you move the camera, the window frame stays put, so the audience can't even tell that the camera was moved. In other words, it wasn't even building a set, it was just a window frame. You got two actresses, one at point A, and the other a bit further away at point B, with the ghost actress on standby behind her. You can't tell there are two actresses since their faces are covered by the raincoat hoods in the scene. Shine a spotlight at the camera from the woods, and when the lightning lights up the screen, you move the camera from point A to point B. And that's how you create the scene with the instant ghost appearance. So basically, the telephoto lens was used because it's the most effective way of moving from A to B with the least amount of camera movement. What do you think? That should explain every oddity in the film. But how do you explain the ghost standing on the surface of the pond? That was... That's not something a director should say. Clear acrylic bollards work wonders, you know. Ugh. That should explain how everything could be shot without an actual ghost. What do you think? But if your hypothesis is plausible, it's not proof. You've proved the possibility of it being fake, but you haven't proved that it actually is fake. True. I've only been talking about possibilities. So far, that is. But if I can expose a decisive lie of yours, the possibilities only become more probable. A decisive lie? Yes. That film isn't even from that 10-year-old project in the first place, is it? On what basis can you say that? That film is unmistakably what I... No. The logo of a company established 8 years ago was emblazoned on the side of a truck. Take that! We checked the registration of the company whose name is on the side of the truck in the film. It's a shipping company established 8 years ago. In other words, there's no way that film could have been shot 10 years ago. Ugh! Director Ibuse, why did you lie to us? If you really were involved in the project 10 years ago, that means you went so far as to fabricate a film just to hide the truth. Why? What could have driven you that far just to cover up the truth? Ugh. I love the max mode stuff. Ibuse limply hangs his head. Hashima and Magari are left stiff and speechless in the presence of Yagumo's intensity. A heavy silence rules the room. But then... Huh? A somewhat familiar, cheerful tune can be heard from outside the room. The door slams wide open and... Hey! Okie dokie! Good work, everyone! With a cheerful greeting, in walks Izugami, blaring radio cassette player in hand. What? Izugami? Okay, thanks for watching, everybody. Let's introduce our cast once more! Written by and starring director Isaya Ibuse. Thank you. Well, that was intense. But I'm glad I was able to act my part. Huh? Production assistant and co-starring Monami Haishima! Yagumo, Magari, I'm sorry for deceiving you. Huh? And finally, planning and direction by me, Hiroyuki Isugami! Isugami, Haishima, and Ibuse hold hands and bow to Yagumo and Magari like actors in a play. Yagumo stands dumbfounded until the song ends, and he snaps back to his senses. What? Isugami, what kind of farce is this? What's the meaning of this? Sorry, Maxie. This was all an act to test you. What? What do you mean an act? We were seriously trying to uncover the truth. I know, calm down. It was all for Maxie's sake, you see. For me? Yes, remember how I said one staff member was against this? Well, they weren't against the project itself, but rather your appointment to it, Maxie. After all, while you might have talent, you still lack a reputation, Maxie. Okay, but why, but still, why all this? Oh, I just hate all that. Basically, the condition was you pass the test by correctly identifying the film as fake, and why. To shoot a mystery, you first need the wit to solve a mystery of at least that caliber, see? So we looked for a suitable shelled film for the test, and developed the story around it. This is all Director Ibuse's suggestion, you see? Was your idea, Director Ibuse? I heard from Isugami that someone was opposed to your appointment, so I talked with them. I recognize your skill, and as a veteran, I have to promote upcoming talent. So we went with the premise that I shot the film, even though I had nothing to do with it. Sorry for deceiving you. Please forgive me. Director. So, does this mean Max's appointment is official? Of course! The project's already been greenlit, so you can get ready to shoot immediately. Let's make this project a success. It's time to get poppin'! You did it! You did it, Director! This is your big chance! Yeah, I'm still a little overwhelmed. I'm mad that I've been deceived, but it was all for me. So, I don't know how I should feel. In any case, you and I have both been chosen as directors, so let's make the project a success. Yes! Yagumo firmly grips Ibuse's outstretched hands. And thus, today is the day that Max Yagumo officially became a director for the new Shimane Television Mystery Drama Project. And there's nothing in the credits, it just does a song, something, we have the epilogue. So I will actually skip the credits when they roll. Several days later, Yagumo visits Sayama at the archive center to check on something. You remember it too, huh, Sayama? Guess really pulled the wool over my eyes. I feel bad, but it was funny, I gotta admit. I got on board since it was a fun distraction. So we've established that the film was a fake, but what about the real decade-old footage? Who knows? Might be buried around here somewhere. Not even I know how many tapes we've got here. Let's see. Is that all you wanted to ask? Oh, no. One more thing about that film keeps bugging me. I already figured out all the tricks, though. No, the truck's still bothering me. Oh, that, huh? Yeah, from our investigation, we learned that the truck belonged to a real shipping company. But you wouldn't use an actual company's truck to film a murder scene, would you? Looks like you have already come up with an answer. Yeah. That was an accident on location, and that woman really was ran over. Sayama quietly takes a sip of his tea before he murmurs in reply. Well, you'll find a lot of crazy shit lying around this place. So the one truth in this charade was that the film was indeed cursed, huh? Yagumo simply nods before he respectfully bows and excuses himself out of the room. And we can just skip this because there's not anything there. So here's what I did. When I played this, I did Yagumo Part 1, Riho Part 1, because all that was available, like, this whole flowchart was not available at the start. I had to clear everything first. So I did Yagumo Part 1, Riho Part 1, Yagumo Part 2, Riho Part 2, and then I assumed that after Yagumo Part 3, and Part 4, there would be a Riho Part 3, and then that would lead into, like, a final thing. There wasn't. The apparent correct way to do this is Yagumo Parts 1 through 4, then Riho Parts 1 and 2, and then Part 5. I have been told that Part 5 will not unlock until you have done both Riho parts. I never tested that out, so we don't know. But we're still good to go. That was only 2 hours, and not really all that long. So let's start with this story. Yagumo Part 2. This is where the murder mysteries really start. And I love it all. Good work out there. Want some coffee? Ah, yes, please. In the archive center office, Yagumo rubs his eyes as he takes the coffee cup from Sayama. Phew. You've been working hard day after day. I'm impressed you haven't given up. It has to be here somewhere. If I keep at it, I should find it eventually, right? Finding the 10-year-old project's pilot film, eh? Sounds like a shot in the dark to me. This place is home to over 5,000 shelved films. Factor in the time it takes to set each film, and the best you can do is check 4 films an hour. 3 hours a day is 12 films a day. So how many days will that take in total? About 400 days. About a year and 2 months. We're not open weekends and holidays. I bet you're not gonna come here every day we're open. If I just pulled the golden ticket, it's all over. Could be as soon as tomorrow for all we know. If you're that optimistic about your odds, you may as well buy a lottery ticket. What drives you to go so far? Is there a reason you want to see the film that badly? It's natural to want to know the reason a project you were on was originally shelved, isn't it? Is it? Well, if you're gonna keep going, I'd advise you bring eye drops next time. Sayama tosses him some eye drops. You probably noticed Yagumo's eye rubbing. Ah, thanks. When Yagumo looks up to apply the eye drops... Ah, you're still here? Magari enters the room with an exasperated tone of voice. It's almost time for your appointment with Isagami. Hurry up. Oh, it's already time for that? Hang on, let me apply these eye drops first. Okay, then get it over with already. Okay. Oh? Huh? Yagumo rushes to apply the eye drops, but he misses 3 out of the 3 times. Oh? What the hell are you doing? Messing around? No, I'm just not good with eye drops. Oh, for crying out loud, hand him over. I'll do it for you. No, it's even worse when someone else does it! In the middle of Yagumo's grumbling, Magari snatches the eye drops out of his hands. She forces open his left eye with 2 fingers and drips the eye drops in one fell swoop. Drip, 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 drip. It stings! It stings! Take that. Now for this side. Ah! There it is! There it is! Okay, that should do it. Sorry about that, Sayama. No problem? Taken aback by Magari's intensity, Sayama can only tilt his head. Magari drags Yagumo out of the room by the collar as he groans and rubs at his eyes. Yo, Maxie! There you are! Huh? Why are you rubbing your eyes? You sick or something? Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Well, okay, but shooting starts soon, so take care of yourself. Will do. So has the lead actress been decided yet? Well, we got agency okays for 3 candidates, so I thought you could pick out an actress, Maxie. I appreciate it, but you sure? Shouldn't the other 2 directors have a say about... Oh yeah, no worries. The director said you should get first pick, Maxie. It's your first time directing a TV drama, right? They figure they should accommodate you, since you've got a lot of hurdles to overcome. Good for you, director. Big directors like Ibuse are looking out for you. You should take this opportunity to pick out the best actress of the bunch. I guess you're right. I should accept their consideration graciously. Yep. Okay, so here's the documents on the 3 actresses. I won't deny that we've got an agency connections. I will say that Director Ibuse helped select them, so he can vouch for their chops. I see. Yagumo picks up the envelope on the right and takes out the documents. The moment he sees the attached photo, Yagumo gasps. Director, is that? Yeah. It's a photo of an actress known throughout Japan, her face tilted to the side in a photogenic pose. She was already a top idol when I was a kid. She started an acting career after that. She's a regular in suspense dramas to this day. She sure is! Amazing, right? I asked our agency knowing it was a long shot, but they immediately gave us the green light when they learned Director Ibuse was involved. I see. She's too much of a big shot for a newbie director to shoot. That's what both Yagumo and Magari must think, even if they don't say it out loud. They return the documents to the envelope. How about this one in the middle? Yagumo picks up the envelope in the center and takes out the documents. At that moment, Yagumo's gaping mouth stiffens. What's wrong, Director? Director? Hello? Hello? Magari waves her hand in front of Yagumo's eyes before he finally snaps out of it. We don't have to look at this one anymore. Huh? But I haven't even gotten a chance to look. Shouldn't you get a better look at it too? It's okay, it's okay. We don't have to look anymore. Yagumo restlessly returns the envelope to the desk as Magari looks on quizzically. Yagumo reaches for the envelope on the left. Inside is a large photo and a cutely handwritten self-introduction. The photo shows a woman with youthful looks giving the camera a carefree smile. She's got a nice face. Kind of weird for a portfolio picture, though. True. Normally, you would use a more aloof expression in a portfolio photo. That way, you demonstrate your natural looks. But this actress ignored that idea and instead gave the camera a broad smile. She's still a no-name idol, huh? But according to the documents, she's taken plenty of lessons. Above all else, she's got a good smile. In a mellow murder mystery, a lead character with her natural brightness should easily elicit sympathy from the audience, huh? Yagumo imagines in his head how the actress might act out in different scenes. He basks in the joy of finding the perfect person for the part as he sets the envelope back down. Here's a little fun bit if you do this. Shouldn't you get a better look at that one? You didn't probably read through it all, did you? Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine. Yagumo gives another look at the envelopes, then closes his eyes in thought. Izagami smiles and watches Yagumo think for a bit before he speaks up. So, what'd you think? Any girl clicking with you? Well, No need to be modest, Maxie. You made up your mind long ago, haven't you? Well, I had to pick out of these girls. It would have to be her. Yagumo picks up the envelope on the left. The no-name newbie whose smile left an impression. That girl. Let's see. She's Hitoha Amakata. Yeah, Amakata Hitoha with Plum Entertainment. Yep, I thought you'd pick her. You did? Well, you know. Izagami shrugs and continues, not really answering Yagumo's question. I love this because it shows that like Izagami really knows Yagumo. And I know they said like, oh, he's this guy who works over at this other place that like we haven't worked with before. I think it kind of implies that Izagami and Maxie have worked together in other parts though. I can't remember. It's been a couple months since I played this, so and it's not really ever mentioned. Anyway, she's a good choice. A complete no-name from a fledgling agency, but Director Ibuse vouched for her as a diamond in the rough. It'd be fun to promo you two as a fresh duo, an incoming director and a newcomer actress. And if the TV drama's a hit, it could be a chance for you two to really start popping! Don't you worry, our Yagumo's a man of action. We'll shoot something good, so you take care of the promo, okay? Sure thing. You feel like you can make it big with this girl too, don't you, Maxie? Indeed. I can definitely see this actress going places. Give me one moment, I need to actually wet my throat. Okay, fresh water is definitely better. Whew. Sorry, all this talking. This is like 2 hours. Like, I know I've had other bits of talking for 2 hours, like longer streams of talking, but this has been non-stop. At least with other ones, I'm able to have like some bits of being quiet. Okay, then that settles it. You're gonna start location scouting soon, right? Might as well meet up and have her tag along. Meet up? With her? Yep, she's been excited about being a candidate. Said she wants to do location scouting too. Get a real get a real feel of the soon-to-be stage and what sort of atmosphere it's got and all. Oh? Location scouting is looking for places to film before writing the scenario, so you can get a good feel for the mood you want to write. Again, I like the facts that we're learning about filmmaking. Depending on the script, the director or a number of staff members can do a location scouting, but rarely does an actor get involved. Wow, this actress is a real go-getter, huh? I know, right? Let's have her join us for a location scouting then. Know where we're going? Well, it's just the one candidate for now. I figured we go to Suwano first. Okay, Suwano, huh? Okay, Suwano, yeah. That's like a little Kyoto surrounded by hills. That's a great spot. It's got a mysterious atmosphere. It'd be a nice place for the project to promote tourism for. Okay, I'll go contact her so you can meet up. Huh? Oh, right. Yagumo can only nod and reply. Ah, fuck. Yagumo can only nod and reply to Isogami's sheer energy, and thus, it's decided on this day they'll meet up with the actress and go to Suwano for location scouting. There's one thing that I want to do, and it's for I want to do a thing with Nightbot, make a brand new command, and custom. But ouch. User level everyone. Okay, there's that. Okay, and then there's one other one that I want to actually mess with, and that's and that's to update a social to be socials, because I keep typing in socials. Okay, so we have our newest command is exclamation mark hydrate, which will give this. And it's on the level for anyone. Exclamation mark hydrate, Nightbot. Hey streamer, take a sip of your drink so you don't ruin your throat, you big dummy. So yeah, so there's that. Anyway, back to playing the game. Sorry, that was just a little update that I wanted to put up on there for everyone. Okay, so we got there. And I want to head over here first. Looks like Sayama just finished making coffee. He mixes it with a spoon and speaks up. You done speak with Isugami? What do you need? He said he found us casting candidates for the project's lead role. Hmm? You sure you can trust that guy's taste? Just find whoever's the flavor of the week. Oh, well, apparently Director Ibuse helped him. They've routed up some good actresses. I see. Well, as long as you find someone who's got acting chops that satisfy you. Afterwards, the two of them talk about the actresses during Sayama's break. I don't believe Mihokan is necessary, but because I think we just go to the studio. They check with the reception to ask if they can see Director Ibuse. We can see Director Ibuse. Mr. Ibuse? He and his companion went out just a little while ago. Any idea on when they'll be? He said he won't need dinner, so I expect he'll be late. I see. We'll come back later then. Yagumo thanks the receptionist and gives up on seeing Ibuse for now. Hang on, I need to drink and I need to cough. My throat is just feeling really dry. It's definitely the talking and the voices. Yeah, so we really just need to go to the studio. And to the reception room. Oops, hang on, I'm gonna hear. Marguerite looks serious as she talks on the phone. Her notebook spread on the reception room table. Looks like she's got her hands full with location scanning, so I better not disturb her. I've never actually seen that one. No, I want my room. Okay, guess I'll check my email or something. Any work requests? Not that I can accept anything until the TV drama shooting is done. There are 2 new emails waiting for Yagumo in his inbox. From Sakuya. My flight to Shimane is the day after tomorrow. If you're free, let's get food or something. Sakuya, huh? Looks like she's coming here the day after tomorrow, but she doesn't learn to include vital details. Subject, I did a remote exorcism. From Yuganasai Kumashiro. Dear Max Yagumo, I hope you've read my previous email. The day before yesterday, my clairvoyance told me a dreadful spirit was upon you. Fortunately, my remote exorcism protected you, but you are still in grave danger. Before long, a dreadful calamity may be upon you. I've prepared you a spiritual power-infused bracelet. Please send 800,000 yen to the following. This guy again? He wants 800,000 yen? That's overkill. How much does that translate to US dollars? Okay, yeah. Yen to USD. So, in today's time, that was so today that would be $69,009.64. I want to see. Hang on. I want to see what the if that would have been still been the same. Sorry, I want to look to see if there's a way that can like change the dates of things. So I want to see like how much that would have been. Yeah. So in let's go for 2020. So I it would be nice. It would be nice if these things would show exactly what exactly what they are on here because I'm on a thing that shows like a timeline, and if I go to what looks like the highest bump in 2020, which would have been around which would have been around March 5th. It says, okay, so I assume that the height at the time would have been because that's $7,743.47, and yeah, so the height of it would have been $7,696.30 is what this guy is asking for. That's overkill. Yagumo sighs as he immediately deletes the email. Alright, and now we go to the reception room. Phew! Marguerite leans back on the reception room sofa. On the table in front of her is a phone, a pen, and a notebook full of notes. A phone, a pen, and a notebook. Good work! You make arrangements for location scouting? Yep, managed to arrange for everything from equipment to food, transportation, and lodging. Arranging everything on a day's notice is tiring. I'm pooped. Sorry. Found out the Herons dance is tomorrow, so I wanted to fit that into our schedule. Ah, who are the Herons? Sounds like some kind of hunky male idol group. It's not a name. It's a seasonal Shinto ritual unique to Suwano that's been designated a nationally important cultural property. It seems usable as a theme for a TV drama, so I went to film it for some cutaway footage. Oh, so that's why you wanted me to call Kanade the cameraman too. Yeah. Also, since our lead actress is joining us, I'd like to have a camera so we can shoot some making-of footage too. I say, we're starting bright and early tomorrow, so I'm going home early, but I'll tell Kanade. Yeah, good work. Marguerite picks up her things and bows before she heads out of the office. Yagumo sees her off with a raised hand before he leans back in the sofa and sighs. We're finally going to start shooting for real. Guess I'll put a pause on finding that pilot film for the time being, but hopefully by restarting this project we can find clues to the truth of the 10-year-old film. The excitement of filming mixes with a feeling similar to fear. As the kaleidoscope of emotions dazzles his eyes, Yagumo falls deep asleep sitting on the sofa. Love how like you can barely see Kanade. The next morning, Studio Yagumo loads the van with location scouting equipment and heads west along the hilly roads. Director Yagumo in the driver's seat, Assistant Magari in the passenger seat, and cameraman Kanade in the rear seat. Yes, that's correct. This is Studio Yagumo. We made the inquiry the other day. Yes, correct. The time? Yes. Okay, we'll be at Yasuka Shrine by then. Thank you. Whew. How was it? Suwano's Japan Heritage Center referred us to local researcher. Sorry, I needed to wait because I wanted to have that down. Hey, my phone just says I missed a call from someone. I don't recognize that number. If it's important, they'll leave a thing, but that's not a number I recognize. Okay, so I just want to hear the guy's name. Okay, Kuromochi Kenzaburo. Okay, Sawano's Japan Heritage Center referred us to local history researcher Kenzaburo Kuromochi. He'll guide us. We meet at Yasuka Shrine at 2:30. 2:30, huh? In that case... What are you doing? Jeez. He's aspirated. Magari hands Yagumo some tissues as he continues to nasally voice. If we meet at 2:30, that's perfect. Heron stands at Yasuka Shrine at 3. And we're meeting up with Amakata at noon, was it? Yep, Suwano Station at noon, on the dot. Okay, we pick her up, get lunch, walk around, then we go to Yasuka Shrine. So glad that I'm timing this right. Ah, jeez. You got a summer cold, didn't you? That's what you get for sleeping on the sofa with the air conditioning on. My bad. It's an important location scouting day, dumbass. Your lack of self-awareness is always... Yagumo keeps driving as Magari lectures him without end. Shimane drivers are well-mannered. There's not a car in sight that's speeding along the hilly roads. Yagumo follows suit and leisurely drives the station wagon at a comfortable distance behind the car in front. I like how they call it a van at times and station wagon at others. Yep. They arrive at Suwano Station. 10 minutes to noon, the perfect timing for the appointment. The station's smaller than you'd expect, but there are tons of travelers gathered around. Huh? There's a lot of people around. Probably tourists here to see the herons dance. Also, the steam locomotive Yamaguchi is gonna be here in about an hour. So, there's that too. I see. So, where's our Hitoha Amakata? Yagumo and Magari, shade their eyes from the sun with their hands as they look around. The unexpected crowd has them worried, but they find her easier than expected. And that's her. She looks just like the picture. She's new, but she's definitely an actress. She shines like a beacon amidst the crowd. Yes, the crowd of empty people. Yagumo nods to himself as he approaches Amakata with a casual raise of the hand. When she notices him approaching, her somewhat lonely face instantly brightens. Are you Director Max Yagumo? Yes, I am. I am Yagumo. This is... sorry about that. This is my assistant, Magari, and my cameraman, Kanade. I'm Hitoha Amakata. Thank you so much for letting me join your location scouting. Magari and Kanade greet her. Yagumo thinks to himself as he watches Hitoha interact with them. She's got a nice smile. I've seen many business smiles in my time, but her smile seems so genuine and natural, like the sort of platitudes I'm used to. I sort of chose her via process of elimination, but I think we may have hit the jackpot. Magari and Hitoha have a fun chat about each other's clothes and accessories. They certainly seem close for people who have only just now met. Girls these days have good communication skills. Or maybe it's just Magari. Alright, I heard you specifically asked to join us for location scouting, but it takes enthusiasm to want to feel for the setting when shooting is so far off. Well, it's my very first leading part, so I want to make it count. I want to put all my acting training to good use. I see. It's really reassuring to hear that. Thank you so much. And... Hmm? Her impish smile leaves Yagumo a little confused. She lowers her voice as if to share a big secret. To tell you the truth, I've been making my way around these parts on my own since last week. So this isn't the first time I've met you guys. It's not? Where have we met before? It was just the other day, remember? At Yomotsu Hirosaka. Hmm? Oh! Hang on. Yagumo and Magari shout in surprise at once. The tourist we saw back then was you, Itaha? Yeah, I think I surprised you back then. Sorry. No, don't worry about it. That was... Right, I was perfectly calm, but Magari mistook you for a ghost and got freaked out. Magari turns around and gives Yagumo a piercing glare. Yagumo ignores her and continues. She can be a bit scatterbrained. She'd be a scatterbrained chicken sometimes. I tried to calm her down, but she wouldn't listen. Good grief! It sure is trouble having such a scatterbrained assistant. Magari contains her rage and says nothing, perhaps because of Hitoha's presence. Once the crowd thins and she's broken the ice, Yagumo cheerfully keeps talking to Hitoha. It's been a week since we met at Yomotsu Hirosaka. You've stayed here this whole time? Yes, well, I came here as soon as I could take a look around. And besides, as a no-name actress, I've got no work and lots of free time. Ah, well, I'm a no-name myself, so I don't get much work either. Let's make this TV drama a springboard for all our careers. Okay, I'll do my best. Okay, now then, what are we going to do now? We got some time before we need to be at Yasakura Shrine at 2:30, so before that, let's take a look around at some nearby places. I also like to find a place to eat, so... Yagumo shoots a glance at Magari, who types on her phone and quickly answers. I found somewhere that looks perfect. Okay, so Hita, mind if we roll the camera during location scouting? Not just for collecting data, but to use for a making of feature later on. Fine by me, but try not to catch my bad side on film, okay? We can just cut out any bad shots after the fact. Well, let's go. Okay. The team leaves the van parked at Suwano Station and walks into town on foot. Yeah, so there's a bunch of places to go. So our first one actually should be Minoya. The team has lunch at Minoya, a restaurant near Suwano Station. Kanade, the cameraman, finally puts down his camera, albeit for just a few minutes. This is a nice breeze. Sure is. The open terrace sure feels nice, and the set meal is so delicious. That's a butterbur rice set meal, right? I got an okyodan because I need meat, but it actually looks pretty good. It sure is delicious, and it's great for us girls to have who have our diets to worry about. Does your work require a strict diet, Hitoha? Well, acting uses stamina, so I get to eat a fair amount, but I do need to maintain balance. I see. Two girls chat as they chow down on the dango that came with the meal. The bill should be coming soon, and as Yagumo reaches for his wallet to pay... Director, you're paying for room and board, right? Huh? Well, yeah, I can't just let an actress pay during location scouting. Then, can we put in another order? Another order? There's a sign at the front for chestnut zensai. Hitoha and I wanted to try it. Before Yagumo can say a word, he's left speeches by Hitoha's bashful glances. I'm sorry for being so selfish. Oh, no, don't worry about it. You don't have to show that much restraint. Experiencing local food will help you get into character, so don't hold back with any requests. Yaha! You know what that means, Hitoha? I do. Hitoha, let's get chestnut zensai with dumplings, 1 grass mochi, and shaved ice. Oh, I was looking at that too, but are you sure, Director? Don't worry. Keep it coming. Nice! Kanade, Director, you guys want anything? No, I'm good. Roger that. So for 3. Waiter, we'd like to make another order. As Magari loudly hails the waiter, menu in hand, Yagumo looks at the sprawling sky outside and fears for his wallet. What was that about diets again? Caught between a philosophical quandary and a hurting wallet, Yagumo keeps watching the sky. Sorry for hitting that. I actually want to go to the rest store now. Whoa! Hira, look at that! So many carp! And they're huge! Huge, I tell you! Wow, I heard there was a lot of carp, but I didn't think there would be this many. Magari and Amakata okay, yeah. Magari and Amakata cheer as they watch the beautiful carp swim around. This is Yoshinaga's rice store, otherwise known as the carp rice store, and you can watch carp swimming in the pond for free. Since this land has great spring water, many houses build ponds in their gardens and raise carp in them. Apparently, the carp were originally meant to counteract the aqueduct's mosquito problem. I see. But nowadays, there aren't many houses that have this many beautiful carp, are there? I suppose not. We do like to brag that we're the best in that regard. For what the team can see of the pond, that may not be an exaggeration. Yagumo nods as he watches the girl feed the carp. And then the Heritage Center. There's a lot of wandering around with this because there's time to kill. They enter a building whose sign at the front says Suwano Japanese Heritage Center. On display inside the building are several... I think that's ukiyo-e? Just E by itself is A, right? So, ukiyo-e? Style works of art. I'm sorry, again, I don't know Japanese culture all that well. Hold on a sec. I'll go greet Takano. Takano? Remember how we got the local history researcher as a guide to meet up with us at Yasaka Shrine? Takano's the one who referred us to him on the phone. Oh. Magari looks around until she finds a staff member who she calls out to. Apparently that was Takano, as the two bow and exchange business cards. After finishing their greeting, Magari brings him back to the others. Director, this is Takano, who works at the center. Hello, I'm Takano, the head manager of the center. I hear you're filming a TV drama in Suwano. Thank you for your efforts. No, we should be thanking you. I know you don't have much time here today, but the center has an exhibit explaining the 100 views maps of Suwano. Please, come again when you have time. I think it's Swano. I want to hear the thing. Swano. Okay. Please, come again when you have time. What's the 100 views maps of Suwano? It's a map of 100 landscapes of Suwano, sketched by feudal lords Satoharu Kurimoto in 1845, around 150 years ago. It's a precious document detailing the sights and customs of Suwano at the time in the form of 100 sketches of different locations. Oh, in that case, it might be fun to walk around Suwano and see how it's changed compared to the 100 views map. Many tourists here do exactly that. That does sound fun. I might even use that as a plot point in the story. Yes, please do. After Takano gives Yagumo a list of contacts for filming permission, they leave the building. And then Swano Station. There are considerably fewer people by the station compared to before. The few remaining people seem to have gone to the south side of the station. Is something going on over there? Everyone seems to be walking that way. Judging by the time, they're probably here to see steam locomotive Yamaguchi rounding a corner. Huh. As the team watches the tourists move, they suddenly hear a familiar voice from behind. Oh, I see you guys are here too. When they turn around, they see Ibuse and Monami get out of a newly arrived car. What a coincidence meeting you here. Looks like you're location scouting, correct? Ah, yes, we are. Wait, so Director Ibuse, you're filming here in Suwano too? Well, I'm still thinking about it, but... Maxi, do you know about Naomori Shakazaki? Okay, Sakazaki does not say the name, so I assume it's Naomori Sakazaki. Sakazaki? No, I can't say I do. He's known for rescuing Princess Sen at the siege of Osaka, but afterwards, he was named Lord of Suwano Castle. He's the one responsible for the area's famous sprawling system of aqueducts full of carp. Today, even 400 years after his reign, the land is as beautiful as it was then. You're here for location scouting before even looking that up. Are you sure you can pick out this town's best locations to film? Ugh. Yagumo's at a loss for words when he hears the veteran director's logical argument. If both directors wanted to film in Suwano, then Yagumo would most likely have to back down. Seeing Yagumo worry over that thought, Monami chuckles. Hey, Director Ibuse, you shouldn't pick on a young director like that. Well, seeing his youthful energy just made me want to tease him a bit, you know? Good grief. I'm sorry about that. Director Max, we were just checking off a list of famous locations in Shimane to get a feel for the setting. Our director's intention was for you to pick out a location first, and then choose another place. Oh, really? Thanks for your consideration. I heard from Isagami that you let me have first pick from the actresses too. Thank you. Don't sweat it. Amakata shows great potential. I'm expecting a great film from you two. Okay, I'll do my best. I might be getting a bit of a cold because I was up late last night again doing the Pokemon thing. When Hitoha bows deeply, Ibuse waves his hand and heads outside the building. Following behind, Monami smiles and bows before quickly trotting to catch up. I guess they went to see the steam locomotive. All we have left is Yasaka Shrine. 2:25. They arrive at Yasaka Shrine 5 minutes before their appointment. Tourists have already gathered at Yasaka Shrine, perhaps for the upcoming Hoshiai Festival dance. Where's our guide? Sorry. He should be on the ground somewhere. Hang on. I got his phone number, so I'll call. Magari takes out her phone. It doesn't take long to find him. As Magari talks on the phone, she waves at the hand washing station, and soon enough, a man with a phone in his hand approaches. Your studio Yagumo, right? I'm Max Yagumo. We'd like to ask you to be our guide to... I'm Kenzaburo Kuromochi, part-time lecturer. Kenzaburo Kuromochi, part-time lecturer at Shimane Cho University, and researcher at Suwano's local history. I heard everything from Takano about at the Japanese Heritage Center already, so please, relax. Okay, thank you for accommodating us on such short notice. So, with that said, how would you like me to guide you today? Well, today our focus is shooting the Hoshiai Festival. It moves around until evening, correct? It reaches its final stop at 5 p.m. After that, it's too late to see it. So today, let's join the Hoshiai Festival. I'll give commentary. And later, I can show you some of Suwano's local records I have at home. Thank you, we'd appreciate it. As they talk, the tourists begin to stir. It seems the Hoshiai Festival procession is near. Yagumo quickly has Kanade set up the camera and prepare for shooting. Eventually, the procession arrives, and the offertory dance begins. The clean bell rings through the crisp air as the song begins. It's a spectacle beyond what they had imagined, with some dancers in full costume and others shaking canes with bamboo leaves attached. What do you think? Isn't it wonderful? It's visually impressive. The vivid covers leave quite an impression. Indeed. Well, Tanabata festivals are nationwide. This region has continued the Kikoden tradition since the Heian period. Heian? He does not mention the thing, so I'm guessing that it is Heian. Yeah, Heian. You can see the heavy influence of the Kikodan carried out in the Heian period's imperial court. You can see it has an exceptional amount of cultural heritage value. I can see why. Those costumes are so lovely. They're on par with Broadway musical costumes. Broadway? Well, the costumes certainly are beautiful. Even Yagumo can't help but smile when Hitoha somehow manages to connect Shinto rites with Broadway musicals. Sorry, I'm trying to make it so that you guys don't have to hear my coughing into the mic. Eventually, the procession starts moving, and so they start moving as well. One small thing that I want to go and do because I don't have it up here. Let me get over here to edit. Let's have it be the hydrate one. So I wanted to have the screen reflect what's there. $4.40. I love how this thing started doing things like in regular time and then switched over to traditional 24-hour time. After visiting 6 locations like Karakuren and the elementary school, the procession arrives at Yoshinaga's rice store, famous for its carp pond. Yagumo has been rubbing his nose ever since the solemn offertory dance began. Damn. It was feeling better earlier, but now I want to sneeze again. The tourists silently watch the herons dance. Yagumo feels it would exactly be appropriate to sneeze in the situation, but... it's no use. My nose won't stop tingling. So that actually wasn't for me, that was for the... That was for this, because it says cough, 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 cough. Although it does work for me as well. Fortunately, Yagumo's sneeze is drowned out by another tourist who just so happens to cough at the same time. It seems like a young man wearing a mask can't stop coughing. Other tourists don't appreciate the interruption, as they keep giving the young man disgusted looks. Thank goodness. I feel sorry for the guy, but he covered up the sound of my sneezing. Yagumo sees that Kuromochi has run off to go talk to the young man. My neck needs to crack. Here's something to This makes me so happy that I do not have a webcam thing set up yet, because you guys really would not want to, you guys really shouldn't be watching me, like, if I had camera capture set up, it would be bad because it would be capturing how I do this, and that's not that's not ideal, because I don't exactly crack my neck in a way that you should emulate. Yagumo sees that Kuromochi has run off to go talk to the young man. He can't make out their whispering, but judging by gestures and expressions, Kuromochi is probably warning him that his coughing is distracting. Soon enough, the young man slumps his shoulders and leaves. That was close. If he didn't take the heat, then I'd be the one getting lectured. With a little bit of sympathy in his heart, Yagumo breathes a sigh of relief. "5:30. The offertory dance ends at its final stop, thus ending the Hoshiai festival. The team's filming ends as well, and thus Studio Yagumo can finally rest easy. When you look at that, looks like that's it. Karare, you get some good cutaway footage. Okay, guys, 1 second, because looks like that was an important call. I will be right back. So give me a. I know I really hate having to like keep pausing this. We are we're not done. We're definitely not done yet. But I do actually need to go take this as was an important thing. I'll I'll talk a little more on it. I'll talk a little more about it on Twitter just because I don't want to have to air everything out here. But it's an incredibly important thing. So I will actually be um, will be on the BRB screen for a while. Um, I will change the category of this over to just chatting for now. I really hope that I'm not going to get hit for just having the music on this. But give me just a little bit, and I will be able to have this all sorted out. Where is my? Because right now we're not doing root film. We're going back to just chatting. Okay, that's all updated there. So I will be back as soon as I can. But for now, just enjoy listening to some of this stuff. Okay. All right. I will be back as soon as I can. But this is actually incredibly important. So again, sorry for the delay with all this. It's not how I wanted this day to go. Okay, okay, we're back. Again, I'm sorry about all the delays on this. This is gonna be really frustrating for the YouTube side of this because I don't have a proper editing format of this. Okay, let me change the category back to what it originally was. Sorry, there's again I'll talk about this more on the Twitter side of things. But there's a lot that's going on right now for me, and it's this was a important phone call regarding that. So I just needed to get that fixed. Let me get that back to the game capture. But yeah, so again, I'm sorry for all the delays. I will try to get this as fixed as I possibly can as soon as I possibly can. And I really hope that you all like can understand and can forgive me for like the issues that are at hand. And I hope I didn't just press and change anything because I just dropped my controller on the keyboard. All right. Whew, looks like that's that. Cut a day. You got some good cutaway footage. Nice. I guess that's a wrap for filming today. If you're done filming, let me show you my home. It's only about a 15-minute walk from here. Okay? We've got about an hour until we check in at our hotel, so we'd appreciate it. Hitoha, are you tired? Huh? You seem a little pale. Oh, do I? If you're tired, you can go on ahead to the hotel. No need to force yourself to stick around all day. No, I'm perfectly fine. Sorry for worrying you. Oh, well, as long as you're okay. And here we go to Kuramochi's mansion. As promised, they arrive at Kuramochi's home in 15 minutes flat. He must be wealthy as he lives in a mansion on a large plot of land by the river near Suwano Elementary. When they enter the gates, when they enter the gates, blah 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 blah. When they enter the gates of the tall white walls, they see a serene pond of carp to the right. I was about to read that as a serene pound of carp. So, you keep carp here too, huh? Hmm? Oh, yes I do. Carp ponds were once in style around these parts, so my father started keeping carp here too. I see. Your pond is spectacular. It's gotta be as big as the one at Yoshinaga Rice Store. Really? It's not my thing, so I leave it alone. It's my wife who takes care of it. Oh, so it's your wife who takes care of the pond. Wow, how much is this pond worth in carp alone? I heard local history research isn't profitable, but with a mansion and a carp pond, he seems pretty well off. With that thought in mind, Yagumo heads inside the grounds as he looks at the swimming carp. Well, feel at home. I'll prepare some tea. Oh, please don't fuss over us. We don't plan to overstay our welcome. No need to be so modest. I have to show hospitality to my guests. Hello? Hello? Kuramochi raises his voice. Upon which, after a rushed pitter-patter of slippers, a door opens and a young woman peeks out. Yeah, you call, Professor? Hmm? Oh, it's you, Shima. Where's my wife? Dunno. Still resting, perhaps? She sure picked a bad time. We've got guests. Kuramochi seems displeased as he murmurs. Sorry, can you give me a moment? I need to have my wife greet you too. Oh, if she's resting, you don't have to force her. No, no. We must be hospitable for our guests. I'll go wake her up. Come with me, Shiba.
はい。
Okay. Koromochi and Shiba head inside the room. Once their footsteps have faded into the distance, Magari whispers. He kind of feels like a Showa-era boomer, you know? Like he's a domineering husband and everything. I guess. Yagumo shrugs his shoulders and says nothing more. An awkward silence fills the reception room, now that its owner is gone. And then... ahem. And then... this controller... Huh? A sudden shriek shakes the Kuromochi household, causing everyone to jump off the sofa. The sound of that shriek signals the start of the first incident on Studio Yagumo's hands. Huh? Hmm? A sudden shriek shakes the Kuromochi household, causing everyone to jump off the sofa. That was a pretty serious scream. Also, just listen to the music for a moment. This is nice and intense music. Yeah. Everyone runs towards where the scream came from, deeper inside the mansion. Yagumo and the others rush through the hallway deep inside the mansion. And when they arrive in front of an open door, they find Kuromochi and Shiba bent over, coughing. Kuromochi, Shiba, what happened? Yagumo looks in the room as he calls out to them. There, he sees a woman sitting limply on a rocking chair, her face in anguish. What? Yagumo murmurs as he gazes into the room. His nose is overwhelmed by a scent like the chlorine from a swimming pool. Director! Director, are you okay? Stay back! When Hitoha and Magari rush over to Yagumo, he halts them and squeezes out directions. Hitoha! Get Kuromochi and Shiba outside! And call the police! And an ambulance, too! Okay. Magari! Kanade! Open all the windows! We gotta ventilate, quick! Roger! As they watch Hitoha drag Kuromochi and Shiba, Yagumo, Magari, and Kanade. As they watch Hitoha drag Kuromochi and Shiba, Yagumo, Magari, and Kanade open the hallway windows one by one. Fresh air flows in, thinning the noxious gas. Now that he can breathe a bit easier, Yagumo takes another look inside the room. Jesus. Like, just look at the state of this. It is intense. The woman is sitting in front of the same... The woman inside is sitting in the same spot, showing no sign of stirring. After opening all the windows, Magari and Kanade come up next to him and blankly stare inside. Director, is she? She must have been Kuromochi's wife. Her face has signs of livor mortis. It's too late. Okay. This I want to look because that was the thing that struck me when I first watched this. Liver... Yeah. Liver mortis. My Wi-Fi is being so slow right now. Okay. There we go. Liver mortis, also known as lividity, is a setting of blood after death in gravity-dependent portions of the body, including the organs. Is a setting of the blood in the lower dependent portion of the body post-mortem, causing a purplish red discoloration of the skin. Gross. Also, look next to her body. When Yagumo motions with his jaw, Magari looks next to the body. There's a metal basin with a bottle of detergent floating in a clear liquid. What is that? Looks like it's full of water. It's not water. Judging by that pool smell, it's a mix of bleach and acidic detergent. And judging by Kuromochi and Shiba's symptoms, I bet the basin filled the room with chlorine gas. So, was it murder? Well, it wasn't an accident. The metal basin's unnatural. It's either murder or suicide. After a few moments of awkward silence, Yagumo murmurs as he stares at the body. Hi, old bat. This I gotta catch. Kanade, what are you doing? Huh? I'm asking why you put down the camera. Roll the camera! What do you think you're saying? This is an actual incident! Exactly. An actual incident! We can't call ourselves a studio if we let an opportunity like this slip by! Like, I understand why he's doing this, but at the same time, any normal person would probably have stopped by now. That's crazy, director! Even if we do film it, it's not footage we can use! Who cares if we can't use it? We're a film studio, so we've gotta film! Now roll the camera, Kanade! Overwhelmed by Yagumo's intensity, Kanade quickly picks up the camera. As instructed by Yagumo, Kanade films every nook and cranny of the room. Magari can only watch in exasperation. The next morning... Studio Yagumo gathers in the inn room of Yoshinoya, where they stayed last night. As discoverers of Akari's, Kuromochi's wife's body. As discovery of Kuromochi's wife, Akari's body, they were interviewed by police for hours. As a result, they don't say much in the morning, as they're all exhausted. So? So what? I mean, what are we gonna do now? Are we still location hunting? We are. Sure, we witnessed a tragedy, but we still gotta do what we gotta do. Well, I guess so. Okay. What is going on here? Got this pulled down yesterday. So everything is acting up right now for me. You up. And you change to vibrate so I don't miss any more important things. Let's have the phone set right here so I can actually see a reflection if anything happens. Well, I guess so.
ひとはちゃんも
Hitoha, you okay
そ
with
れでい
that?
いかな
Yes, I agree with the director.
私
Yeah, well,
まあ大
no
げ
need
さ
to
に
think too
考え
hard
なくて
about
も
it.
いいさ
With every production
作
comes some
品が
trouble.
完成するまで
Yeah, but usually people don't die during production trouble.
かなで
Kanade, have you backed up all the footage from yesterday? Good. Go lock it up in the van. And be sure to back up today's footage too. Kanade, can I ask you something? What do you say when you eat cucumber and wakame dressed in vinegar? I knew it. Director, please stop teasing Kanade. Sorry for dragging you into this mess, Hitoha. It's not like it's your fault, Director Max. Besides, I'm the one who wanted to join for location scouting, so please, don't worry about me. Well, if you say so. What happened last night was most likely a chlorine gas explosion. Just a whiff of it makes you deathly nauseous. That's what happened to Kuromochi and Shiba. So if you feel even slightly uncomfortable, just say so as soon as possible. I'm fine, since I didn't get too close to the room. But what about you, Director? Are you okay? You were coughing really hard last night. I'm fine. I'm confident in how sturdy my body is. Your brain is probably just too slow to notice it's dying. Oh, shut up. You know, that was my first police interview. I was surprised since I thought they'd be scarier. Well, lately they record interrogation to keep police in line. Besides, we're just witnesses. It's a serious incident, so we should assume it won't end with one interview. Might be stressful. I'm okay. Let's just think of this as part of getting into character. Right. Well, now that we've been dragged into this mess, we should take it in stride. So what are you going to do with the film you shot? I'm not going to use it. It's an event that occurred during location scouting. That's all. That's all? It was an actual incident. You filmed it! What were you thinking? The film could serve as a clue to finding out the truth of the incident, you know? And whose job is it to find out the truth? A detective, not a director. And I'm sure police detectives are on the case, but so are we. We're scouting that location. I don't think that's what location scouting means. We're going to film a mystery TV drama and got caught in an actual mystery. As a studio, we can't just stay left in the dark, can we? I think it's because we're a studio that it's not our job to bring the case to light. Magari seems displeased, but she can likely tell from Yagumo's face that he won't back down. So without another word, she just closes her eyes and thinks. I believe that's everything. Okay, I suppose it's time we head out. Where are we going today? Well, we didn't get to see the Takodani Inari or Washihara Hachimangu shrines, so let's do those. But first, we should visit Kuromochi. I just gotta know what happened after that. I suppose you're right. Okay then, let's go. Magari, Kanade, you ready? Okay. On to the mansion. Kuromochi's gate is sealed off with police tape, with imposing police officers coming in and out. The on-site investigation must still be underway. Doesn't seem like Studio Yagumo can get in. Director, I don't think they'll let us in. Well, I figured that, but I'd like to shoot inside. Think we can find a way? Well, please don't force your way in. You've got like 100% chance of getting busted. I know. Just spitballing here. Like hell you were. Your eyes were dead serious. Relax, there's no way I'd actually do it. Not me. Real convincing there. Magari feels awkwardly unsure if Yagumo is seriously considered trespassing. Meanwhile, Hitoha tries to get their attention. What's up, Hitoha? Over there. Without another word, Hitoha motions with her eyes towards what's beside the gate. Two detectives are eyeing them suspiciously as they whisper amongst themselves. Since these detectives weren't here last night, they must not belong to the local first responders or the riot squad, but the actual prefectural police. They stop talking, exchange glances, and slowly start approaching. Oh crap! Run! Roger that! Magari and Kanade seem quite accustomed to running away on Yagumo's signal. Come on, you too, Hitoha. Huh? Okay.
はい。
Yagumo grabs Hitoha by the hand and runs off. Studio Yagumo runs like the wind as the detectives angrily shout behind them. Things could have gotten dicey back there. Let's look somewhere else for the time being. Right store! Oh, back again today. Sorry, we're back. Oh, don't worry about it. Anyway, yesterday was rough, huh? Can't believe it happened at Kuramochi's. Sorry y'all got dragged into it. Must be tough. Huh? You know we got dragged into it? Well, it's a small town. Rumors spread quick. They say a news crew got there before the police. Ah, it's not quite right, but I guess that's just the nature of rumors. Yagumo can't help but smile wryly. It's uncertain if the rice dealer noticed or not, but he continues with a serious look on his face. You see, everyone's worried about what's happening with this year's Hoshiai festival. Since we just had another strange death in town in such a small town. Huh?
あの、
What do you mean by
立て
another?
続けにって
Oh, were you not aware? There's a man named Seiya Ito who lived in a small house behind here, but last night he was found to have hung himself. Everyone exchanges glances. 2 unnatural deaths on the same day in such a small town. It seems like too much of a coincidence for them to be unrelated.
監督。
Director,
てみよう
let's go check Ito's
そう
house.
伊藤さんという人
They must all be feeling the same way. Magari and Hitoha nod at Yagumo's suggestion. And to Suwano Streets. Following the directions of the Yoshinagi owner, they go to the house of the suicide victim Seiya Ito. And without much trouble, they find the house right behind Yoshinaga.
の
Hmm?
あ
Is
そう
that
か
it?
警察。
The cops are
来てるっ
here.
すね
The police are likely investigating the suspicious circumstances of the death. There are police cars parked outside the house, which is sealed off with police tape. Officers are patrolling the area. It's you guys again! Shio Yagumo's been spotted filming again. The detectives they saw at Kuramochi's house start rushing over towards them. What a pain. Let's run.
逃げるぞ
Right. Okay.
はい。
Without looking back at the shouting detectives, Shio Yagumo runs away at full speed. Don't believe we get anything here. Unlike yesterday, there are a few people to be seen at Yasuka Shrine.
今日は
Sure is
静か
quiet
ですね
today, but I like it this way.
俺も
Me
そう
too.
だな
Shrines are pretty nice on sunny days, and a quiet
晴れ
mood
の日
suits
の
them
神
better.
社も
そうです
Yeah.
ね。
Hitoha smiles and nods. Yagumo can't help but smile back before he gives Kanade instructions.
奏で
Kanade, give me some cuts of the shrine without any people. As instructed, Kanade shoulders the camera and moves towards the main shrine building. When he waits for people to move out of the way, a man with a camera seems to take the hint, and as he lightly bows before leaving.
す
Oh,
みません
sorry about that.
お気遣い
Thanks.
いただいて
Oh, no worries. We're all journalists here, right? You with a news station?
いや
Oh,
いえ
no. We're just
ちょっと
location scouting for a
映像作
film.
品のそちらは
Are you shooting for a
雑誌の
magazine?
取材ですか
Yes, I'm Tokima. I'm on the editorial department for Men's Travels.
あ
Oh, I read your magazine from time to time.
俺も時々
You
読ま
got
せて
good
もらっ
taste
て
in
ます
locations. Ah, thanks. Glad to hear it. Gonna do a deep dive special feature into Suwano, so please check it out when it hits the shelves. The magazine editor named Tokima has a friendly chat with Yagumo before he excuses himself to do more photography. Ooh. How far do these Tori go? Studio Yagumo passes through the Tori corridor of Taikodani Inari Shrine, one of the 5 biggest Inari shrines in Japan. As they pass under Tori surrounded by greenery as chickens chirps, it feels like another world.
ほら、見て
Look,
ください
Aine,
アイネ
it's
さん
so different. You're right. It was so plain back then. There weren't even any Tori at the time. Hitoha and Magari have fun as they compare images on their phones to the sights seen today. Yagumo peeks from behind to see they're looking at the 100 views map they saw yesterday.
これは
What's that? It's the 100 Views Tour app. Aine and I found it this morning, so we downloaded it. It syncs with your GPS to show you where each of the 100 views was sketched. Huh. Itoha, looks like the app works with Instagram. Let's take a selfie and put it on Instagram. Ah, yeah, let's do it. The girls take a selfie with the Tori corridor as if they were sisters. Yagumo smiles and sighs in relief as he watches them. I was worried about them after yesterday, but they seem fine. Once they finally clear the Tori corridor, they reach the Inari Shrine. Whoa, these grounds sure are spacious. The Tori corridor suddenly opens up to a wide area where the wind blows. So the important bits, I believe. You guys give us some stuff. Two women, presumably tourists, cheerfully show each other their booklets in hand. Oh, they must be collecting Shuin seal stamps. That's apparently a popular trend these days. What's interesting about it is how it's got that stamp collector component to it. Okay, they were not important. A lone woman gazing at the streets of Suwano at a lone woman gazing at the streets of Suwano from the shrine grounds catches Yakumo's eyes. God, didn't we meet her at Kuromochi's house? What was her name? Oh, it was Shiba, wasn't it? Ah, that's it. Hey, Shiba! Shiba! Shiba turned around and brushes over at the sound of her name. You're a guest from yesterday. Yagumo, was it? Yes, I'm Yagumo. You feeling okay, Shiba? I'm fine, thanks to you. My head hurts a little, but I was discharged this morning. Dr. Kuromochi should be discharged this afternoon, too. I see. Well, at least it's not serious. Shiba and Kuromochi directly breathed in what seems to be chlorine gas, so they were immediately sent to the hospital. Fortunately, their condition wasn't too serious, as Shiba seems visibly fine and symptom-free. By the way, what are you doing here, Shiba? Oh, I went to Dr. Kuromochi's house, but couldn't get in due to the ongoing investigation. Oh, well, I guess that figures. I just sort of wandered around nearby. And besides, look! Shiba walks over to the edge of the shrine grounds and points. You can see all of Suwano from here. I love the view from here. Sorry. Oh. You're right, it's such a nice view. I know, right? But Shiba furrows her eyebrows a bit. They follow her gaze to see. Huh? Is that Kuromochi's house? You can see the police cars parked outside. Near the edge of the hill in level ground, they can clearly see Kuromochi's house where they had visited just yesterday. On closer inspection, in addition to police cars, there are officers swarming like little ants. That sight is like a black stain on the otherwise beautiful view in the hearts of all present. Oh, right, Shiba. How do you know Kuromochi exactly? Are you a housemaid or something? Oh, me? Well, I'm kinda like a maid, kinda like a live-in student laborer, but without the live-in. Student laborer? As in the student laborers in the Meiji era? The ones that worked for room and board? Something like that. I attend Dr. Kuromochi's history seminars at Shimane-cho University. On weekends, I pretend to be a student laborer. Oh, so it's like a part-time job, huh? Totally not worth it for the money, though. But it's not hard work, just running errands for Dr. Kuromochi and his wife. The biggest draw is free access to rare documents in his archive. He's got valuable academic books that you just can't buy on a student's budget, you see. So it's for both work and study, huh? Exactly. Sorry this is abrupt, but you're at Kuromochi's house all day yesterday too, Shiba? But were you at Kuromochi's house all day yesterday too, Shiba? Yes. As always, I got to the professor's house in the morning, and was there until you came. Did you hear anything out of place? Or see anyone coming in and out? You're asking the same things as the police. Shiba's expression suddenly clouds over upon hearing Yagumo's question. Yagumo does his best to give her a pleasant smile as he continues. Oh, sorry if that's a touchy subject, but now that we're involved, we're curious about the case. You don't have to talk if you're uncomfortable. Well, I already told the detectives yesterday, and I don't really know much, so I might as well. You really don't know much? Yesterday, the professor said he was eating out for lunch, so he left around 1 p.m. At that time, his wife said she was feeling bad. She was going to rest. So I read books in the archive after that so as not to disturb her. So I don't know anything after that.
なるほど
I see. Well,
確
if
かに
that's all you
それじゃ
know, that's all you
何
know.
もわか
But I didn't hear anything in particular from when the professor left to when you all arrived.
なる
I
ほ
see.
ど
We arrived just before 6
我々
p.m.,
が倉
so
持
we
さ
don't
ん
know
のお宅
so
に
we don't
伺
know
った
how
のは
Kuromochi's
午
wife
後
was
6
doing
時
from
前
1 to
くらいです
6.
から
Oh, actually, I did check up on her once. At 2:30. No, maybe a little more before that. The professor called and wanted to check on her since he was worried.
午後
It
2
was
時
around
半というと
2:30, and that means that was right before we called to meet up at Yasaka Shrine, huh?
そうだろ
Yeah,
う
if
な
his wife wasn't feeling well,
まあ
it
具合
makes
が
sense
悪
he'd
そう
check
な
on her
婦
at
人
his
を置いて出て
destination.
きそれで
So what happened,
柴
Shiba?
さんはど
The professor said not to wake her up. Uh, the professor said in order to not wake her up, I should look through the small window, which I did. You can see some of the wife's room from the hallway through the small window. See? How was she? Nothing stood out. I couldn't see her face, but she was quietly resting in her rocking chair.
特に姿勢
She
が
wasn't
乱れて
slouching
い
or
たわけ
anything?
ではなく
No, she was in perfect resting posture. When we saw her body in the room, her posture suggested she died after a painful struggle. So basically, that means she was still alive when Shiba peeked in the room at 2:30, huh? Huh? That sign says car blessing area. You can drive a car all the way here?
なあ
Yeah, apparently if you come
千本
from
鳥居
if
の
you
反
come
対側からだと
from the opposite
車で
side
上がってこれるみたいだな
if you come from the side opposite from the Torii corridor, you can get here by car. The I will say not necessarily translation, but the editing of this is not the best. Because you can see that there's very clearly sometimes words that have been cut that make no sense. Like this. Yeah, apparently if you come from side opposite from the Torii corridor, you can get here by car. That makes no sense as a sentence. Like, you can understand what it means, but it makes no sense.
でもま
But if you're gonna visit here, you might as well go through the Torii corridor, you know? Yeah, I guess so. Passing underneath the Torii with your own 2 feet seems more sacred too. Now that we're here, why don't we go pray?
お参り
Pray? Yes. We just got through with a scary event, so I thought it might be nice. Ah, you're right. We might be location scouting. We might be location scouting, but we are going to shrine, so we might as well.
ま
Guess you've got a
それもそう
point. Upon Hitoha's suggestion, they pray at the shrine. But among the group, Magari makes an odd face. What's wrong? Oh, just wondering since we're visiting shrines. But how much would you put in the offertory, Hitoha? I always put in 100 yen. Me too, but you know.
なんだ
What's wrong?
どうした
Well, I haven't seen you toss any silver coins, Director. I think they've all been copper. Huh? Copper? What? No way! I'm not a kid. I wouldn't be stingy enough to only offer 10 yen coins. Really? Was I just seeing things wrong? Yeah, definitely. It probably only looks like that because of the light. Oh, well, I guess. There's no way you'd be that much of a miser, right, Director?
そうそう
Yeah, right. Magari and Yagumo share a laugh, but Yagumo seems to be sweating a bit. That's all we care about from here. The Muromachi era. Oh god, I'm gonna butcher so much of this. The Muromachi era, Washihara Hachimangu Shrine has a two-story Roman gate, and is designated as a nationally important cultural property. Behind the main building is a bridge leading to an annex. The architectural style present at the shrine is quite characteristic of its time.
ここもいい
This is
ロ
a
ケー
nice
ションだな
location too. Kanade,
かなで
go around and get a
ぐるっと
good shot of the
一回
whole
り
place.
押さえて
Yagumo and Kanade start filming the environment. That's when Magari and Hitoha return from their visit deeper into the grounds. Hey, Director, the small main building's crazy.
な
Crazy in what
何が
way?
やばい
There's a whole wall decorated with dolls. There's bamboo pinwheels all over up front. It's kind of creepy.
あー
Oh, Are they doing a doll burial ceremony? Those dolls have been dedicated to the shrine, so there's nothing scary about them. But the way they're all lined up neatly is kinda, you know, yeah, kinda makes you feel like you're being watched. The sudden sound of a throaty voice from behind frightens Magari and Hitoha. When they turn around, they see Ibuse and Monami, who they hadn't noticed approaching. Monami must have found their reaction amusing as she tries to hide her smile with her hand. I'm sorry for surprising you like that. Oh, don't worry, we're fine. Yeah, we're not surprised at all. I see. That's good. You and Amakata seem to be working well together, Yagumo. Oh, you think so? Happy to hear it. Yes, it does appear that way. I'm glad I convinced him to include a younger actress candidate. You mean? Our director was initially planning on nominating veteran actresses only. I told him it'd be hard for a new director to work with a veteran actress, so he ended up nominating younger actresses too. Oh, so it's thanks to you that we got at least one younger actress candidate? I only asked for younger actresses to be included. Director Busi's the one who made the selection. Still, it's a big help. It'd be rough to use a veteran actress for my TV drama debut. Really? As long as I didn't upset my place, I'm glad. Monami smiles. Unlike Magari and Hitoha, she has a mature aura. Yagumo can't help but feel his cheeks blush. Right, there's something I needed to tell you. What is it? We've got our third director, Kentaro Yamagishi. Heard of him? Kentaro Yamagishi. Yes, I know of him. He's a young but influential, energetic director. Indeed. The three of us will be competing to see who can make the better film for this project. Who can best depict the radiances of life at the end of the abyss of death. Let's see if you can be the last man standing. You two are formidable opponents, but I'm gonna give it everything I've got. Look forward to seeing your best. My pleasure. Also, what is it? Have you picked out your actresses? Of course. After you picked Amakata, we chose from the remaining two actresses. So, who did you pick, Director Ibuse? Kazumi Ishikawa. Hang on. Kazumi Ishikawa. She's a veteran. I've worked with her several times, so I know what she's like. Ah, I see. So you picked the veteran actress. Okay, good. For some reason, Yagumo looks relieved as he nods over and over. Confused, Ibuse looks at him dubiously. No then, it's about time we move on. Let's go, Haishima. Yes, sir. We've seen what we wanted to see in Suwano. You guys are staying here, right? Yeah, there's still some places we want to see. I see. Well, best of luck to you. Thanks. As Yagumo bows his head, Buse and Monami leave. Once they're gone far away, Magari murmurs, You know, those two seem like an adulterous couple. Hey, that's rude. They can't help but laugh at that remark. Even Hitoha has her hand up against her mouth as she stifles a laugh. This should be it. Kuromochi should be coming back soon, right? Studio Yagumo approaches the Kuromochi mansion, ready to run for the police if they get caught. But suddenly, they hear people arguing. What's going on? They look to find Kuromochi largely arguing with someone in front of the gate. They get in each other's faces until the officers nearby step in to stop them. Hey, cut it out! Get away from each other! Get off! Get off me! This young man's younger brother! Hey! What are you talking about? Don't blame your wife's infidelity on me! Stop it! Stop it right now, Ito! Among the men is a familiar face. That's Tokima, the man we met earlier at Yasuka Shrine, right? Yeah, I don't recognize the man arguing with Kuromochi though. Tokima called him Ito, but isn't that the name of the guy? Isn't that the name of the guy who committed suicide last night? He must be Seiya Ito's older brother. Kuromochi, the man called Ito. Both of them are too emotional right now to pay the police trying to stop them any heed. Studio Yagumo quietly watches them at a distance. Your younger brother has no place in had no place in this house. That rotten womanizer, making passes at married women without any self-respect. Bullshit! If anyone was making passes at anyone, it was your horrible wife! Oi, buddy, calm down with that language. Mrs. Kuromoshi and Seiya Ito had a special relationship. What's going on? What sort of relationship did Kuromochi's wife have with Seiya Ito, who committed suicide? Things heat up even further between the men as Yagumo and the others watch. Eventually, the police get fed up with the scuffle. They pry the two apart and bring Kuromochi inside. Ito seems to give up when officers block his way, and Tokima nearly drags him away. Oof. Things were getting real violent, huh? Indeed. Looks like there's some connection between Seiya Ito's suicide and Mrs. Kuromoshi's death. I don't want to go poke my nose into that mess. Yeah, well, in any case, it doesn't look like we can talk with Kuromochi today. Let's go back. It's gotten dark. Let's head back to the inn. After dinner, Studio Yagumo gathers in an inn room to check the footage they shot today. When they hear a woman's voice on the other side of the door. Excuse me, Mr. Yagumo, you have guests. Guests? Is it Director Ibuse? Couldn't be. Yagumo hesitates for a second, but before he can answer, the door opens and two men loudly stomp into the room. Hello, hello. Pardon the intrusion. Excuse us. It's the cops, detectives from this afternoon. Right. I'm Assistant Inspector Misawa with the Shimane Prefectural Police Investigation Division. And I'm Takemi, and I'm Takemi Keishino with the same division. After Misawa's introduction, the young detective smugly refers to himself as Keishino. Keishino? Because I'm on the case. Sounds like you're quite important then. Wow, so you're the one in charge of the case? That's way higher up than assistant inspector. At such a young age too. You're a super elite. Wait, so the younger detective's in charge? Wait, no, you got it all wrong. The kid's last name is Keishino. It's just a pun on his name. He's just an ordinary officer. Oh, is that it? For crying out loud. Stop pretending you're my superior. Ah, sorry, sir. When Misawa smacks him, Keishino rubs his head and apologizes. Upon seeing that, Yagumo sighs in exasperation. Can you take your comedy bit elsewhere? We're kinda busy here. It's not a comedy bit. We got business with you concerning the case at the Kuromochi residence. Business, huh? We already did a police interview. Police interviews aren't a one-and-done deal. Besides, that's not what we're here for today. Now, hand it over. Misawa motions with his open hand. Yagumo tilts his head in confusion. Hand? What over? The tape. Hand it over. You were rolling camera all day for that location scouting thing, right? And you filmed your discovery of Mrs. Kuromochi's body, didn't you? Nah, come on. You really think we'd... And not just the tape. Hand it all over. It could be a clue. We won't take no for an answer. We'll confiscate all your equipment if you want to play that way. In the end, unable to defy Misawa, Studio Yagumo surrenders all their tapes, including what's in the van. There's now a pile of everything they've taped since their arrival in Suwano. Looks like that's all of it. Fascism! This is fascism, I tell you! Shut up! Bet you can't even spell fascism! Well, we'll take good care of these tapes. We can have them back after the investigation. Keishino, take these away. Yes, sir! Misawa commands Keishino as he calmly leaves the room. Keishino bows and chases after him, tapes in tow. They took away all our precious tapes. Itoha quietly murmurs, unable to hide the regret in her voice. Yagumo can only silently stare at the door the detectives left through. Chapter 3. Well, those are some defective detectives. Yeah, exactly. They really thought that it was enough to confiscate all the tapes? I know, right? Do they realize how much data you can store on a tiny memory stick these days? The next morning, Magare and Yagumo secretly checked the film data in the van. While the cartoon villain left may be excessive, the fact of the matter is that they backed up all the film data on a memory stick beforehand. Okay, that's enough clowning around for now. What footage do we need? The footage of Mrs. Kuromochi's body. There might be a clue to tell us if it was murder or suicide. Kinda tough to look at her like that again. Why are you so fixated on this case anyway? As I said before, we're just a film studio. Cuz. You don't have to talk if you don't wanna. I trust you, director. Sorry, Magari. As soon as the 10-year-old project restarts, an incident like this happens. Is it just a coincidence, or an inevitability? I can't help but assume the latter, which means that solving this case may help expose the truth of why the project was shelved 10 years ago. As Yagumo ponders to himself, Magari expertly searches through the film on her laptop. Eventually, her hands stop. The screen shows the site from the day before yesterday. There's a mark on her skin, like a bruise, from the nape of her neck to her shoulder. Is that a birthmark or a bruise of some sort? There's no blood, and it doesn't look like a fresh wound. Right, which means it probably isn't related to the case at hand. There are several long scars on her slightly exposed chest. Must have scratched herself in her final moments. Chlorine gas wrecks your respiratory symptoms. Oops. This is the one I wanted. I assume that's the scars that they were talking about? Oops, not what I wanted. Which means it's way too painful of an option for a suicide. If it were me, I'd choose something less painful. There are a lot of easier ways to go, especially when it's on your own terms. I can't see you ever committing suicide, director. Getting a nice stretch. Of course not. I plan on peacefully passing away at the tender age of 100. Huh? Magari raises her voice when she magnifies the chest area of the corpse. What's wrong? Hold on a sec. Magari restlessly moves the mouse to zoom in a bit further into a portion of the chest area. Once the pattern on the kimono disappears, it becomes clear what unsettled Magari. It kind of blends into the pattern on her kimono, but it looks like a necklace. Necklace with a kimono. Is that normal? I'm no expert in kimono etiquette, but I don't think it is. Besides, Magari spins the mouse cursor around the pendant attached to the end of the necklace. This doesn't look like a brand name item. It looks kind of crude and kind of cheap. Oh? Seems out of place for the wife of a rich man to wear something so cheap. Magari, that necklace bothers me. Can you print that out for me? Roger. This metal basin really bugs me. What about it? Well, even if she was trying to commit suicide by mixing detergent, why such a huge basin? That's a good point. There must be some sort of reason behind it. There's an expensive-looking drawer, as you'd expect from an old family. Nothing particularly suspicious. Hmm? Yagumo murmurs as he looks by the body's feet. What's wrong? Well, it's hard to see due to the desk's shadow, but is there something on the ground there? Looks like a scrap of paper.
じゃあ
Let me magnify it a bit. Magari zooms in on the scrap of paper. 2 or 3 zooms and several filters later, the text on the scrap of paper becomes legible. When Hishiya is dedicated to Yasuka. When Hishiya is dedicated to Yasuka was written on the scrap of paper.
これどういう意
What
味
does
なん
that
すか
mean?
いや
It probably means when the Hoshiai festival
八
procession
坂神社で
arrives at
奉納
Yasuka
される
Shrine,
時の
but
こと問題はこれ
the
が
question
誰
is
によって
who
書
wrote
かれ
that
て
and why it's on the
なぜ
ground.
ここに落ちているかということだが
The
変
handwriting
な
looks
筆跡で
strange.
書かれている
Can't
し
even tell if it's a man or a
筆跡じゃ
woman's. The letters in a crude, childish handwriting, perhaps to hide the identity of who wrote it.
この紙が
Assuming
誰
this is
か
a
と
letter
やり
for
取りした
someone
も
from
のだ
someone
として
who even writes letters anymore.
メール
We've
で
got
も
an email and tons of
SNS で
social
も
media
いくらで
services.
もやり
携帯を見られて
Maybe she didn't want anyone else to find out, like her husband, maybe.
そんな
There's tons of ways to hide that,
いくらでも偽装できる
like
じゃ
how
ないですか
that line work contract you have is actually just that girl you met at the bar, director. Who told you about that? You did, just now. Now shut up and focus on the footage. After examining the film all the way through, Yagumo sighs and murmurs. Guess we missed a lot of details that day. Good thing we filmed it. Thanks, Magari. I know it takes a lot of guts to look at this video. You're a big help. Well, I somehow managed by lying to myself that it was staged. But it really was tough. Yeah, sorry. There's enough footage investigation for now. Let's go meet up with the others and head out. Roger that. The Suano Station area is quite relaxed now, perhaps because the Hoshiai festival is over. Director, there's an accessory stall over there. Can I go check it out? Girls really have an eye for that, huh? Sure, go ahead. Thanks. Hitoha cheerfully nods and dashes off. The others fall leisurely behind. Whoa! When they catch up to her, Hitoha is already cheering and has several accessories in her hand. Did you make these yourself? Like totally, dude. Each one's handmade and one of a kind. Please buy like whatever vibes with you, dude. Might I recommend these? The mustached, long-haired hippie of a salesman shows off his wares. As Yagumo watches Hitoha inspect each item, Magari tugs at his sleeve. Director, don't these match? They match what Mrs. Kuramochi was wearing. Now that she mentions it, when it finally clicks, Yagumo hastily takes out the printed picture and shows it to the salesman. Sir, is this one of your wares? Yeah, man, totally. This design was my thing like half a year ago, so it's gotta be from back then. Do you remember who bought it? Sorry to be a bummer, dude, but like, half a year's a long time ago. If I showed him a photo of Mrs. Kuramochi, it might jog his memory. I can't just show him a picture of her body, so what do I do? Here we go, to the rice store. They visit Yoshinaga Rice Store and Yagumo gazes blankly at the cart pond once again. Suddenly, Yagumo gets an idea and calls up the store owner. Say, were you aware that Kuramochi kept carp at his house? Oh, Kuramochi? Well, yeah. He's got a pretty nice pond at home. Does the pond use water from the nearby spring? Yes. The spring's connected here and there by aqueducts, so his pond draws that water. The pond draws water from the aqueduct. Pond water from an aqueduct. Yes, we do the same thing here. The owner points to the edge of the pond underneath a small stone bridge. There's a metal grating covering the opening that leads to the aqueduct. We draw water from the aqueduct and it flows over there. Ah, so that's why the pond water doesn't stagnate, huh? Exactly. If you walk from here to Hanka Yorukan, you'll see the aqueduct run parallel to the road. Right, the aqueduct cuts in front of Kuromochi's, so that's where he draws the water from, huh? Back to the shrine. At the Taikodani Inari Shrine grounds, they find Shiba. She's leaning against the guardrail, looking down at the view below, deep in thought.
芝さん
Shiba! She twitches at the sound of her name, but smiles and dashes over when she realizes it's Yagumo.
皆さん、今日もここへ登られたんですか？
You're all here again today, huh? I really shouldn't be using my teeth to open things after a visit to the dentist. Don't want to ruin them. Ah, that hurt. I was thinking you might be here too, Shiba. Oh, did you need me for something?
ねえ
Ah, just wanted to ask you something about Mrs. Kuromochi.
奥様の
The Mrs., huh? Shiba's expression stiffens the moment she hears the mention of Kuromochi's wife. In an attempt to calm her down, Yagumo puts on the biggest smile he can as he continues.
あいやそんなに
Oh,
難しい
no,
話
it's
じゃ
nothing
ない
too difficult. Just curious if she mailed letters to anyone.
無事に
手紙
Mailed letters? Like physical paper letters?
そう
Yeah, not like
メール
email
や
or
LINE
line.
とかじゃなくて
Paper letters. I don't think so. Dr. Kuromochi has the only mail key and checks all the mail, so I doubt she had any personal letters. Ah, I see.
ですよね
Makes sense. Besides, there's no point writing letters when we've all got smartphones these days.
あいえ
Well, the missus is banned from smartphone use, so I wouldn't say we've all got them. Mrs. Kuromochi is banned from smartphone use. Hmm? She's banned from smartphone use?
禁止なん
Why?
ですかな
When Yagumo asks the question, Shiba puts up her hand to her mouth, realizing her mistake. It would seem that it's a touchy subject for her.
芝さん
Shiba, a smartphone ban sounds a little odd in this day and age. Who exactly banned her from smartphone usage, and why? Well, it seems like it's not something she can talk about. Shiba's eyes wander as she goes quiet. Not gonna talk that easily, huh? Well, in that case, sorry, but it looks like I'll have to resort to emotional manipulation. Yagumo puts on a troubled face, as if to curry sympathy from her.
芝さん
Shiba, we're in a bind here.
我々も困って
The
るん
police
ですよ
told us that, as witnesses, we can't leave Suwano until the case is solved. What?
そうなん
Really?
ですか？
そう
Yeah.
なんです
Yeah, we're going way over the budget we set aside for food and lodging for location scouting. Right, Magari? Huh? At this rate, our studio is going to run out of funds in 2 or 3 days, right? Magari blinks in confusion initially, but quickly catches on to what he's getting at and plays along.
ほんと
Yeah. The expenses just keep piling up, and our checks are going to start bouncing. Our loans are piling up, and we'll go bankrupt. The fundamentals of economy will deteriorate and trigger a global depression. We'll be jobless by next month. It's that bad? Yeah, it's that bad. And to prevent it, we gotta solve this case, quick. So Shiba, please, tell us everything you know. Okay, I'll talk. Yes! Thank you, Shiba! So, first, about that smartphone ban. Yes, well, you see, Dr. Kuromochi's been suspecting that his wife's been cheating. About half a year ago, he confiscated her phone and banned her from going outside by herself. I see. So the reason he has the only mail key is part of cutting her off from the outside, huh? Yes. Also, he told me to keep an eye on her whenever he's not home. He also makes me entertain all the guests. Huh? Isn't that a form of domestic violence? Yagumo stops mid-sentence when he considers that Shiba respects Kuromochi. Instead, he asks a more essential question.
で
So,
実際
did
の
she
ところ
actually
どう
cheat
な
on
ん
him?
それは
That, I don't know.
でも
But if he'd go to
そ
such
こまで
extremes,
倉持さんがすると
then
い
he
う
must
こ
have
と
had
は
some reason to suspect her, right?
確信めいたもん
いえ
I wouldn't go that far. About a year ago, she called over a man named Ito to tune her piano. Those two really seemed to hit it off. He visited her several other times, and one day, Kuramochi saw them together and got mad. Yeah. And by Ito, you mean Seiya Ito? Yeah. I see. Explains what we saw at Kuramochi's mansion yesterday. Mrs. Kuramochi's death and Seiya Ito's suicide have to be connected somehow. How else would they die on the same day if in different places? Yagumo places his hand on his chin in thought. As he does so, Shiba timidly speaks up. Is that all? Is what all? I've told you everything I know. Can I go now? The police lockdown on Kuramochi's house is lifting today, so I'm going to ask if I can help. Oh, you are? Sure, you can go now, of course. Thanks to you, it seems our studio can survive. Thank you so much, Shiba. Well, that's great to hear. In that case, she probably feels guilty about revealing the secrets of the Kuramochi household. Shiba walks away sadly. That's so cruel. He locked her inside and confiscated her phone too? That poor woman. Once Shiba's out of sight, Itoha finally breaks her silence, sounding somewhat mad. I agree. As a form of domestic violence. Yeah. With a husband like that, it's no wonder why she'd cheat, is it? Itoha, do you think she was cheating on him? With Seiya Ito? Probably. Which is why I think those two... It's okay. Just say what's on your mind. I think those two committed a lover's suicide. A lover's suicide, huh? That would explain the note we found at her feet. The caged birds chose to die the same day, so they could at least be together in death. The problem was how to communicate the day. The problem was how to communicate the day when she was cut off from the outside. Well, it's simple. Just fold up the note and yeet it over the fence. But then her husband might find it before her. And how would she respond? Toss it over the fence and hope he picks it up? Well, if we can solve that mystery, we get closer to the truth. Let's look into it a bit more. Everyone nods, and they leave the Tekodani Inari Shrine grounds. We go over here now. Huh? I met you the other day. Yagumo, right? When they head to Washihara Hachimangu, some familiar faces call them out. It's the magazine editor, Tokima, and the brother of Seiya Ito, who they saw yesterday in front of Kuramochi's mansion. Hello, shooting material here today. I sure am. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Sakio Ito, my writer. I'm Ito. I'm Ito! Like the down-to-earth Tokima, Ito doesn't seem that sociable. Yagumo meekly responds to Ito's blunt introduction. I'm director Max Yagumo. I'm sorry for your loss, Ito. You know me? Sorry, I saw you arguing with Kuramochi yesterday. From what I overheard, I figured you were Seiya Ito's older brother. Oh boy, you saw that. How embarrassing. Well, please understand. His younger brother just passed away. It's only understandable that he's emotional. I know. It's totally understandable. I was shocked to see him so serious, but it's totally understandable. I met his younger brother once before. They're twins, so they look so much alike. Sakio and Seiya are similar-looking twins. Twins? They're twins? Yeah, they got a similar face and figure, but different hair and general vibe. The younger one's more serious. I see. Must have been a shock, huh? Twins, huh? I know twin stitching tricks are a staple of the mystery genre, but maybe I'm just overthinking things. Ito, about what you told Kuramochi yesterday concerning his wife's infidelity. You heard that too? Well, you said it so loudly, so... Sorry. Whatever. Basically, Akari seduced my younger brother into committing suicide with her. She and your younger brother committed a lover's suicide? If dying in completely different places can be called a lover's suicide, then yeah, I suppose. My brother and I were classmates with Akari back in high school. Sakio and Seiya were Akira Kuramochi's classmates. or Akari Kuromochi's classmates. My brother loved an Akari, but never confessed. And after graduation, she went to Tokyo. She came back when she married that geezer, because of money. Brother felt bad for her ever since. She dragged him into a lover's suicide. You sure she married because of money? Hey, it ain't his looks. Like 20 years older. He's old enough to be her dad. Plus, something must have happened to her in Tokyo. Akari came back with a bad burn scar on her neck. Old man Kuromochi took advantage of her in her time of weakness. Huh, I see. So that's what the mark on her neck was? Must not be directly related to the case then. They peek at Kuromochi's mansion from the street. The on-site investigation seems almost complete. The police tape's been taken off the entrance, and only 1 or 2 officers are coming and going. You think we can go in now? Looks like it. Let's go see Kuromochi. When Studio Yagumo passes through the front gate, some familiar faces stand in their way. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What do you think you guys are doing, returning to the seat of the crime? Stop right there! Jeez. These pigs are still here. What? Who are you calling pigs? Ah, my bad. I meant the detectives. Stupider as usual with a camera, huh? You want us to confiscate your tapes again? Hang on. What we're filming now is unrelated to the case. You've got no right to confiscate it. What? You're filming at the crime scene. The police tape's gone, which means it's no longer off limits, right? Which means the only one left the right to prohibit filming here is the owner, Kuromochi. Besides, Kuromochi is our guide. Is there a problem with us visiting him? After staring down Yagumo, Misawa realizes he's got a point and gets out of the way. Studio Yagumo ignores the fact that Misawa is still glaring at them as they head to the entrance. But then, Keishino calls out to them from behind. Hey! Still need something? Yagumo turns around dubiously, but Keishino ignores him and steps up to Hitoha. Hitoha freezes in place fearfully at the detective's sudden approach. Can I help you? You're Hitoha Amakata, right? Yes. Can I shake your hand? Huh? I've been a big fan ever since I saw your gravure pics. Okay. If that's all, sure. When Hitoha timidly holds out her hand, Keishino firmly grabs it with both of his. Thank you! I'm moved! This officer will keep supporting you! Thank you. Hitoha thanks Keishino with a professional customer service smile. Once her hand is finally free, Hitoha heads to the entrance with the others. The hell do you think you're doing in the middle of an investigation? Ow! Studio Yagumo hears Misawa shouting and Keishino whimpering behind them. Shiba's in the kitchen, struggling with several trash bags. Shiba, are you cleaning up the trash? Yes. Yesterday was garbage day, but I couldn't enter the mansion and toss these away. Jeez, wish I could have gotten rid of all this raw garbage since it's hot this time of year. Due to the police blockade, after the incident, the trash hasn't been taken out, it seems. Just as Shiba said, the odor of raw garbage is wafting around the kitchen. Shiba grumbles as she sorts the garbage. What now? It's so hot, and the next printable trash day is the day after tomorrow. What do I do about the smell? Just hearing about it makes me shiver. What's more, I have to transfer these to the city specified bags. I ought to complain to the police. What's that? Yagumo noticed something out of place in one of the trash bags. What's wrong? Oh, this? Yagumo suddenly sticks his hand into the open trash bag and rummages around. Huh? Wait, what are you doing? Yagumo ignores the shocked woman as he continues to rummage through the trash. Eventually, he pulls out a small capsule. What's that? The capsule? From a capsule toy? I think so. Looks like there's more on the bottom. What's with these, Shiba? I don't know, but I've seen them several times when cleaning the trash can in her room. Were they a hobby of hers? Your capsule toys are well made these days, so even adults collect them. Can't say I've ever seen anything like this in her room. These are just supposed to contain miniature characters and figures, right? Yeah, usually anyway, but... Yagumo recalls the sight of a room when he found Mrs. Kuromochi's body. There wasn't the slightest hint of such childish commodities to be found in that room. Then why would she have these? Yagumo ponders over the capsule in his hand. Hitoa peeks into his hand and timidly speaks up. Director, doesn't this look kind of off? Those holes look like they're plugged up with something. Yagumo looks at the part of the capsule Hitoa is pointing at. There are small air holes at the bottom of the capsule, so it's easier to open. But those holes are filled with a clear sealant. In a panic, Yagumo sticks his hand back into the trash bag. This one. And this one. And this one too. You're right, Hitoa. The air holes have been plugged up in all of them. As he rolls several capsules in his hand, Yagumo thinks to himself at a loss for words. Everyone around him can only look at the capsules, too baffled to come up with an answer. Yeah, we don't really need anything else from here. Sitting in the reception room with Kuromochi is an unfamiliar person in a white coat. Sorry, you're entertaining a guest? Oh, don't worry about it. He was about to leave. Just as Kuromochi said, the man puts on his shoes and gets off the sofa to bid his farewell. Well then, I must be going. You too. Thank you for coming. I'm sure Akari would be happy. Without another word, the man in the white coat bows to Studio Yagumo and leaves the room. Who was that? That was Hatoya, a neighborhood doctor and Akari's classmate in high school. He came here to light an incense stick. Is that so? I'm so sorry about what happened. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm sorry you got dragged into this mess. Besides, if it weren't for your quick actions, Shiba and I could have easily ended up dead too. So thank you all. Oh, don't mention it. Kuromochi must be mentally and physically drained, as even his words seem powerless. Yagumo has a few words to say to him in that state, so he quickly excuses himself from the room. I believe I go back here again. Kuromochi's still sitting on the sofa, dumbfounded and not doing anything in particular. He's just pensively rubbing his fingertips. Sorry, Kuromochi. I want you to look at something. What is it? Here. Yagumo rummages through his pockets. He pulls out the magnified image of the necklace that Mrs. Kuromochi was wearing. Kuromochi's eyebrows twitch dubiously. Does this look familiar? No, it doesn't. Is it somehow connected to my wife's death? Perhaps. If it doesn't look familiar to you, that's fine. Since the image is zoomed in, it appears he hadn't recognized the pattern of his wife's kimono. Disappointed, Kuromochi returns the picture to Yagumo. His fingertips seem slightly red and inflamed. Is that why he was rubbing his fingertips when I got into the room? Kuromochi, what happened to your fingers? They seem inflamed. I'm not sure why, but they've been red for a while. Maybe I got stung by bugs cleaning the garden. Oh, you were cleaning the garden. The cops traveled my garden, tossing white powder everywhere and left without cleaning up. Yeah, that's what on-site investigations are like, apparently. In on-site investigations, officers search drawers and scatter aluminum fingerprinting powder, causing quite a mess. But typically, the officers do not clean up, leaving property owners to fend for themselves. Bothers me a bit. Maybe I should have had Hatoya take a look at it. Sorry. Is it okay if I go visit his clinic? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. If you need anything while I'm gone, I'm sure Shiba can help. Feel free to ask her. He leaves the room, rubbing his fingers, concerned. Crap! Forgot to ask for a picture of his wife. Who else would have a photo of his wife? Shiba's still in the kitchen, catching her breath as she struggles with the trash bags. Oh right, maybe Shiba has a picture she took of Mrs. Kuromochi. With that in mind, Yagumo decides to ask. Say, Shiba, did you happen to take any photos of Mrs. Kuromochi when she was alive? Huh? Oh, yeah. I took a picture with her last year for a birthday celebration. Great, that'd be a big help. Did you take it on your phone? Yeah. Want me to send it to you? Yes, please. I'd appreciate it. After a moment, Yagumo gets the notification that the photo was sent. Smiling in the photo is Shiba and Mrs. Kuromochi posing in front of a cake. Oh, it was your birthday, huh? Yeah, she remembered my birthday and celebrated it with me. She was such a nice, wonderful wife. Shiba's eyes tear up. Yagumo turns away and looks at the photo again. I never saw her when she was alive, but she certainly was beautiful. And she does indeed seem quite nice. In the back of his mind, Yagumo recalls the agony on her face when he found her body. Why must such a gentle lady meet such a cruel end? The urge to find the truth burns within him as he puts away his phone. Yagumo doesn't know if he can call that justice, but he knows that he has to do something. Alright. The Suno Station area is quite relaxed now because the Hoshiai festival is over. Sir, can you take a look at this picture? Yagumo shows the peddler a picture of Mrs. Kuromochi on his phone. Hmm? We think that this woman's the one who bought the accessory we showed you earlier. Was it? Sorry, dude. I'm not really sure. As the accessory peddler pretends to ponder, Yagumo clicks his tongue and turns to the girls. Itoha, Magari, go pick out something you like. I'll pay. Huh? Really? Are you sure? Sure, I'm sure. Pick out whatever you'd like. Far out. Thanks, dude. Yagumo gets right up in the smug accessory peddler's face. Enough with the games, pal. That jogged your memory, didn't it? Yeah, of course I remember her. I mean, a kimono beauty like her sticks out like a sore thumb as a customer here. So was infidelity. So it was definitely the woman in the picture who bought that pendant. Actually, guess it was less her buying it, and more like it was bought for her. Bought for her? She was with someone else? Yeah, man around her age. They held hands, so I guess he was her boyfriend or husband. Around her age? So it wasn't Kuromochi then. So was it Seiya Ito? What did the man look like? He was wearing a mask, like, I don't know. He seemed pretty serious at least. I see. Wish we had a way of finding out who she was with. If only I had a picture of Seiya Ito. As soon as he looks at Kanade, inspiration flashes in Yagumo's mind. Kanade! Remember how we met Seiya Ito's brother, Sakyo, at Washihara Hachimangu? You get his face on film? Could you pull up a clear shot of him? Kanade fiddles with the video camera until he finds an appropriate scene and hands it off. Okay, sir. Could you take a look at this? The man who was with the kimono lady looked something like this man. I don't know, dude. He's got a pretty different vibe. That's his twin brother. His hair and vibe are probably different, but their faces should match. Far out! You had his hair, he's got the same eyes and nose. His mouth was covered by a mask, but the eyes totally match. Though his hair wasn't dyed, he had a more serious vibe to him. I see. So it appears that Mrs. Kuromochi and Seiya Ito did indeed have a special relationship. Mrs. Kuromochi was wearing the accessory Seiya Ito bought her when she died. Meaning. Satisfied with this newfound evidence, Yagumo shakes the peddler's hand. Thanks, that's some helpful information. No biggie, man. Thank you for buying. With that said, lady's total comes out to 5,800 yen. That's a lot. Give me a form of receipt. Our formal receipt? Like at an open stall? That's like crazy talk, man. Gotta pay out of pocket for that too. Yagumo tearfully takes out his wallet. Incidentally, of the 5,800 yen total, Hitoha's was 600 yen, and Magari's was 5,200. Tokima and Ito are collecting material at Washihara Hachimangu. As Ito takes photos of the grounds in hall, he seems quite experienced for someone who's not a professional cameraman. Never thought I'd get caught in an incident like this when I came here to shoot material. I sent in the manuscript, but the editorial department was shocked when I told them. Yeah, I can imagine. Are you gonna cover the incident too now that you're here? Nah, we're just a travel magazine. Even if I shoot anything, there's no space for it. I see. Well, that makes sense. Ito, on the day your brother died, were you? What? You want my alibi? You're not even a detective! No, I was just wondering when you got to Suwano. I'm sorry, I keep changing his punk voice. Ito falls silent at Yagumo's question. Noticing the tension between the two, Tokima cuts in. He was with me all afternoon and night that day. I can vouch for him. Oh, is that so? Yeah. Us two arrived in Suwano that afternoon. From then until about 6 p.m. we were at Taikodani Inari Shrine. We were interviewing the chief priest. You've got a pretty detailed memory. Well, we were interviewed by the police too. I remember since I had to explain over and over. I see. Ito aside, I don't think Tokima's lying. I guess they've both got perfect alibis like Kuromochi. Nice little bit of a stretch. In the evening, Studio Yagumo heads to the inn at the streets of Suwano, are dyed orange. Suwano. Yagumo suddenly stops in his track up front. Hmm? What's wrong? Oh, I just think I solved the mystery. Huh? Yes, that's it. The pond. The pond's the key. The pond? You mean at Kuromochi's place? Exactly. Let's go to Kuromochi's mansion. We gotta experiment. Whoa, wait, experiment? What do you mean? You'll see when we get there. Magari, Hitoha, I'll need your help. First. Yagumo leans in and whispers the plan. Eventually, everyone nods and they head over to Kuromochi's mansion. Excellent, I don't have to do the quiz. I was worried that was... You guys again? You got anything better to do than just loiter? Jeez, got no business here, then leave! We do have business, but not in the mansion. In the garden's pond. Huh? Misawa raises his eyes dubiously. Yagumo simply grins before continuing. Misawa, your officers have been diligently investigating these past few days, right? Mrs. Kuromochi's death and Seiya Ito's suicide are suspected to have some sort of connection, right? Misawa doesn't confirm Yagumo's question, but the lack of denial is enough of a reaction to tell Yagumo that he's right. So what do you need with the pond? Did some sort of key evidence sink? No, it didn't sink. It floated. Huh? Floated? Yep. In fact, it looks like they've just finished preparing for the experiment. Yagumo points towards the gate. They look to see Magari and Hitoha approaching. Director Max, we're just about finished. We set it floating at the designated spot. Good. It shouldn't take much time now. Let's go check the pond. Okay. Sure thing. They move to the pond and stare at the surface. The two confused detectives follow behind. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Nothing in particular changes, except maybe a carp surfacing and sinking. The moonlit garden is quiet, save for the occasional croaking of frogs. Hey, nothing's... Misawa turns to Yagumo and starts talking, but then Suddenly, the pond starts rippling, and all the carp start stirring. What? What is that? Keishino points where all the carp are gathering. On closer inspection, there's a floating capsule. The carp swarm around it, perhaps mistaking it for food.
やはり
I knew it.
そう
Go try picking that up.
拾ってみて
Misawa looks like he wants to say something, but he reaches for the floating capsule instead.
中に何か
Is
紙幣が
that a
入
sheet
っ
of
てい
paper
ますね
inside? After shaking the water off the capsule, Misawa opens it and takes out the paper. He slowly unfolds it and... Made you look, dumbass! Are you screwing with us? Oh, no,
いや
Yagumo turns around and glares at Magari, who's sticking out her tongue before he continues. The content of the note aside, the experiment was a success.
あ
What?
ど
What do
う
you
いう
mean?
ことなんだ諏訪野では
Many private ponds in Swano draw spring water via aqueducts, like the famous Yoshinagara rice store.
恋のこの
Thus,
池も
you can
同様
reliably deliver capsules to this pond via aqueduct from a certain point outside.
そして
So,
このカプセ
have
ル
you
や紙
retrieved
幣
have you retrieved anything like these capsules and papers from the two victims as evidence?
証拠
At the scene of the crime?
そう
Yes. There was a note by Mrs. Kuromochi's feet and capsules in the trash. Her overbearing husband confiscated her phone and banned her from going outside. This is the method they came up with to communicate in secret. Capsules floating to the pond get caught by the metal grating here, where they can be collected. Similarly, responses can be sent by removing the grating and allowing flow to the outside. Since Kuromochi has no interest in the carp and lets his wife do all the work tending to it, she probably had no worries of getting caught. I see. I got several questions about how you know all that, but can't find any holes in your theory. Director, so the person she was exchanging letters with had to have been Seiya Ito. There's nobody else it can be. Misawa, Mrs. Kuromochi and Ito's estimated times of death were around the same time, right? Misawa hesitates before he scratches his head and answers. Well, you have to solve one mystery, so I might as well tell you that much. You're right. They both died around the same time, around 4 to 6 p.m. Investigations think it was a prearranged lover suicide. Not sure it counts since they were in different places, but that's the main theory. Thanks to you, we've got evidence backing it up. A lover suicide, huh? I suppose that's right. All present fall silent. What breaks the silence is the voice of a man appearing from behind them. I see. So that's what it was. Kuromochi! When did he get here? He had likely been listening in on the discussion for quite some time. Kuromochi walks unsteadily towards Yagumo. Yagumo, have I told you the significance of the Song of the Heron's Dance? Kuromochi. It's a legend of Kengyu. That is, the story of Higaboshi and Orihime, or Altair and Vega. In order for the separated lovers to meet, the herons used their wings to form a bridge across the Heavenly River, or the Milky Way. So the separated lovers were Akari and Seiya. They chose to die during the Hoshiai festival, with such cruel attention to detail. But I treasured Akari too, you know! So why did she and that man have to... At the pondside, Kuromochi falls to his knees and cries out loud, forgetting everyone else. His lamenting figure is reflected upon the now still waters of the pond in the moonlight. But wait, we're not done. Okay, so 8 hours might have been a bit long for this, but a somehow nostalgic sound can be faintly heard in a dream. Yagumo sits up as if pulled up by the sound, and looks around the room in a daze. He's in a clean, Japanese-style room, completely unlike his normal room. Where am I? Right, we're staying at the inn in Suwano. After solving the letter mystery last night, they showed Kuromochi around and then fell asleep. My head feels so heavy. Yagumo scratches his head and looks out the window, half asleep. He can still faintly hear the music from earlier. Is that? When he realizes what the music is, Yagumo takes off his yukata and picks up his clothes. Stretch, stretch, bend, bend. Yagumo heads outside once he's changed. At the entrance, he sees Hitoha moving her body to radio calisthenics playing on her phone. Good morning, Director! Hitoha greets Yagumo without missing a beat. Her well-proportioned figure shines as it moves in the morning sun. Oh, so was Hitoha, huh? But to suddenly do radio calisthenics now? What an odd child. Unaware of Yagumo's inner thoughts, Hitoha keeps on exercising. The sight of her moving makes Yagumo want to move his body too. Okay. Yagumo gets next to Hitoha and starts exercising with her. While Hitoha's moving easily, Yagumo's in pain due to his lack of exercise. Ugh, my joints are crying. As Yagumo's face twists in pain from his joints, Hitoha speaks up while continuing to exercise. There's something that's been bugging me. What's that? The time of the Ishohai Festival. What about it? What the detective said doesn't line up. Yagumo suddenly stops moving and looks at Hitoha. Hitoha stops too and looks back at him. Yesterday, the detective told us the estimated time of death, right? Yeah, sometime between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., right? Isn't that odd? What do you mean? When Hoshiai is dedicated to Yasaka was written on the scrap of paper. I apologize if I've been saying that wrong this entire time. Hoshiai. Yasaka Shrine's Hoshiai dedication was at 3 p.m. So the times don't match at all. What? You're right. The times don't match at all. Right. Even if the plans change for some reason, something's still off. How could they change plans that suddenly when they've been exchanging letters in secret? Yeah. The times of death don't match the letter. So how do they match each other? Hitoha, the case hasn't been solved yet. Has it? I don't think so. In the early morning sun, they silently exchanged looks, feeling chills, even though it's summer. Meanwhile, the awfully cheerful radio announcer continues the exercises on Hitoha's phone. Seriously? The case hasn't been solved yet? Maguri exclaims in exasperation. After his discussion with Hitoha, Yagumo calls for a meeting in the inn room. Well, that said, we'll keep investigating here for a little bit longer. Sorry, but I ask for your cooperation. Well, no point stopping now. I want to know the truth, too. But, Director, what about room and board expenses? You're not going to withhold wages, are you? It's okay. I'll manage. Can't even manage a straight face, which is a little concerning, but okay. Anyway, Hitoha, good job noticing the discrepancy between the time on the note and times of death. You might just be a natural as a mystery actress. Thanks, but it was just a coincidence. When I did my exercises, I had a sudden epiphany. Oh, when you did your radio calisthenics, huh? He nods in agreement. As he nods in agreement, Yagumo suddenly gets an idea in the back of his mind. A detective who gets epiphanies while exercising. That would be a perfect TV role for her. Nah, that's gonna give the wrong impression, no matter how you slice it. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Well, perfect, I guess. I found something a little interesting myself. Interesting? Is it a clue of some sort? No, just a clue. Not just a clue. It could be the real culprit. Last night, I checked all of Kanade's footage from the location scouting. Found it loud and clear. What was it? Way to go, Aine! What could it be? It's a UFO! Huh? No reaction. Maguri, can you say that one more time? Like I said, a UFO. There's a UFO on camera. What? A UFO? What? Are you mocking me? Oh, come on. Try telling the detectives that the real culprit is a UFO. It'd beat you up. No, I'm serious. It's flying clear as day. Oh? And what shape is this UFO? A cigar? An Adamski flying saucer? A random forest orb of light? Or maybe a shapeshifter like the Air France 3532 incident? Whoa, you really know your stuff. Anyway, no. It's too far away to tell its shape, even if you zoom in on it. Oh, sure. Then it's a bug or a bird. Happens a lot. No, just look at it and you'll see. It doesn't fly like either of those. Okay. Show me later then. You don't want to believe it all. Kanade. Quiz time. Chinese delicacies include bear paws, shark fins, swallow nests, and the brains of... Correct! Way to go, Kanade! Director, stop messing with Kanade. After their discussion, they grab their things and get up. Okay, time for another day of investigation. Where do we go first? We've only been investigating Mrs. Kuromochi, so let's look into Seiya Ito's side of the story. Okay, so we start with Ito's house, huh? Yeah. They head down the back streets to Seiya Ito's house, only for an angry voice to shatter the silence. Shut up! How long do you plan on tailing me? Wait, please calm down, Ito. I said leave me alone! How many times do I gotta repeat myself? Now, no need to shout. We're investigating your brother's case as thoroughly as we can. So if you remember anything, please, tell us. There's nothing for me to tell you! How the hell am I supposed to know about my estranged brother? It seems the detectives are holding another interrogation. Despite the interrogation, the detectives make no progress with Sakio Ito, who only scowls, and so they leave with a bow. Those two detectives are still here, and it looks like they're still investigating. Maybe they're not quite satisfied with the letters in the same way that we aren't. Maybe, which means they may be holding on to some info that doesn't fit with the lover's suicide. Hopefully we can get the detectives to tell us what that info is. Yagumo calls out to Ito, who stands by the house, glaring at the way that the detectives left. Hey, Ito. You guys! What do you need? We thought we'd pay respects to your younger brother. Not like you even knew him. I don't need your sympathy! Besides, his funeral's for close relatives only. Please respect our privacy. Ah, I see. I'm sorry for disturbing you when you're busy. It looks like the detectives were here too. Sakio Ito's eye twitches at Yagumo's words before he makes his irritated response. You guys were spying on me again? Sorry. Seems we keep bumping into each other. Those bastards treat me like I'm a suspect. Wish they'd tell me why they treat someone like that. Why they treat someone whose brother just committed suicide like that. Well, having multiple police interviews is normal. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It doesn't make me feel any better. Yeah, it's totally understandable. Yagumo responds gently to Ito's open frustration with the detectives. Act sympathetic and convince the other to talk. Since Maguri's seen Yagumo in action many times, only she's caught on to his tricks. Oh, yeah. Has Hatoya come by? Huh? Hatoya? Yeah, the local doctor. We met him at Kuromochi's. He was apparently a Kari's high school classmate. So he was your and Seiya's classmate too. Has he come has he come here to pay respects? Oh, that Hatoya. We used to call him Cuckoo. He hasn't been here. Not that I know, at least. You may have just missed him. Oh, so you haven't seen him yet. Well, he was in love with Akari. That might be why he paid his respects there. Hatoya liked Akari Kuramochi. He was in love with her. As in recently. Hell no. Back in high school. But to be fair, Akari was a real beauty, so lots of guys liked her. Oh, I see. It'd be hard to get someone like her out of mind. Out of your mind. Maybe you still liked her after she got married. Oh, I could see that happening. Crushes you've never had the chance to date can haunt you. Now we leave. Yagumo speaks at a distance from Ito's house, where he already knows Sakyo can't hear. What do you think of that conversation? Which one? The part about detectives suspecting him? Yeah. I bet a lot of people would get paranoid if they were interrogated over and over, so they might just be overthinking things. When repeatedly interviewed by police, some people may think they're the ones being suspected, so he may be jumping at shadows. I don't know. They're twins that look exactly alike, and twin swap tricks are a common mystery trope. So the police might suspect him because of that. True. You do see that a lot. Yeah. Like, maybe the one who died was actually the older brother, and Seiya's the killer. Normally, the victim's decapitated in that case. With a simple hanging like this case, the dental records would give it away. Oh, I guess you got a point. So, maybe they faked a switch, so it was actually the younger Seiya who died after all. That's not even a twist anymore, Hitoya. Oh, right. Okay, forget about the radio calisthenics. This girl's a real airhead. Over their 3 days together, Yagumo's mental image of Hitoha has been slowly overwritten. As Yagumo ponders, Hitoha suddenly claps her hands and speaks up. Hang on, need a drink. Oh, what if Mrs. Kuramochi was actually cheating with the older brother, Sakyo? Oh? What if she actually liked Seiya, but Sakyo switched places and pretended to be his younger brother so he could go out with her? Wild Marini. I have the... Okay, wanted to get that in. What if she actually liked Seiya, but Sakya switched places and pretended to be his younger brother so he could go out with her? She thought she was going out with the younger one, but one day she noted the switch, and to get her revenge on Sakyo... Whoa, what the heck? That's a scary thought. Hitoha, your theory's way too scary. It's just a theory. It's almost a psychological horror plot. It's a scary theory, but if it's possible, it suddenly complicates this case's relationships. There's something I want to check in that regard. And go back over here. Again, I'm not trying to get trophies because this game doesn't have trophies. Whoa. Ah, excuse me. As Yagumo enters Kuramochi's mansion, he nearly runs into Hatoya on his way out. Oh, you're the guest from yesterday! I'm Yagumo, from Yagumo Studio. We have business relations with Kuramochi. Ah, I see. Are you here to visit him? Yes. Is he in? Yes. But unfortunately, he's resting right now, as he feels unwell. I came to deliver medicine, but couldn't see him, so I handed it off to Miss Shiba. I see. Is the medicine for Kuramochi's finger rash? Yes, I couldn't figure out the cause yesterday, but I finally got it and wrote a prescription. The cause? He wasn't stung by a bug? Oh, it wasn't a bug. It was an allergy. Huh? What sort of allergy? That's classified patient information. Sorry. Oh, right, of course. Hatoya smiles and nods before he bids farewell and makes his exit. At the front garden. Shiba is feeding the carp in Kuramochi's garden. So it's your job to feed the carp now, huh, Shiba? Yes. The professor was never interested in them. So now that his wife passed away, it's my job. Ah. Everyone falls awkwardly silent. But then Shiba decides to speak up. Have you heard the rumor in town? Huh? What rumor? We haven't heard anything in particular. Right, Director? Nope. There's a rumor? Well, several people have been talking about it since yesterday, so I'm quite curious. What sort of rumor is it? I'll tell you, but please don't laugh, okay? Huh? Okay. It's okay. We won't laugh. Okay. I'll tell you then. You see, a will-o-wisp appeared at Takodani Inari Shrine. A will-o-wisp appeared at Takodani Inari Shrine. Huh? Will-o-wisp? That's quite intriguing. If it's legit, I'd like to get it on camera. But when was it seen? Apparently, the night Mrs. Kuramochi died. Late at night, near Takodani Inari Shrine's torii corridor, a will-o-wisp flashed in pure darkness. For about 10 minutes, it flashed in the middle of the torii corridor and disappeared entirely. Yagumo tries to mentally visualize Shiba's words. Underneath a pitch-black sky lies Suwano Castle's mountain, like a giant lump of coal. The torii corridor transforms into a staircase from the spiritual world. A ghostly light rising up from below. It feels too real to be a dream, and as if it's the living history and folklore of Suwano. Whoa, that's scary. Like, real damn scary if you think about it. Yeah, since Mrs. Kuramochi died that night, many say it's Inari leading her soul away. That's even scarier. Oh. Director, this place is crazy. First UFOs, now will-o-wisps. It's like an occult convention. Forget the UFOs for now. Shiba, you're sure it's not an illusion or something? Well, lots of people say they saw it, so I doubt it's a hoax. As Magari and Hitoha shiver in fear, Yagumo crosses his arms in thought. Perhaps inspired by Magari's fear, Yagumo shudders at the thought that there could be some frightening secret lurking in the shadows. We should not be blocked anymore. There's no sign of any officers in the hallway leading to Mrs. Kuramochi's room. It seems the on-site investigation's over, as the police tape has all been removed. Looks like we can go in. Yeah, let's check the room for now. It's a mess. Hate to be the one who's got to clean up. The room's littered with tape marking off evidence and aluminum fingerprinting powder. I guess this really is how crime scenes turn out. Yeah, investigation's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. Why don't we do some ourselves? Nothing's been cleaned up yet, so the police must have preserved the crime scene as it was when the body was discovered. I want the chair. Just to be sure, Yagumo carefully examines where Mrs. Kuramochi sat. Was there a poison needle in her seat? Or some sort of trick like that? He stares at the seat and back of the chair, but there's no evident tampering. There's white powder all over the floor. Should we avoid stepping in it? Nah, they probably finished fingerprinting long ago, so it shouldn't be a problem. Oh. Hitoha nods, but still does her best to avoid stepping on powder as she walks around the room. There's a small window facing the hallway with a small panel of decorated glass.
芝さんが事件
Shiba
当
used
日
this window to check on Mrs.
午後
Kuromochi
3時前に
Mrs. Kuromochi
う
before
ちの
3 p.m.
様子を
on the
伺
night
っ
of
た
the
と
incident,
言って
right?
たな
Probably. I doubt she'd go all the way outside to peek through that window over there. From this angle, all she'd be able to see is Mrs. Kuromochi's upper body in the rocking chair, which means she didn't notice the metal basin placed on the floor. So apparently that's a stained glass window and not a painting. Unless it thinks I grabbed that. The window faces outside to let the sunlight in. It's cracked open a little. Indeed, the window's been opened at a slight angle, so there's a small gap at the top. That's weird. If you're going to commit suicide by chlorine gas, you'd seal the room airtight, right?
まあ
Well, chlorine
塩
gas
素ガスという
sinks,
のは
so I don't
下
think
に
a
溜ま
crack
り
like
やすい
this would be
性質
enough
を
to
持っているし
ventilate.
しかし
But if you're that set on suicide, you'd at least be thorough enough to close it, right? Wasn't anything more with this, right? Yep. Alright, we're done here. Like, again, like, this isn't really meant to be like a walkthrough kind of thing, but it is I'm just going through the bits that I know where we go to things. When they get up to Taikotani Inari's shrine, they spot some unexpected faces. Huh? Those are the detectives, right? Are they interviewing people?
あ
Well, if the investigation's still ongoing, they must have doubts about it being a lover's suicide. If they're interviewing here, then judging by what we just saw, they must suspect Sakio Ito.
あだろうな
Perhaps, if only we could get some information about the case out of them. Why don't we try talking to the detectives? Maybe there's some progress in the investigation. Good
そうだ
point.
な
Guess it's worth a shot.
刑事さん
Are you interviewing detectives? Huh?
なんだ
Oh,
また
it's
君
you
た
guys
ちか
again. It's a small town.
小さな
We're
町
bound
です
to
から
bump into each other.
それより
Anyway, it looks like
ま
you're
だ
still
捜査を
investigating.
続けてる
Are there
みたい
still
ですけ
doubts
ど
about the case?
それは
Well,
捜
that's
査の
classified
者です
information. We have no obligation to tell civilians. Hey, come on. We solved one mystery together last night, didn't we? We're on the same side here. That doesn't mean we could just divulge classified case information. Now move along. Doesn't seem like they're willing to talk. The detectives shoo Yagumo away like a dog. It's no use. Doesn't look like we're getting any info out of them. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
なんだ
What? You got a plan?
なんかあるの
Well, kinda. Hey, Hitoha. Huh? Me? Yeah. I got a favor to ask of you. Magari whispers into Hitoha's confused ear. Hitoha is surprised and confused at what she hears, but eventually she nods reluctantly. Excuse me, detectives? Yagumo calls out to the detectives once again, but this time he brings Hitoha with him. You guys sure are persistent. We're not talking. Keep it up and it's obstruction of justice.
いやそう
Well,
は
if the
言いません
investigation's not over yet,
捜査
that
が
means
ま
we're
だ
still
続いているってことは
suspects and can't freely
我々も
location
まだ
scout.
よ
Boo-hoo! That's how investigations are. Deal with it.
その
Yeah,
通
now
り
do your civic
そ
duty
れ
and
は
deal
市
with
民
it.
の協力
We're so anxious.
Itoha-san.
Itoha! Itoha murmurs anxiously as her eyes tear up. As a big fan of hers, Keishino starts stammering. I feel so uneasy thinking you two suspect me. I can't sleep at night. You're fine, Hitoha. I don't see you as a suspect. But if the investigation's not over, that means there's some doubt cast over us, doesn't it? No. There's no doubt cast on you at all, Hitoha. Mrs. Kuromoshi's autopsy found sleep meds in her system, so we're tracking that down. Mrs. Kuromoshi's autism found sleep medication.
睡眠薬
Sleep meds? Yagumo reacts to Keishino's words. Upon realizing what happens, Misawa elbows Keishino in the gut. Hey! Sorry.
待ってください。
Hold on.
夫人は睡眠薬を飲んでから
All that me-
塩素ガスによる自殺をした可能性があるって
Are
こ
you-
とですか？
Are you saying there's a Hold on. Are mean there's a possibility Mrs. Kuromochi took sleep meds before her chlorine gas suicide? Do you mean to say there's a possibility that Mrs. Kuromochi took sleep meds before her chlorine gas suicide? That's a little strange. But if it was to reduce her suffering and fear, it makes some sense. Is there something more suspicious than that? Who knows? No more questions. Keishino, did anything else happen? The sleep meds aren't over the counter, so there's a question of where she got them. Don't tell them that, you idiot! Ow! Keishino gets hit hard in the head. And yet, Yagumo keeps piling on the questions. It wouldn't make sense to continue investigating on the question of the sleep meds alone. Judging by your behavior, detectives, it seems you're suspecting murder and not suicide. Is there some sort of reason to suspect murder? We're not gonna answer that. Now hurry up and get... Keishino? What's happening? Well, after last night, we had the toy castles fingerprinted, but the only prints we could find were Mrs. Kuromochi's, so... The only prints were Mrs. Kuromochi's? For the last time! Stop talking already! Unfortunately, this image right here is not listed in the is not listed in the CGs. This does not show up at all in the file, like in the CGs for the game, like in the bonus section where you can look at the CGs and everything. This is not here, and I'm upset about that because it's so funny when whenever he does this. The furious Detective Misawa's spin kick sends Detective Keishino flying back. Studio Yagumo quickly retreats, leaving the two detectives to sort out their rage. They make it halfway across the Tori corridor and stop when they know the detectives aren't looking. Well done, Hitoha! I'm glad it worked out, but I feel a little sorry for Keishino. Now. As a result, we've got precious info, so it was worth it. Nice idea, Magari. You've grown quite cunning by doing dirty deeds under my direction. Well, that's business. But could you not call them dirty deeds? Especially when you're the one making me do them. But it's the truth! For crying out loud. But if the only fingerprints on the capsules were Mrs. Kuromochi's, what does that mean? If last night's solution to the puzzle is correct, then it makes sense to find Seiya Ito's prints. Maybe the fingerprints got washed away in the aqueduct? No, fingerprints are formed with skin oils, so floating in water is not enough to erase them. Which means he made sure not to leave prints? If he did, that'd be a little odd. Okay, so the other thing is not opened yet. Tokime is at Yasaka Shrine. He's slowly moving around the main building, perhaps shooting footage with his camera. Doing cameraman work today, Tokima. Yeah, well, Ito's my writer, and he's busy dealing with his brother's death. So I'm doing cameraman work for now. Oh, does Ito normally do it? Yeah, he's more skilled than I am. Look. Tokima rummages through his shoulder bag. Eventually, he pulls out a magazine. Here's an article from last month's issue. He opens to a certain page and shows it to Studio Yagumo. The writer credit does indeed say Sakio Ito. Right? He did all of the writing and photography for the article. Live the legend. Right. He did all of the writing and photography for the article. Live the legend of Ura and Kibi. This photos of Key Castle has such a dynamic composition, doesn't it? Oh, it sure does. What do you think, Kanade? Good. Kanade gives Magari a deep nod in agreement. Though he uses a different medium as a cameraman, Kanade can vouch for Sakio Ito's skill. He's got a few problems, but with his skill, I see why he's valued as a writer. Right, this is where we learn about where the place is. Alright, Ito's house is behind here, isn't it? Maybe the owner can tell me something about Seiya Ito. With that thought in mind, Yagumo turns to the owner. Excuse me, were you close to the late Seiya Ito? Me? Not really. He wasn't exactly sociable. Oh. If you want to know more about him, why don't you try asking Fundoya? He often bought incense there, apparently. Fundoya? Oh!
それって文堂屋七右衛門さんってとこですよね。
Oh, you mean Fundoya, Shishiman, you mean Fundoya Shishiman Mercantile House? Yes, exactly. That's the place. You know about the place, Magari?
そこもツワノの
It's a Suwano's tourist attraction. I put it on the list for location scouting, but forgot about it due to the whole mess.
そっか。ならちょうどいい。
I see.
その
Perfect.
店にも
Let's
お
go
邪魔してみよう。
let's go visit that shop then.
了解
Roger.
です
I'll go make an appointment. Magari immediately makes a call as they leave Yoshinaga Rice Store. Now we have it. Whoa. What a nice house. As Studio Yagumo arrives for their appointment, a well-mannered couple greets them. Once inside the tatami room, the visitors stare in wonder at the historic atmosphere. This house was built in KI 6, 1853. Its residents have taken good care of it since.
古民家で農家
You
の
often see
ものを
old
よく
houses used for
見受けられま
farms,
すけ
but
ど
it's rare to see
こういう
one as a
商家の
mercantile
ものは
house.
珍しいですね。
True. As a result, we've been designated as a tangible cultural property. That's amazing. Is it okay for us to be here? Please, don't worry. In fact, we offer guest tea ceremonies with a garden view here. Tea ceremonies? Indeed. Tea culture is quite developed here, since Suwano promoted tea in the Edo period. This place seems so historic. I'm losing my sense of time.
本当
I
だ
know,
ね
right? Care to see something interesting? The husband pulls out an account book from a chest with Hell Record handwritten on the cover. It's an old artifact, the likes of which Yagumo had only seen in period dramas and Edo artwork. Hell Record? That's a scary name. It's an old record of loan debts, so it certainly was scary to the borrowers. And with that, he flips through the account book. As Yagumo looks on in great curiosity, he notices some familiar words.
ここ
Does that say
倉持
Kuromochi?
と読める
Yes, they owned lots of land. They owned lots of land in the Edo period, so they must have had some business transaction.
はは
Huh? So they were that
昔は
influential
そ
back
れ
then?
ほどの
Yes, even 2 generations ago, in the Showa era, they owned the mountain forest behind their house.
先
Two
々代の
generations
頃
ago.
までということ
So
は
what about now? Oh, well, I don't know. The owner gives a vague answer. He probably doesn't want to divulge someone else's financial status, so Yagumo doesn't press him.
あの
Excuse me, there's something I'd
ご
like
主
to
人
ask.
にちょ
Oh?
なんで
What is it?
実
It's
は
about the recently departed
先
Seiya
日亡くな
Ito.
った
Oh. He was a suicide victim in a small town. It's only natural the whole town would know. When his name comes up, pity fills the couple's faces. The poor lad, he was so young. He would often purchase incense from us. Quite a serious fellow, that one. Incense? Yes. Severe asthma gave him many sleepless nights, so he used sleep-enhancing incense. Seiya bought sleep incense for his severe asthma.
喘息
Asthma? Was it that bad?
そんなにひどか
Yes. He'd have attacks so bad it was painful to watch.
なる
I
ほど
see. The accessory peddler did say the man thought to be Seiya Ito wore a mask. Was it for asthma? Or was it to conceal his face and hide a switcheroo. Alright, let's head back over here. Director, do we have business here? Well, I wanted to double check that switcheroo theory, so I thought I'd ask the accessory guy. Switcheroo theory? You mean how I said it could have been Sakio Ito who went out with Mrs. Kuromochi? I know I said it, but it's just a fun theory. I don't think it's actually right. Everything's possible. Narrow down possibilities, and eventually you'll reveal the truth. Huh? We take our eyes off him for a second, and he starts to look real feminine. No, that woman's just a different person from the guy the other day. As they talk to each other in front of the stall, the shopkeeper cheerfully calls out to them. Hmm? What's up? What you talking about? Oh, we bought accessories the other day and wanted to see the shopkeeper who was here. Oh, him? He went out for lunch. He'll probably be back once he's done with his lunch break. What do you need him for? If it's for returns or complaints, please refrain. No, there's just something we wanted to ask him about. Oh, I see. In that case, just come back later. I'll tell him you were looking for him. Yeah, will do. So I believe you can just immediately go back here after all of that, because we've done everything we really needed. Is the accessory peddler stall open today? Yo, man! Kinda buy something again? No, just wanted to ask a bit more about the couple you told us about yesterday. Huh? More? But like, as I said yesterday, that was like half a year ago, man. You said the man was wearing a mask, right? Yeah, that I do remember. No doubt about it. So, did he have any sort of obvious symptoms, like an asthma attack? Alright! He did have a coughing fit. I remember now, like I totally do, man. Really? His back like hunched over from the pain, dude. The woman tried comforting him. That was probably like an asthma attack, huh? I know asthmatics who like suffer the same way. I see. Okay, thanks. That clears one thing up. Thank you so much. Huh? That's like it? Yeah, probably. Studio Yagumo steps away from the stall and huddles for a discussion. Definitely seems like it was Seiya who was dating Mrs. Kuromochi. Sakio's not asthmatic after all. Well, even if there was a switcheroo, I doubt he'd take his acting that far. What's wrong, director? Wait, a coughing fit. Why does that sound familiar? What was it? I can't remember. Yagumo scratches his head as he tries tugging at the tangled threads of memories inside. As the others look on in concern, his brain flashes back to the events leading up to today. Hitoha's radio calisthenics. The scuffle between Sakio Ito and Kuromochi. The discovery of Mrs. Kuromochi's body. And finally... Ah! I see! Back then! Yagumo suddenly shouts and pops open his eyes. Whoa! Don't shock me like that! What's wrong, director? The Hoshiai Festival! When we were shooting at the Hoshiai Festival! We were filming in front of Yoshinaga Rice Store, and there was a guy who was coughing, remember? Kuromochi gave him a warning. Yeah, him! That was Seiya Ito, wasn't it? If so, then maybe Kuromochi wasn't just warning him about his coughing. You mean? Kanade! Did you catch that incident on film? Great! Let's go to the inn and check the footage! Yagumo impatiently leads his studio to the inn. Come on, Yoshinoya. Thank you. Back at Yoshinoya, Studio Yagumo checks the Heron stance footage on in the parked van. Since the files have already been split, they easily find the scene in question. How is it? You're right, director. Looks like the guy Kuromochi's talking... Look, the guy Kuromochi's talking to looks just like Sakio, but with a mask and different hair. And at this time, Kuromochi definitely talked to Seiya Ito. Kuromochi talked with Seiya Ito on the day of the Hoshiai festival.
やっぱ
So
り
that
こ
really
の
was
人物が
Seiya
伊
Ito,
藤
huh?
聖也か
His estimated time of death's
死
between
亡
4
推
and
定
6
時刻
p.m.
が
But this footage was filmed at 4:50 p.m. So he had to have died after that.
ああ
Yeah.
そして
So right
死
before
の
he
直前
died,
彼
talked
は
with
こうして
Kuromochi.
倉持さんと
But what did they
話を
talk
した
about?
ってば
Damn it. If only we could hear the
何の会
conversation.
話がわか
Is
る
there
わ
anything
け
you
だ
could do
が
about that, Magari? No way. Not with a shotgun mic pointed away and at a distance, and with him whispering like that.
そうだ
Okay, guess it's time to bring out the big
な
guns.
らマガリ
Magari, time to show off your special skill. Lip reading?
真実を
Go!
見せる時だ
Roger that!
了解っす
Magari presses the replay bar and seriously stares at the screen. Tension fills the van. That ain't no special skill of mine.
だよな
Figures. Okay, I know I joined in the joke, but please don't be ridiculous. Okay, I know I joined in on the joke, but please don't be ridiculous.
すまん
Sorry. Magari and Yagumo's shoulders slump. Hang on. Beside them, Hitoha suddenly leans in and points at the screen. Huh? Pause it right there.
どうした
What's wrong? I noticed something curious. Look.
ん
Look at Kuromochi's hand. Is he holding something? You're right.
本当だ
It looks like he's showing it to Seiya
何か
Ito.
を糸
Reacting to what they said, Magari zooms in on Kuromochi's hand. 2 times. 3 times. Ah! Oops. Let's get that on replay. Everyone gasps. That looks exactly like the accessory Mrs. Kuromochi was wearing. Kuromochi had Akari's accessory when he talked to Seiya Ito.
こうして並べると
Put them side by side and look! She lines up the printed picture of Mrs. Kuromochi's accessory and then next to the screen. Side by side, the similarity is all too clear.
夫人が伊藤
Kuromochi's
聖也
got the
に
accessory
買
his
ってもらった
wife's got
アク
from
セサリー
Seiya Ito.
を倉持
He's
さん
shoving it
が
in the man's
彼に
face.
お前たち
Ain't he telling him,
知って
I
いる
know
の
you
か
two are cheating?
いるのか
Even if he is, the accessories are the accessories from that shop are all handmade and one of a kind, remember? So how did Kuromochi have it? So how did Kuromochi have it at this time when it was on his wife's body when she died?
例えば
Oh, maybe he gently put it back on her neck when he discovered her body? That would mean she was complicit. They both went to her room at the same time. She doesn't look like the type to be complicit in a case like that, you know?
うん
You're
そうだ
right. Yagumo and Magari furrow their eyebrows as they ponder this new, inexplicable truth. Hitoha then raises her hand. May I share my opinion?
はい
Go ahead,
一
Hitoha. Okay, well, I've got a theory, and it may have something to do with Kuromochi's finger rash. Huh? How so? Someone I know has this hobby. You see... I see. That's certainly a
確か
possibility.
にそれだと
I'd like to get some more proof,
そ
but
の隠し
Dr. Hotoya said he figured out what it was, so we've got no choice but to ask him. But I don't think he'll divulge private patient information. Normally he wouldn't, but if my hunch is correct, he's got a weakness we can use to make him talk. Weakness? Yes. If we just abuse that weakness, then... That's not a good look on your face. That's a little scary. Alright. Come on, go. Thank you. To the Hatoya Clinic. Studio Yagumo walks to Hatoya Clinic. Thanks to the map Magari put on her phone before the incident, they easily find the cozy clinic. You're all here! Is someone feeling bad? Oh, no, doctor. Just wanted to ask something relating to Mrs. Kuromochi and Seiya Ito's deaths. As soon as Yagumo says that, Hatoya looks clearly on guard. That excess caution is enough to convince Yagumo about Hatoya's weakness. And what might that be? I don't think there's much I can answer. Well, I figured earlier about Kuromochi's finger rash. I asked earlier about Kuromochi's finger rash. That's some sort of allergy, right? Oh, that? Sorry, but as I mentioned, I can't answer that due to confidentiality compliance. It'd be a different story if you were with the police, though. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. In that case, I'm sorry, but you leave me no choice. Here we go. Dr. Hatoya, are you sure you can't tell us? I'm sorry, but as doctor, there are rules I simply must uphold. Oh! Yes, this is the voice. Like Beetle. Oh! Rules you must uphold as a doctor, huh? Well, yeah, doctors have a strict ethical code. Medical practitioners have long upheld the Hippocratic Oath, or so I hear. Ha ha ha! You're well informed! So, you know it says, whatever I see or hear in the lives of my patients, I will keep secret, correct? I don't know if I can keep doing that. I wish to uphold that part! I see, but I do vaguely remember that line, but I also remember this one. I will not give a lethal drug to anyone if asked, nor will I advise such a plan. As soon as Yagumo firmly recites that line, Dr. Hatoya quickly turns pale. Noticing the change, Yagumo carefully chooses his next word as he moves in for the checkmate. Let me see that one more time. I will not give a lethal drug to anyone if asked, nor will I advise such a plan. You do uphold that part as well, correct? Of course! What are you trying to imply? Well, you see, it's got a little something to do with Mrs. Kuromochi's death. You see, Mrs. Kuromochi's autopsy found sleep medication. Mrs. Kuromochi's autopsy found sleep medication, and it was prescription strength too. In a small town like this, I figured this clinic is the only place to get something like that. Well, the detectives already asked about that, but I already told them that I don't know. Why would I even have a reason to prescribe something like that to Akari? I don't know. I can see you giving her... I don't know. I can see you giving her a prescription if she asked. After all, you liked Akari Kuromochi. You liked her back when she was your classmate in high school, didn't you? Who told you about that? Hatoya starts trembling at Yagumo's words. Seeing this as a sign to spring into action, Yagumo keeps talking without answering Hatoya. I understand. Even as an adult, you still have feelings for her, right? If someone like that begged for a prescription, I wouldn't blame you for giving it to her. Hey! Cut it out! I told the police I didn't prescribe it to her. Are you accusing me of false testimony? No, I'm not. Huh? As far as I can tell, you're an upstanding citizen. I don't think you'd lie to the police. What? Really? Really. But... do I think you lied? No. Do I think you failed to tell the truth? Possibly. Huh? If they don't ask and you don't tell, it's no lie. It's nothing to feel guilty about either. What are you implying? You didn't hand over the sleep meds to Mrs. Kuromochi. That part's probably not a lie. But what if you gave the meds to someone else, and that someone else handed it off to her? In other words... Say about sleep medicine... Say about sleep incense for severe asthma. Take that! You gave them to Seiya Ito because of his asthma. His asthma was so bad he couldn't sleep. You prescribed those sleep meds to him, didn't you? When you heard Mrs. Kuromochi's autopsy results from the detective, you immediately realized there were sleep meds were what you prescribed to Seiya Ito. You feared you contributed to her death, so you conveniently failed to mention that fact to the detectives, didn't you? Ah. Ah. Hatoya droops his shoulders and hangs his head as he slowly murmurs. Yes! Exactly! About a month ago, he said he couldn't sleep, so I prescribed him trazepam. Which, let me look something up here. Trazepam is a type of benzodiazepine drug. It is a powerful hypnotic drug which possesses strong sedative, anxiolytic, amnestic, anticonvulsant, and skeletal muscle relaxant properties. Trazepam shortens the time required to fall asleep and lengthens the duration of sleep. It is a real medication. I never thought that it'd be used in Akari's suicide. I can't keep his voice up. If I knew it would be used like that, I never would have prescribed it. Never. With his head down, Yagumo gently steps up to Hatoya. I love this. Gently steps up to Hatoha, and gently places a hand on Hatoya's shoulder, and smiles as he completely changes his tone. Dr. Hatoya, there's no need to worry. You just happened to prescribe the sleep meds. They would have died with or without them. It wasn't your fault, Doctor. Not one bit. You think so? Yeah, but we need to reveal the truth of this case. For Akari's sake. We need your help, Doctor. So, can you tell us about Kuromochi's allergy? Okay. As if hypnotized by Yagumo's gentle tone of voice, Hatoya finally speaks up. Kuromochi's finger rash was a resin allergy. Yagumo and Hitoha exchanged glances, but they remain silent as Hatoya continues. When I was examining here, I just couldn't figure it out. I knew it wasn't a bug sting, but an allergy. But to what? It's hard to tell on symptoms alone. So how did you figure it out? I consulted Kuromochi's personal dentist to see if he knew anything. Apparently, he had an allergy patch test to prepare for an earlier surgery, and it turns out he had a resin allergy. Kuromochi has a resin allergy. A resin allergy? Yeah, they use resin in some dental surgeries. I see. There's no doubt about it. Oh, thank you for the info. It's a big help. No problem, but how is it related to the case? You'll find out soon enough. Now, if you'll excuse us. Dr. Hatoya looks confused as Studio Yagumo leaves the clinic. Oh, there we go. Out on the street, Yagumo stretches wide and takes a deep breath. Whew! Somehow we managed to get some info out of him. Now we have proof to back up your theory, Hitoha. Well done. Oh. What's wrong? Oh, well, I was just a bit shocked. Aine told me how you get when you cross-examine someone, but that was my first time seeing it. Oh. Well, I can't blame you. It's kinda intimidating, isn't it? Even if they haven't done anything wrong, he really pours on the questions. Poor things. Hey, well, that's just a technique to confuse them into revealing the truth. And I mean, we got the info we wanted. Yeah, but after you ran him down with questions, you asked one last gentle question, like a demon. Oh, shut up! I'm not a police officer and I'm no superhero either, so what does it matter? Ooh, someone's getting mad. Anyway, we've gotten some useful info, and now we just need to fit in the last puzzle piece. The last puzzle piece? What's that exactly? Yagumo grins at the girl's questions. The UFO. That's what. Huh? Wait, I thought you didn't believe in it. Well, I just realized that the most important key to this case was the UFO. Let's check it out now. Ignoring the girl's dumbfounded looks, Yagumo triumphantly marches away. Back at Yoshinoya, they check the footage in the van. So, where's this UFO? Hang on, just a second. Ah, there! See? Right there! Hmm? Oh, you're right. There really is a UFO. On screen is footage from when the Heron's Dance was dedicated at Yasaka Shrine, shot by Kanade. A black spot clearly cuts through the sky from the left of the frame, swaying up and down. Wow, I can't see it as anything but a UFO. You were right, Aine. I know, right? There's no way it's a bird or bug. Magari, can you zoom in? I tried, but it's too far away. Just becomes a blurry blob of dots. I see. Well, that's fine. More importantly, Kanade. I want to know where this thing came from and where it went. Know where the camera was pointed? Magari catches on to what Yagumo's getting at and brings up a map of Suwano. Kanade and Magari talk things out before coming to an agreement and drawing a red line on the map. It's a bit hard to tell how far away the UFO was, but as far as direction goes, it's gotta be this. Whoa. Ah! Upon seeing the red line on the map, both Yagumo and Hitoha gasp in surprise. The line clearly connects the area by Kuromochi's to Taikodani Inari Shrine. It flew from Kuromochi's mansion towards Taikodani Inari. What does that mean? A UFO-like object flew from Kuromochi's mansion to Taikodani Inari Shrine. Guess we'll have to find out ourselves. Let's split up for now, but reconvene in my room at midnight, okay? At midnight? Okay, but what for? Yagumo grins at the girl's confusion. We're going on a UFO and a will-o-wisp hunt. Alright. Here we go. We're about to bust this case wide open. The next morning, Studio Yagumo gathers in the inn lobby after they finish preparing. We're finally gonna corner the culprit, huh? Yeah. We'll reveal the whole truth and cinch up our Suwano location scouting. Magari, Kanade, you guys ready too? Sure am. Okay, then let's go! After everyone nods, they march off to Kuromochi's mansion. In the garden, they meet up with the concerned parties they had already contacted ahead of time. Kenzaburo Kuromochi and Wakuko Shiba. A slightly disgruntled Sakio Ito a slightly disgruntled Sakyo Ito and Tokima standing a slight distance away, and the almost comedically pouty detective duo, Misawa and Keishino. All eyes fall on Studio Yagumo as they enter, and Misawa immediately gets down to business. Hey, we came just like you asked. What the hell is this? You've gathered everyone connected to the case. What are you scheming? Sorry to call you here so early, folks. You see, we've solved all the case's mysteries, so I'd like you all to hear our solution. Huh? What? You want to pull off a culprit reveal scene straight from a detective show or something? I've seen that stuff in TV dramas and manga, but this is my first time seeing it in real life. I can't believe I get to witness one in person. Don't admire them. It'd be a total disaster if replicated in real life. I'm totally serious here, so stick with me until the end, okay? Hey, you can't just say that and expect me to. He must have sensed something in Yagumo's serious expression. Realizing the detectives are willing to listen, Yagumo once again starts to talk. As you all know, we're a film studio that came to this area for location scouting. We've reviewed... What is my voice doing? We've reviewed all the footage we filmed here and all the information we've gained. As a result, we've come to the conclusion that Mrs. Kuromoshi and Seiya Ito's deaths were not the result of a lover's suicide. In other words, it was murder! The sudden truth bomb has everyone stirring. They all exchange glances. Without waiting for the commotion to subside, Yagumo calmly continues. Seiya Ito secretly talked with Mrs. Kuromochi via letters placed in capsule toys and sent floating into Kuromochi's pond through the aqueduct. Several capsules with the air holes filled were retrieved from Mrs. Kuromochi's trash. In other words, behind Kuromochi's back, his wife and Ito were seeing each other, though I'm unsure how deep their relationship was. Huh? And their secret talks were going by swimmingly. That is, until someone caught on and abused their secret method in order to quickly drive them to their deaths. At a certain point, this someone intercepted the capsules and manipulated the recipients by switching out the letters. Gradually, this someone drove them up the wall and got them to agree to a lover's suicide. Hold it! What's up? This just sounds like a basic speculation. Well, I don't have definite proof, but this speculation does have a basis. Oh, and that is? The capsules retrieved from your wife's room only had her fingerprints on them. Isn't that right, Detective Misawa? Seemingly frustrated at the reminder that Keishino leaked that information, Misawa nods. There you have it. Why would any capsule sent by Seiya Ito not have his fingerprints on them? There's no reason he'd go through the trouble of wiping off his own fingerprints. So in other words, someone else made sure to leave no fingerprints in order to hide their identity. Speaking of their identity, in order to intercept the capsules from the pond before Mrs. Kuromochi, they'd have to be someone on mansion premises. In other words, Yagumo pauses and turns his gaze towards Kuromochi and Shiba. When Shiba notices Yagumo's gaze, she frantically shakes her head. Yeah, I know it's not you, Shiba. You don't come here early in the mornings. Which means... Yagumo stops talking once he says that much. At the moment, all eyes in the garden fall on Kuromochi. What? Why are you looking at me? The whole capsule thing is just a theory he came up with. Actually, Kuromochi, we got proof that you drove one of the victims, Seiya Ito, towards his death. Though it's unrelated to the capsules. You what? The proof is that Kuromochi talked with Seiya Ito on the day of the Hoshiai festival. In this video, here, take a look. With that signal, Magari opens up her laptop and plays back the video file. In the video, Kuromochi and Ito are seen talking at Yoshinaga Rice Store during the Heron's Dance. Huh? This video was taken the day of the Heron's Dance, July 20th at 4:50 p.m. just before Seiya Ito's
つ
death.
まり
What?
本当か
I'm sorry, that was Misawa. What? Seriously?
倉持さん
Kuramochi, you told him something,
この
didn't
映像
you?
を見るとあなた
Or should I say, you
何か彼
interrogated
と
him?
話してますね
Any comment? Well,
それは咳
his coughing. Right, his coughing. You remember, don't you? He was interrupting the solemn solemnity. He was interrupting the solemnity of the dance with his coughing. So I, yeah, you warned him about his coughing.
そうだ
Exactly. You saw how he was bothering the tourists, didn't you? Sounds like a reasonable argument at first. There's one small oddity that ruins it. What's that?
それは
It's the fact that Kuramochi had Akari's accessory when he talked to Seiya Ito.
ほら
Look at what's in your hand in this scene. Now, what might that be? Caught off guard, Kuramochi falls silent and goes stiff. Yagumo gives him a sidelong glance as he talks to the detectives.
ケイさん
Detectives,
倉持さんが
does
手にしているもの
does the thing
見覚えある
Kuramochi's
でしょ
holding look familiar to you at all? It's the necklace Mrs. Kuramochi was wearing. The pendant looks exactly the same. Yeah, it's exactly like the item we confiscated. But why is it there?
そう
Right. If he was just warning him about coughing, why would he need to show him that?
いや
More importantly,
そもそも
why did he have the accessory that his wife supposedly wore when she died? It just happens to be the same type of necklace.
これ
I checked with the guy who sold the necklace. It's one of a kind. There's no others like it.
同じものは2つとないはずなんです
Flimsy evidence, but
それを
that
手
is,
に入れるなら
unless you try to
複製して見
reproduce
せる
it.
しかない
Reproduce it? Easier said than done.
いや
No, I'm pretty sure it's not that hard. Right, Hitoha?
ええ
Right. My friend makes accessories as a hobby.
今は
And nowadays,
レジン
there's a material called UV resin that quickly hardens under ultraviolet light. For a relatively smooth object like this, you can go from mold making to finished product in less than an hour. How am I supposed to know that? You really expect me to know?
やだな
Come on, Kuramochi, don't play dumb. After all, you have a resin allergy, don't you? As Kuramochi struggles in vain, Yagumo gets in his face and grabs the man's hand.
だったらこの
Then how do you explain
あんた
the
の
rash on your
今言った
fingertips?
話はなんだ これはレジンアレルギーによる発疹
This rash is from a resin allergy. In other words, it's from when you use UV resin to reproduce your wife's necklace. But that's not all. Kuramochi hangs his head. Yagumo lets go of his hand and turns toward the detectives.
伊藤誠也さん
I
は
heard that Seiya Ito was the
思い詰める
worrying
タイ
type.
プだったと聞きますおそらく
Kuramochi's plan was to give him fake
倉持
letters
さ
from
ん
his
の
wife,
目論みでは
draw him to
無事に
Yasaka
彼方
Shrine
に見せ
during
か
the
けた
Heron
手紙で
Dance
誘
and
導
drive
し
him to suicide.
ところが
But right before that,
直前になっ
Seiya
て
Ito
ま
had
だ死を
wandered out of
選
his
ぶか
house
迷
to
っ
see
て
the
いた
Heron
伊藤誠
Dance,
也さんは
unsure of his decision to die.
だから
So
そ
Kuramochi
んな時
showed
の
him his
ため
wife's
に用意して
accessory,
おいた
which he prepared
無人
earlier
の
to
アク
drive
セ
him
サ
to
リーを
death.
見せて妻はお
My
前と
wife
心
just
中する
died,
と遺
leaving
書
a
を
letter
残して
saying she was
先を
committing a
進んだ
lover's suicide with you.
な
How
のに
dare you
な
show
ぜ
your
お前
face here
は
alive?
知らずにもおそらくは
Kuramochi
こんな
probably
セ
said
リフ
something
だっ
like
たん
that.
じゃないでしょうそうして
Driven over the edge,
決定的に
Seiya
追い
went
詰
back
められ
home
た聖夜さ
and,
んは自
and
宅
hung
に戻り
himself.
首を
I see. So that's why his time of death was later than scheduled in the letter. 3 p.m. when the Heron's Dance. 3 p.m. when the Heron's Dance was dedicated at Yasaka Shrine.
そういうことだ
Exactly. So even if he's guilty, it's only for aiding and abetting a suicide. Kuramochi looks up when he hears Misawa's words. Right! Exactly!
そう
Huh?
お前
Let me
たちが
guess.
何を
Who
言う
cares? My crime's only aiding and abetting a suicide. Not a major crime.
そう
Yes, that's exactly.
そうじゃないか
As Kuromochi laughs madly, Yagumo slowly shakes his head. Sorry to burst your bubble, Kuromochi, but you're not getting off that easily. What? We're just talking about Seiya Ito's death here. We haven't even touched your wife's death yet. Her death wasn't a suicide, but a murder. That's what you suspect, right, detectives? Murder? If it was a lover's suicide, then wouldn't it have been suicide for her too? You two have noticed the discrepancy too, right? If it was suicide by chlorine gas, why would she also take sleeping medication? Well, of course, just like Seiya, Mrs. Kuromochi also got the fake letter calling for a lover's suicide. But somehow, she wasn't quite convinced, which is why Kuromochi had to resort to murder. Isn't that right, Kuromochi? Murder? I don't know what you're talking about. Besides, I was with you the whole day, remember? Hey, it's entirely possible, if you had an accomplice. Isn't that right? Say, Sakio? Now all eyes fall on Sakio Ito. But he doesn't show any reaction in particular. He remains silent, with his arms crossed, in his pockets. Sakio, you're the one who killed her, aren't you? I don't understand. I was with Tokima at Taikodani Inari Shrine all day until evening. How could I have done it? Yeah, that's right. He was with me all day. I can vouch for his alibi. I see. Well, there's no reason for you to lie, Tokima, so I can trust you there. Funny you should mention Taikodani Inari Shrine. The great Inari works miracles and punishes evil, which is why he showed us a miraculous sign. What? Hey, you better stop screwing around before I get pissed off. I'm not screwing around. The miraculous sign was a will-o-wisp that appeared at Taikodani Inari Shrine. A will-o-wisp. Huh? It's been the talk of the town. The night Mrs. Kuromochi died, a will-o-wisp floated into the Taikodani Inari Shrine's Torii corridor. Hold on, Yagumo. This isn't the time to joke. A will-o-wisp? No, it's no joke. Look. Ito suddenly went pale at the mere mention of it. Huh? Tokima turns to the flustered Ito. Just as Yagumo said, the smug Ito had suddenly gone pale, with sweat oozing from his forehead. Ito? Hey, Ito. Funny story about that will-o-wisp. They showed up last night in the same place. Not just one, but two or three of them. Oh, you look real surprised now. You look real surprised now. You must be a real occult fanatic, huh? You bastard! Okay, time for another occult story. Ever hear about a UFO-like object that flew from Kuromochi's mansion to the Taikodani Inari Shrine? A UFO. Take that! Huh? Hey, come on now! What kind of nonsense is this? Will-o-wisp and UFOs? Sorry, but I'm serious. Right around the time Mrs. Kuromochi died, we caught a UFO clearly on film. And it was flying from Kuromochi's mansion toward Taikodani Inari Shrine. What? Huh? You mean it wasn't a UFO, but... Exactly. It wasn't a UFO, but a drone. Ito, you've been using a drone to shoot material this whole time, haven't you? Tokima showed us your articles. Your photos are taken from angles that should be impossible from the ground. So what? You saying it's wrong to use drones? I'm not saying you were wrong to use drones. I'm saying you used drones for wrongdoing. You can get a clear view of Kuromochi's mansion all the way from Taikodani Inari Shrine, where you murdered Miss Kuromochi with a drone. Yeah! Kuromochi put his wife to sleep with the meds, filled the metal basin with bleach, and then set the acidic detergent bottle upright inside it. He tied the bottle to something like a piano wire and fashioned the other end. He tied the bottle to something like a piano wire and fastened the other end to a drone outside. With the correct timing, you can control the drone to pull the piano wire, knocking over the bottle and creating chlorine gas. In Mrs. Kuromochi's room, there was a single skylight window cracked open. That's where the piano string fed through. It was probably Kuromochi who set that up. There's a blind spot in the Torii corridor outside the pillars where tourists can't see you. You hid there a few minutes to fly the drone, tricking Tokima into thinking it was a bathroom break. Nonsense! What proof do you have that I flew a drone? Eh? Isama! What proof do you have that I flew a drone? I said the will-o-wisp was a sign, remember? It's a sign that will reveal our culprit. What? The wind was so strong that day, you lost control of the drone. When you lost control of the drone, the wind blew it up on top of a torii. Wary of onlookers, you gave up daytime retrieval and came alone at night. In other words, the will-o-wisp seen on the night of the incident was your phone light as you climbed up the torii to look for the drone. You have no proof it was mine! Remember what I said? More will-o-wisps appeared last night too. Those were our lights, as we investigated the Torii corridor late at night. In other words, Yagumo takes some sort of machine part out of a plastic bag in his pocket. Look what we found here. A piece of the drone that broke off upon landing. Bet you missed it since you looked late at night, and it should have your fingerprints all over it. Damn it! It's really destroying my throat. Sakyo howls as he grabs at Yagumo. But before he can lay a hand on him, he's quickly detained by Misawa and Keishino. Damn it! Damn it all! Let me go! Let me go, damn it! Sakyo struggles until he realizes that he can't shake off the detectives and falls to his knees. Yagumo slowly walks up to him and speaks up. Sakyo, you and Kuromochi conspired in this case. An odd sort of exchanged murder, should we say. Kuromochi has an understandable motive, but what drove you to help kill your own brother? Because we're twins. Because you're twins. Yeah, because we're twins. You know about twin telepathy, right? Twins can feel each other's senses from far away. Sounds pretty occult, but it's real. He was always such a gloomy bastard. Each time he'd get depressed, so would I. Whenever he had an asthma attack, I'd nearly suffocate too. It's happened ever since we were kids. It was so depressing. It made me want to kill him. I see. Then let me ask one more question. Seiya and Mrs. Kuromochi were supposed to die at 3, but Seiya ended up dying later than planned. So, how did you make sure Mrs. Kuromochi's death would still coincide with Seiya's? Oh, that, huh? What did I just say? Twin telepathy. As soon as he died, I knew. Finally, he was dead. I flew the drone as soon as I felt that. It wasn't until he died that I finally felt alive. Yes, it was pure ecstasy. Get a load of this guy. Okay, on your feet! Ito laughs maniacally as Kuromochi stares blankly. Keishino and some backup officers take them away. As Studio Yagumo silently watches, Misawa speaks, leaving his subordinates to do the dirty work. Hey! Oh, Misawa. We'll let the police handle the rest. Thanks. Something still bothers me. Is there something we missed? No. In fact, it's something you should have missed. How do you have all those images you used as evidence when we confiscated your films? Crap. Let's have a long chat at the station, shall we? Let's run! Hitoha! Guys! Okay, see you later! Later. Hey! Hold it right there! Studio Yagumo ignores Misawa and runs. Hey! I'll let you off the hook this time, but never again! As Misawa shouts from behind, Studio Yagumo continues to run. And there we go. So, with that out of the way, hello, hello, Tagosaku! Mmm! At Yagumo's signal, they share a toast. Studio Yagumo is now at Tagosaku, a famous izakaya in Masuda Shimane, to celebrate the end of the Suwano location scouting. Whoa! This homemade tofu is amazing! The squid sashimi is amazing too. It's so clear. It's a feast for the eyes too. So let's soothe our pain with delicious food and drink. Yeah, seriously. This location scouting was rough. I'm pooped. But I'm shocked at what happened. Was shocked at what happened, but I'm glad I tagged along. It was good practice for a role in a mystery film. I'm glad you say so. I feel kind of bad dragging you into something weird like that. No, don't mind me. It's just kind of sad that Kuromochi's motive turned out to be money. Oh. Yagumo frowns at Hitoha's statement. According to this morning's paper, Kuromochi used up his father's inheritance and tried murdering his wife with insurance money. Yeah. It would have been a bit more humanizing if it was out of revenge for his wife's cheating. Yeah, it would. A slightly solemn nod fills the room. Magari then speaks up loudly, as if to lighten things up. Oh, that reminds me. There's something I wanted to ask you, Director. Hmm? What's that? Well, there were 3 candidates to choose from for your leading actress, right? So I was wondering what made you choose Hitoha. Huh? Oh, I want to know too. Why did you choose me, Director Max? What can I say? I just felt something click. That's it? Well, you seemed like a better choice compared to the other candidates, Hitoha. She turned out to be a fantastic choice, at least. I can understand not picking the veteran actress, since she might be hard to direct. But the other candidate was young too, wasn't she? So why didn't you choose her? Like I said, she just didn't click with me. But your reaction to her was weird. One look at her profile and you slammed the envelope shut. So you didn't even consider her? That's kinda sad. No, you see... Did something happen between you and her? You get into a fight or something? No, it's nothing like that. You're kinda making it sound like you only picked me by a process of elimination. That's a bit disappointing. Spit it out. What exactly was your problem with that actress? Well, how do I put it? She's my little sister. Huh? Your little sister? Yeah, Isagami probably didn't notice because of her stage name, but she's my little sister. Ah. Oh, yeah, it'd be kinda awkward to film a TV drama together, huh? I know, right? That's why I didn't pick her. I didn't even know you had a sister, Director. I should have gotten a better look at her profile. I'm kinda curious what she looks like. Oh, maybe we can find her if we search for for actresses named Yagumo. Oh, in that case, let's get to it. Stop. Like I said, she's got a stage name. So you won't find her searching for Yagumos. Ooh, tell us your little sister's stage name. Oh, it's kind of embarrassing. Huh? What's the problem? Just tell us. I don't wanna. We're gonna find out anyway, later anyway, so why not? Don't wanna. Everyone gets excited over the topic of Yagumo's little sister. They enjoyed the rest of their rowdy night, surrounded by good drinks and good eats. Alright, and that is the end of part 2. So let's see what we have going on. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at the time and some things. Let's see here. We've been going for 6 hours so far. And we just cleared part 2. The other parts are kind of long, but they all lead like into each other like one after another. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's go and do a raid. Let's go and drop a raid by someone. I want to see who's around for a thing. Because this is a mystery thing. I want to see if there are any other mystery style things. Alright, let's see here. I want to take a look at something first. There's no one on that I usually do anything for. I do want to be able to do a thing. You know what? It's not a mystery thing or anything, but it is where it is something that one of my friends is watching. So let's go and take a stop by Avada Kitsune. So everyone that's here, please stick around. Please stick around for the raid. Let me get that off. So, guys, please stick around for the raid. If you are here on there, please go and please remember to remove the that's not what I wanted. Please remember to remove the raid the raid referral thing at the top. And so we're going to end this for today. We will be continuing more of this later on. I still have a little bit more time before this can be before this gets dropped. So that is it for right now for some things. And I really hope you guys enjoyed this. I really enjoyed this. It's a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to playing more of this on stream for you guys, even if I've already played it uh by myself before. It's a lot of fun, and let's go with this. Okay, so we'll go with this as our raid message because I'm gonna actually try to do a raid message this time. So I will likely not be streaming tomorrow. Um, we'll see about that. I still need to do some more training for the Pokemon things, but we're going to deal with that at a later time. Okay, you guys have it. You guys have a good night. Have a great weekend. And this is Strap Streams signing off.